Let me pay for her, along with 2 cups of coffee and 2 breads, thank you. Li Zi handed out a banknote and put it on the table in the sales window. Li, do you know her? Wanda was a little surprised, never heard that he had any friends in New York, after all, this guy hardly ever leaves home. Do not know. Li Zi shook his head and his eyes fell on the girl. After careful inspection, she always felt a little familiar, but couldn't put it into words. The girl was wearing a white sweater with a hood, and her hair was slightly short, a bit like a tomboy. But her delicate and heroic pretty face can make people unable to move their eyes away, and there is a majesty between her brows at a young age. It's familiar, but I just can't remember where I've seen it. Thank you. The coffee is delicious. Gwen met Li Zi's gaze, but didn't flinch at all, and responded with a sunny smile on the corner of her mouth. If someone buys coffee for yourself, don't take it for nothing. It happened to be able to save a little money to eat at noon. After all, it is still unknown when I can return to the original world. After drinking coffee, go home quickly. Although this city is a city that never sleeps, people have to rest. If you don't sleep all the time, your body will collapse. Li Zi noticed the faint dark circles on Gwen's face, and guessed that the girl must have been wandering outside last night. Although America expressly stipulates that people under the age of 21 cannot drink alcohol, many people still secretly drink at home or go to some informal pubs. But the two of them don't know each other, and it's not easy to speak directly. You misunderstood. When Gwen heard this, he immediately realized that the man in front of him regarded him as a bad boy who didn't return home at night. Admitting mistakes is not a big deal. I made mistakes a lot when I was a teenager. Li Zi interrupted. For boys and girls who have problems such as not returning home at night, he doesn't think it is hopeless. Besides, it's the 21st century. Unlike before, adolescent children are exposed to too many things through the internet and are more difficult to discipline. Sometimes it is appropriate to relax and pay more attention to the child's psychological problems. Li, can you tell others lies? Wanda next to her watched the girl hesitate to speak. Her strong sixth sense made her perceive that the girl had something on her mind to say. So he pulled Li Zi to signal him not to speak. Then he asked softly, "Hello, my name is Wanda. I am an Avenger. You can talk to me if you have any questions." The Avengers? Gwen froze for a moment. She thought carefully where she seemed to have seen this name. For a moment, her eyes lit up. You are a witch. After coming to this strange world the night before yesterday, she immediately read the local newspapers to learn about the world's information. And there is a superhero organization called the Avengers. Judging from the newspapers, the Avengers should be the same superhero as me. And not so long ago, they saved all mankind. If anyone can help him return to the original world, it is estimated that only the Avengers can do it. Witch, it seems that you are quite popular, and she actually knows you. Li Zi jokingly handed over a cup of coffee and a piece of bread. Go aside. Wanda gave him a blank look, then looked towards the park in the distance. Let's go over there and talk about your affairs, okay? Uh-huh. Gwen nodded. The three of them drank coffee and walked towards the park. At the moment it was only after 7 o'clock in the morning. The park was very cold with very little traffic, and the cold autumn wind kept blowing through the trees. The rustling trees scattered their yellow leaves and piled them on the chairs on the road. His name is Li Zi, my. Wanda was a little tangled as she spoke, not knowing what to call her properly. I'm her boyfriend. Witches are shy. Seeing that the witch was a little shy, Li Zi held her greasy hand and smiled. I can see that you love each other very much. Gwen was not surprised. She saw that the two were a couple from the beginning, and then introduced herself. My name is Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy. Li Zi was obviously taken aback when he heard the name, and his eyes fell on the girl again. Her image gradually overlapped with the familiar figure in his mind. What's wrong? Gwen nodded, clenched her pink fist slightly, but in fact she was more or less nervous in her heart. Because she is worried that this universe also has her own existence. According to the parallel universe theory I have learned, there may be a person like you in other universes, and it is even possible that the life trajectory is exactly the same. It's okay, it's a good name. Li Zi shook his head, but was surprised in his heart. No wonder he saw the girl so familiar. It turned out to be Gwen Stacy the Spider, and it wasn't Peter Parker who became the Spider-Man in a certain universe. It's his girlfriend Gwen Stacy. However, the girl Gwen in front of her is a little immature, probably not long after she became a Spider-Man, and her country is relatively young. He should be only 16 or 17 years old. Li Zi didn't recognize him before, and it's also related to his age. In addition, it was actually the first time he saw Gwen in real life. Don't pay attention to him. Lee is always like this. Wanda didn't notice the difference, and continued to ask, Gwen, what are you going to tell us? Be prepared in advance, this matter may be beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. Gwen looked a little serious, and took a deep breath with her small cherry mouth. What multi-universe parallel universe, in their technologically advanced era, probably not many people are willing to believe. You don't want to say you're from the multi-universe, do you? With a half-serious, half-joking tone, Lee Z directly spoke the answer in the girl's mind. How do you know? Gwen felt a little nervous when she heard this, and took a few steps back. Relax, we're dealing with this right now, you're not the only one from the multi-universe. Lee Z frowned slightly, the female spider's vigilance was really high. But it seemed normal. He remembered that Gwen decided to become a superhero fighting crime after witnessing the death of Peter Parker. His temperament is naturally much calmer than that of his peers. Lee's right, and it's kind of bad. Wanda said that she was a little distressed, and she thought of her imposter, who might come to snatch her Lee Z at any time. Gwen looked at the two of them silently, making sure she wasn't lying, and Tuan slowly said, Is there a way for you to send me back? In fact, she will ask whether she is lying or not. Except for Lee Z and Wanda in front of her now, she really can't find any way to go back, and not many people are willing to believe it. The situation is a bit complicated. There is a doctor of magic to be precise, who is trying to solve this problem. Lee Z guessed that Steven was still in Kamar-Taj, looking for those ancient books, hoping to find a way to restore everything. In fact, he also has some ideas about restoring reality. After all, he was the one who cast the amnesia spell at that time, and he had already realized the attainments of distorting reality from it at that time. But he hasn't practiced yet. Besides, there is an easier way. That's finding America Chavez, the third Miss America. She has the mysterious power to travel through the multi-universe, as long as she can make good use of this energy. Opening and closing the multi-universe portal is an understatement. Unfortunately, Miss America should not appear so soon. Is there any other way? I can't stay here all the time. Gwen's eyes were dim and lost. If she couldn't go back, her family in the original world would be very worried, and she was almost penniless. It's only a matter of time before you go back, but trust me, you'll be back soon. Lee Z patted the girl on the shoulder, and his eyes fell on her faint dark circles again. You must not have slept all night, have you? I don't have the money to stay in a hotel, and it's too cold outside, so I walked around the alley all night. Gwen nodded without tears. Lee, she is so pitiful, take her back to the holy place together. Wanda touched Gwen's cheek, it was cold and pitiful. Well, anyway, Steven's underground hall is used to accommodate multi-universe visitors. Lee Z didn't dare to mention the multi-universe visitors. If he mentioned Gwen, I'm afraid he would treat them as human traffickers. Multi-universe human traffickers. Isn't this the Wanda after Blacken, who crossed the multi-universe just to kidnap other people's children, and now he is the one to be kidnapped? However, just as they were preparing to return to Holy Place in New York, Gwen, who was following behind, stopped suddenly, with a serious expression on his face, raised his snow-white neck, and looked around vigilantly. What's wrong? Lee Z and Wanda looked back and wondered. Hiss, it seems that someone is coming. Gwen held her forehead. The pain in her head made her frown. My spider telepathy perception is in danger. Talk off. Boom. A building in the distance suddenly exploded, and the sudden explosion caused a heat wave that was visible to the naked eye and diffused. The huge amounts of impact caused wind and waves to sweep through. Countless vehicles around turned over, and unsuspecting passers-by were also overturned to the ground. Ah ha ha. A green figure was stepping on the pedal, flying towards this side with a magical laugh on his mouth, and the bombs in his hand kept throwing towards the side of the road. Blow up all the roads and collapse all the sewers. Stop. Don't run. At the same time, a red figure swinging around the corner followed closely behind, and he used the cobweb to swing all the way behind that person. Spider-Man, I can meet you even here. The man wearing the demon mask who was stepping on the flight controller had a very gloomy tone, like a Satan crawling out of hell. Turn around and question the Spider-Man behind you. We know each other. Peter Parker was puzzled. He didn't remember seeing this villain. Could it be another guy who went to prison, and after he came out, he specially developed a set of high-tech, just to deal with himself? These people are also in a hurry. The other side. On the street, passers-by were fleeing in panic. Only 3 people stood there watching. Who is he? Gwen Stacy is a little confused. The red figure above is too similar to herself. Well, I'm not sure. Who is the person who is here now? Lee Z was also slightly taken aback. After seeing Green Goblin, he couldn't figure out which Peter Parker the Spider-Man was. He's like me. Gwen looked at the figure in the distance, her pupils widened slightly. Not only is it similar, even the movements are exactly the same as myself. Are you Spider-Man too? Wanda next to her realized later that the girl had indeed mentioned spider telepathy just now, but the situation was a bit urgent at the time, so she didn't take it to heart. Only now come to my senses. Well, it seems that your universe also has Spider-Man. Gwen nodded. Her eyes fell on the figure on the flight controller. He is Green Goblin, but it doesn't seem to belong to us. Whoever it is, let him stop first. Lee Z said so, but he already guessed it in his heart. The Green Goblin not far away is likely to be an old guy from a generation of Spider Universe, and the shape is also very consistent. At present, it can be confirmed that the first and second generation Spider-Man have also come to this universe. Lee, let me do it. As Wanda said, she stepped forward, her hands spread out in glowing scarlet. Boom. Ah ha ha. On the other side, Green Goblin, who was stepping on a flight controller between the tall buildings, didn't know it, and kept throwing bombs to the side of the road. Several orange-yellow bombs fell in succession, and the road surface was blown to pieces in an instant, tearing out hideous deep pits. The horrible explosion made passers-by flee in panic, and the sudden attack broke the tranquility of the morning. Although I don't know you, we can stop and have a good talk. If you keep flying like this, it may be difficult to solve the problem. Little Spider-Man Peter was rippling and chasing the Green Devil, panting and talking non-stop. His face under the mask was already flushed. Oh, you really are Peter Parker. There is no one else in the world who is as annoying as you. Catch. Green Goblin roared and threw a bomb at the little Spider-Man behind him. And the bomb? Is that your magic pocket? Little Spider-Man Peter rants. He remembers the guy throwing it all the way through. Now there are still. Just as he was about to dodge the bomb, the sun shone red. The scarlet light that emerged from the invisible enveloped the bomb instantly, and the bomb that was about to explode suddenly shrank and disappeared. Shit. Green Goblin cursed under his breath as he saw the crimson light wrapped around him too. Then body suddenly lost control and fell straight to the ground. Bang. The huge amounts of impact caused the flight device to rupture, and his whole body was torn apart in pain, and the mask was also shattered when he hit the ground. Wanda. Little Spider-Man Peter looked at the source of the scarlet light, and found that it was Wanda and Lee Z, and his face suddenly showed surprise. Swing out more than 10 meters with force, and landed firmly in front of several people. Little Spider-Man, you're fighting crime this morning. Lee Z couldn't help but sigh with emotion, as expected of a good neighbor and good citizen in New York, fighting criminals earlier than white-collar workers go to work. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and little Spider-Man showed it vividly. Lee. I can do it with a little effort. Little Spider-Man Peter was praised and scratched his head shyly, but he actually met Green Goblin on his way to school. I didn't pay attention to it at first, but it was a person who was behaving strangely while stepping on a flight controller. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look right. Sure enough, when you follow up, you see Green Goblin attacking. Just as he was talking, Peter accidentally landed on Gwen. His expression froze for a moment. The big eyes on the mask widened a bit. You. So strange. It was very strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. The existence of the other party has been stimulating his spider telepathy nerves, his scalp can't stop numbness, and his eyes are fixed on Gwen, big and small. Hi. I'm Gwen Stacy, Spider-Man from another universe. Seeing little Spider-Man's cute performance, Gwen couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth, and politely stretched out her hand to introduce herself. What? Peter heard that his brain was down, and looked at Lee Z and Wanda in disbelief. Little Spider-Man, the situation may be a bit complicated, but this time she is really a Spider-Man from the multi-universe. Wanda was not surprised, and took a few minutes to briefly explain the current situation to Peter Parker. Peter had the same reaction as she did when she saw herself for the first time. To be precise, my reaction is much bigger than that of little Spider-Man. Because that is Wanda, who is exactly like me. It doesn't make any difference. She even has the same feelings for her own Lee. I'm a little overwhelmed. She's Spider-Man, but she's not me. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Gwen. Is there Peter Parker in your universe? Yes, he is my friend. Gwen's eyes dimmed when he heard this, his pretty face turned a little cold, and he said in a heavy tone, but he has passed away. Sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. Peter raised his eyebrows slightly, realizing that Gwen and Peter in that universe must have a good relationship, otherwise he wouldn't have such an expression. It's okay, I'm relieved. Gwen took a deep breath. Gwen, standing in front of you is also Peter Parker. Seeing that Gwen was depressed, Lee Z couldn't help but reveal the identity of little Spider-Man. Anyway, we are all our own people, sooner or later we have to take off our masks and treat each other honestly. But he remembered that Gwen's Peter Parker didn't look like a little Spider-Man, that Peter was thinner and weaker, and he was a well-educated and weak scholar. I guessed it when he asked me, but he's not that Peter. Gwen shook her head, she could feel it clearly. The Peter in front of me is too different from the Peter the first know. This Peter is obviously more immature and cute. Definitely also exudes self-confidence, which may be the reason why he became Spider-Man. Gwen, don't be sad, let's go back to Holy Place to rest first. Wanda took her hand with pity on her face. The witch also experienced the pain of losing relatives and friends, so she felt the same for Gwen. Maybe she even realized that she subconsciously regarded Gwen as her younger sister. To the doctor? Little Spider-Man Peter saw that things were a little serious. He felt the need to participate in the action. I want to go too. You don't have to go to class. Lee Z glanced at the date. Today is Monday. Aunt May will ask for leave for me. Let's go to Holy Place quickly. Peter is really looking forward to the Holy Place. He has never been there before, only heard of it in Happy. The Holy Place is one of the important buildings of Kamar-Taj. Whatever. Lee Z heard Aunt May, glanced at the fainted green goblin Osborn on the ground, and thought about finding an opportunity to remind Peter to take good care of her. Because Aunt May died tragically at the hands of Green Goblin in the original book, it was Peter who let Green Goblin go in the end, but this followed the principle of comic character design. In the Dark Spider series, Peter avenges the dying Aunt May, and gradually Blacken goes down, just when he is about to kill Jin Bin and completely annihilate the humanity in his heart. He chose to turn around and let Jin Bin go, not letting the super criminal destroy himself. Back at the Kamar-Taj Holy Place in New York, since Green Goblin was brought back, Steven had to come back and lock him in the basement. There is an ancient magic barrier, and Osborn, an ordinary person, is powerless. Having done this, he hurried back to the Kamar-Taj ashram. He already has some clues about restoring reality, and he left a compass before leaving, through which he can detect visitors from outside the multi-universe, and he can also directly teleport them back to the cage in the underground hall. And allow Lee Z and several people to read the books in the library, on the premise that they can't mess with any items in the library. Sir, can I learn magic too? Actually, I've been thinking about adding magic and spider ability. Can I become the first magic Spider-Man in the multi-universe? Little Spider-Man Peter came to Holy Place for the first time. Compared to the original book, he was a little less restrained. Since he walked in, he has not stopped talking. Peter, you can just call me Steven. There is also the ability to learn magic. Secondly, there should be no loud noises in the Holy Place. Can you please be quiet? Steven felt dizzy when he heard the boy's words. Sorry, the multi-universe thing got me a little hyper. Peter had already taken off his mask, and his handsome and immature face looked a little embarrassed. For a young man who loves science, multi-universe, which is almost impossible to achieve, is now truly realized. Kind of shatters little Spider-Man's worldview. Steven, Peter is a good boy who loves to explore. It's normal to ask a few more questions. Lee Z smiled and patted the boy's shoulder to ease his embarrassment. However, little Spider-Man looks very social phobic on the outside, and if he gets acquainted or talks about a topic he likes, he speaks like a social student. And little Spider-Man in a mask is even more fearless. Except for Deadpool, there is really no superhero who can talk from the beginning of the battle to the end without any pause. Gwen, who was sleepy and yawning, looked at Peter speechlessly. She was sure this guy had nothing to do with the Peter of her own universe. Gwen, there is a place to rest downstairs. Do you want to go to sleep? Wanda noticed that Gwen's face was a little pale, and asked softly. Well, I'm going to sleep for a while. Gwen was so tired that she couldn't hold it anymore. She had superhuman physical fitness, but her eyelids would fight if she didn't rest for a long time. It's time for me to go back to Kamar-Taj too. Remember not to mess up the library, especially with your magic Spider-Man. Seeing that it was late, Steven drew out a dimension portal. Return to the ashram at the foot of the Himalayas. Moment. The library on the second floor fell into silence, and Gwen also went downstairs to sleep, and there were only 3 people left. Lee, Wanda, what do we do next? Peter asked expectantly. You take the compass and go to the underground hall to stay. If there is any movement, come up and let us know. Li Zi handed the magic compass into the boy's hands, and simply instructed. No problem. Peter was a little disappointed. He thought it would be exciting. As a result, everyone seemed to be busy with their own affairs, and most of them stayed in the library, instead of going to the front line as expected. Peter, I know you're going to be bored, but it's not that simple. What we need to do now is to get everything back on track as soon as possible. Wanda explained that she hadn't forgotten that she had to send the counterfeit back, and definitely couldn't let the counterfeit bring back her own Li. She will never allow that to happen. Alright. Peter knew the importance of the matter, so he had to go to the underground hall. Just go and have a look. Those imprisoned multi-universe visitors below. Maybe you can learn some interesting things from them. Kids just love thrills. Li Zi watched the boy disappear by the stairs, and smiled helplessly. That's why he became an Avenger, and Tony came to join him. Wanda stretched her waist, showing her delicate and white waist. I'm going to look for it in the library. Steven said that every holy place library is not simple. Maybe you can find it inside. To the answer. Actually, there are also magic spells about distorting reality in the Dark God book. Li Zi pondered, and the contents of the Dark Divine book appeared in his mind. But those costs are too high, and they may not be realized, so I still look for them in the library. I look to the left, you look to the right. Wanda pushed him and urged, go quickly. Li Zi didn't have any more hesitation. He had long wanted to see what ancient magics were stored in the Holy Place library. In this way, it is better to learn more from middle school, and to have multiple self-defense methods when necessary. After all, according to the system settings, as long as it is not originally from the system, then his exposed strength is not considered exposure. The Holy Place library in New York has a large area. Li Zi walked to the right area alone, and walked towards the deepest part. There were tall bookshelves lined with quaint books neatly arranged. The environment is very quiet, and the sound of the clock on the wall reverberates. 4 Seasons Technique? Li Zi found an ancient book and read the strange words on it. Interesting. He flipped through a few pages, and couldn't help but raise his corners slightly. As the name suggests, the 4 Seasons Technique can manipulate the 4 seasons of the year in reality, and can also manipulate the weather. It was used by Steven in the original book. But Steven couldn't grasp it and often made mistakes. The night before yesterday, when Li Zi came, he was learning the 4 Seasons Technique. Just as Li Zi was reading with his head down and walking out, a figure in front of him made him stop steps. He raised his head and was slightly taken aback. Which, didn't you go to the left? I'm coming to see you. Wanda's voice was a little cold and she reached out to grab his big hand. Her watery eyes were still alluring, and she looked at him the whole time. Li Zi met the witch's cold gaze, immediately recovered and threw her away, and took a few steps back. You are not my witch, you are Wanda from the multi-universe. My Li is smart, and he recognized it so quickly this time. When Wanda on the opposite side heard this, a charming and seductive smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The smile is full of charms, but last time you hugged me for a long time and didn't recognize it. What are you doing here? This is the holy place of Kamar-Taj, and the big magicians will find you anytime. Li Zi said in a deep voice. Kamar-Taj may seem weak, but the big magicians are not vegetarians. Are you worried about me? As Wanda spoke, she leaned over and said softly, don't worry, in another universe Kamar-Taj has already been bloodbathed by me. This sentence was clearly said softly, but the reply revealed a creepy chill. Leave me alone. Li Zi felt the familiar fragrance, but Wanda in front of her was not her own witch. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to push it away, and took a few steps back. However, the next second, Wanda in front of her disappeared, and a soft figure appeared behind her in an instant, and a pair of slender and soft hands hugged her tightly from behind. Li, can't you serve me? It's Wanda. Her eyes are very hurt. Since watching Li Zi leave last night, she has endured until this morning. Just now I really couldn't bear it anymore, so I came to the holy place. Wanda, I said I'm not that Li Zi. Li Zi really wanted to pull away the hand at his waist, but the witch's hug was too tight, and he could feel her sad mood swings. So he calmed down and comforted. Wanda, can you look forward? You said that to me when we first met, but I couldn't do it. Wanda's eyes were red. Lu Yi's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled and blurred. I already have a witch. Li Zi was helpless. Wanda's next words behind him made him cough uncontrollably. You can also have 2. Cough cough cough. Li Zi was a little confused by this sentence. 2 witches? The picture dare not imagine. I'm just kidding, Li, you can only be mine. Wanda noticed Li Zi's astonished expression, and changed her words coldly. You let me go first. Li Zi breathed a sigh of relief, and grabbed his hand with all his strength. The witch is also in the library, and she may come over at any time. If she sees this scene, it will definitely be the death Shira field. Hey, why do you feel the guilt of having an affair? Or with another witch? But at this moment, a faint voice came from behind. Li, who are you with there? Li, who were you there with? In an ancient book, I found out about. Wanda's voice and the sound of her high heels stomping on the ground kept approaching, but then her voice stopped abruptly, and she stared blankly at the two in front of her. The beautiful and delicate pretty face was stiff, and the watery eyes gradually turned cold. What are you doing? Witch, listen to my explanation. Li Zi turned his head to meet the gaze of the witch, and hurriedly pushed away the fake Wanda stuck to his body. Then he quickly took a few steps away and retreated to the witch. Can't you see it? The fake and glamorous Wanda is leaning on the bookshelf with loose hair slightly covering her pretty face with a relaxed and freehand style. Eyes like scarlet gemstones stared straight at the witch, and the slightly raised smile at the corner of her mouth was both provocative and charming. Witch, don't listen to her nonsense, I didn't have time to react when she suddenly appeared just now. Li Zi stood between the two, he didn't go directly behind the witch. Because he is a little worried about his own witch, he will not be able to control the conflict with the other party. Never underestimate what the witch will do after being jealous. Even when facing herself in the multi-universe, she will not show mercy. Li, I'm not stupid. The witch gave a blank stare speechlessly. I knew in my heart that with Li Zi's character, it was impossible for him to do that kind of thing. But when she thought of other women hugging Li, her heart felt sour. It seems that you have learned to be smart. Wanda on the opposite side smiled coldly. Do you still remember what I told you last time? Hearing this, the witch was taken aback for a moment, and the two, who seemed to have the same mind, immediately realized what the other was referring to. Her tone was a bit firm. You don't need to worry about our family's affairs, I can protect my minister by myself. Your family? Wanda on the opposite side had mockery in her eyes fell on Li Zi and she said softly, Li, that's not what you said when you hugged me just now. Li Zi standing between the two was a little confused. When did he say such a thing? He bumped into Wanda's affectionate gaze in a daze, and secretly complained in his heart. The counterfeit Wanda is actually a green tea witch. Too good at pretending. Li, come here for me. Wanda heard the sourness in her mouth, stepped forward and grabbed Li Zi and pulled her back. It's not that she's selfish and possessive. Now when I think of my Li being hugged by another witch, I feel very uncomfortable. Li Zi let the witch hold her left hand without resistance. It can be next second. His right hand was grabbed by another small hand that was also white and tender, and he held him tightly to prevent him from being pulled away. Sorry, no, it's a counterfeit Wanda, she hasn't crossed the heart with her fingertips. Wanda, let me warn you one last time, let go or I can't guarantee what will happen. Li Zi took a deep breath, previously forbearing that she was too similar to her own witch, and there was no enmity between them. And Wanda's life experience is very tragic, and she has feelings for him. That's why I didn't do anything, thinking about sending it back to my own universe. But the current situation seems a bit out of control. Do you really have the heart to lay hands on me? The glamorous Wanda didn't let go and didn't panic, looking at Li Zi in front of her with a complicated expression. The scarlet eyes glowed with a strange power. It touches people's hearts. That is the weirdness of the scarlet power, which can affect the minds of almost all creatures in the universe. You. Li Zi met her gaze, and a powerful force rushed straight to his heart, which disturbed him a little and softened his heart at the same time. Because the real thoughts in the other party's heart are all the truest emotions towards oneself. Li, get out of the way. At this moment, the voice of the witch Wanda came from behind, followed by a surge of scarlet light. Shining on the dimly lit library, the books on the bookshelves around were affected and trembled violently. It contains extremely terrifying power, so that the surrounding space is distorted, showing a twisted and broken shape. Some books on the bookshelf fell to the ground uncontrollably. Boom. Witch, calm down. Feeling this, Li Zi suddenly came back to his senses. He turned sideways quickly, and saw his own witch with a gloomy expression, spreading her 5 fingers and blasting out a magic beam. Sliding across in front of him, a beam of mighty energy swept through a violent gust of wind. Whoosh. The books on the bookshelves on both sides were instantly blown away, and ancient Japanese books were flying all over the sky. So can't help being funny. Wanda on the opposite side smiled coldly, and raised one arm to directly absorb the sweeping beam. Absorb magic. The witch was taken aback for a moment, and recognized that this move came from the Dark God book. You are not the only one who has practiced the Dark Divine book. The glamorous Wanda spoke indifferently, and then pushed with her palm. The original light beam was reflected, and this energy was even more powerful and terrifying. The strong wind that swept through made all the nearby books fly away. The tall and heavy bookshelves were overturned directly, and fell down row after row. Hey witch. Li Zi felt the scarlet prestige in the air, and before he could react, the beam of light had already passed by his eyes. The witch cancelled the light beam with a wave of her left hand, and a vortex suddenly appeared behind her, swallowing her and disappearing in place. In an instant, her figure appeared on the side, and with a wave of her right hand, the scarlet chain condensed out of thin air, hitting myself with force. But the counterfeit Wanda seemed to have guessed it a long time ago. With a slight lift of his left hand, his icy eyes flashed red. A layer of light red mist was instantly pulled up in front of him, blocking the incoming chains. Hateful. The witch bit her red lips lightly, her face was full of stubbornness, and her left hand gathered the scarlet calendar. Blast out the beam again. Why? Fake Wanda is not surprised, she is aware of the stubbornness in her heart. Raise your right hand to block with red light. Boom. At the moment of the collision, a terrifying power burst out. The scarlet tornado is raging. The lights in the library flickered for a while, and some bulbs couldn't withstand the impact, and suddenly shattered. You guys stop now. Li Zi looked at the messy library and quickly stood between the two of them. Prevent them from continuing to do things without saying a word. You know, before Stephen left, he had told him not to mess up the library, but he had only been gone for less than half an hour, and the place was almost destroyed. You help me, or help her? Asked the glamorous Wanda. I think you'd better calm down. Everyone has no grievances and no enmity, why bother to make such a fuss? Li Zi breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the fake and glamorous Wanda, with a serious look on his brows. It wasn't that he just stood by and watched. But just a few shots ago, he felt that Wanda from the multi-universe might have surpassed the performance in the original Doctor Strange 2. But she didn't kill her own witch. This made Li Zi puzzled. Li, if you don't help me, I understand how you feel, but don't stop me. The witch said she understood, but her expression was very displeased. So the words were just finished. Whoosh. She disappeared in place in an instant, and when she turned her head, a figure entwined with scarlet light appeared on the other side of her head, and the red light in her eyes was full of anger. Next second, the library, which had finally been calm for a moment, fell into chaos again. The battle of the magician is usually dazzling. This is very suitable for the two witches. The space is already filled with bright red light in just one breath. Accompanied by the condensed objects of various magical energies, such as wings, sharp swords, devil's claws, and the roar brought about by summoning techniques. The whole building was shaking violently. The bookshelves of the library had all been shattered, and books were piled up like mountains, some of which were torn. Fortunately, with the energy protection of the holy place, the building can withstand the devastation. If it were any other ordinary building, it would have collapsed long ago. In the chaotic scene, Li Zi couldn't find a chance to enter the arena. After all, the two look exactly the same and it is easy to make mistakes. In addition, having been with the witch for so long, it was the first time that Li Zi saw the witch so angry. After all, even he couldn't persuade him, so he should know how angry the witch was. At the moment in midair at this moment. You are too weak, how can you protect Li like this? The glamorous Wanda blocked the next attack lightly. Shaking his head, his eyebrows revealed disappointment. Don't worry about it. When the witch heard this again, she felt a little suffocated. Since yesterday, the words of myself, and the heart-piercing pain felt by myself, have been lingering in my heart. Perhaps this is also a kind of empathy. She is very worried about what happened to herself, and it will happen to her again. Sure. Wanda asked back, seeming to have seen through all her thoughts. As the saying goes, if you know yourself in the enemy, you will win 100 battles, not to mention facing someone who is almost the same as you. Nature knew her well. The glamorous Wanda said again, don't you want to know how he got away? Will you tell me? The witch's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, carefully observing the expression on my face. As long as she lied, she would not jump her eyes. Won't. Wanda looked at the innocent self, seemed to find it interesting, and smiled slightly. You. The witch was so angry that the two peaks were ups and downs. Obviously the other party didn't say anything. But just angry. Hey, you or me from before, too innocent and too weak. Be optimistic about this technique and understand it well. At this time, Wanda on the opposite side had endlessly intertwined scarlet energies emerging from both hands, entangled to form a large net covering the spacious library. Following that, huge amounts of nets dropped suddenly, and at the same time, there was a huge coercion in the space. The second floor also shook suddenly, crumbling. The strong sense of oppression made the witch's pretty face turn pale. She felt a power far beyond her own, which also came from the magic spell in the Dark God book. But I am like a beginner in front of the other party. There is no way to fight back. The moment the huge net fell, it seemed to cover the sky and the earth at the same time. Enough. At this time, a cold voice came. Followed by a cloud of black mist rolling up like a tide, the black aura condensed into a vast black dragon in an instant. Surrounded by bursts of black aura abruptly shattering huge amounts of magic net. Huge amounts of momentum force the caster to fall backwards uncontrollably. Dive into the pile of books. Plum. The witch turned her head and saw that the person who shot was Li Zi. She immediately ran towards the man in shock like a child who had found shelter. It made you disobedient, now you know you are afraid? Li Zi pinched the witch's pretty pale face, her eyes full of distress. Who told you not to help me? The witch lowered her head and replied weakly. I told you to calm down, it's because you all look the same, and I can't tell the difference when you fight. Li Zi couldn't help complaining. You even have the same clothes. And the same moves. She learned how to dress from me. The witch was talking. Ahem. The pile of books was lifted and the counterfeit Wanda staggered a few steps and walked out from it, her face showing surprise. Li, you are stronger than him. He wasn't referring to the witch, but another Li Zi. So you also know that I am not him. Li Zi said in a deep voice. He didn't continue to do it, because it was definitely not Wanda's full strength just now, a witch who was infinitely close to the single universe. Combat performance is not that weak. Li Zi wasn't even sure if he was the witch's opponent. I know you are not him. I can put aside the past and start over with you, can't you give me a chance? Wanda took a deep breath, trying her best to restrain her red eyes. Sorry, I already have a witch. Li Zi shook his head, and at the same time felt the witch's hand holding her relax a little. Like a sigh of relief. You know I can kill her and let the world have only one witch. Wanda's glamorous temperament, those devastated eyes, when she said these words, the temperature of the surrounding space seemed to drop suddenly. Without waiting for the gloomy Li Zi to answer, Wanda continued. But I didn't, so think about what I said earlier. The words fell. Her whole body was engulfed by the scarlet mist, and she disappeared in place in an instant. Li, what did she mean? The witch wondered. It's not a good thing. Li Zi shook his head, intending to put that ridiculous thought behind him. It's ridiculous. Actually, she's not a bad person, is she? She has never made a death move. During the fight, she has been teaching me and letting me understand. Wanda frowned. Recalling the confrontation just now, she knew in her heart that the gap between them seemed to be a huge gap. Has been humbly, and reminded from time to time. Who knows what she's thinking? I'm a little confused about her thoughts. Li Zi looked at the messy library and was a little silent. HMPH, you haven't even figured out what's on my mind. You're still thinking about other people's minds. The witch gave him a blank look and said very dissatisfied. Indeed, I seem to be one step away from getting to know you thoroughly. With a smirk on the corner of Li Zi's mouth, he rubbed her head vigorously. What last step? Is that what I meant? Don't distort my meaning, please. After hearing this, Wanda's face suddenly turned red. She has been with this guy for so long, and now she can guess a lot of things as long as he a word. Okay, I saw it. Let's restore the library first, it will be terrible if Steven sees it. Seeing that the witch blushed and stopped teasing her, Li Zi looked around at the horrific library, almost unable to see the original appearance. Not many bookshelves are complete. Just when he was thinking about which technique to use to recover. Next to Wanda's fragrant and soft body, she leaned forward slightly. Li. What? Seeing her lowering her head, Li Zi was a little puzzled. I think we can take the final step. Wanda clenched her fingers, said while biting her pink lips. Real? Now? I'm going to book a hotel right now. Li Zi was stunned for a second, and surprise appeared on his face. Definitely not now. Wanda's pretty face was flushed, and her earlobes were dyed extremely pink and red. This guy has been waiting for this. Can this kind of thing be done during the day? Bah. I was led astray by Lee. Now was not the time to think about such things. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and said, let's finish dealing with the multi-universe first. I don't want to be interrupted by that day. Why did you say that all of a sudden? Lee Z is not in a hurry, anyway. The matter of the multi-universe is not a big deal. It won't take long to fix it. Now he was more concerned about why the witch suddenly became enlightened. That's what I said. Can you stop asking? Ask again, and I will take back what I just said. Wanda is speechless and shy, and can ask such straight men's questions. I won't ask. Let's restore the library first. Lee, are you sure you don't want to recover? Definitely yes. I read in a book that there is magic to restore objects. As long as the destruction is not complete, it can be restored. When did you learn it? Just now. I accidentally caught a glimpse of the technique, and then I learned it. Wanda. The messy library, the damaged ancient books piled up like a mountain. Any disciple downstairs who came up to take a look would be stunned by this scene. Whoosh. Try this recovery technique. With a push of Lee Z's hands, the white light of Japanese stocks illuminates the entire library. Looming incantations emerged, filling the entire surrounding space, destroyed bookshelves, and scattered ancient books. All are bathed in light beams, possessing magical powers, recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally intact as before. Seeing that all of these books had been restored, Wanda exclaimed in amazement on her pretty face, and said enviously, Lee, your magic ability is really strong. Speaking of this, I remembered that Lee Z said before that he has extraordinary abilities, but this guy always learns a trick every time at a glance. That's what I'm looking at. Lee Z stretched his waist, and the light from the restored light bulb above his head shone on his handsome face, which, you'd better practice the dark divine book first. After all, through the battle between the own witch and the fake Wanda just now, it is obvious that they did not have the slightest advantage. That Wanda from the multi-universe is obviously infinitely close to the single universe, and has already grasped the true power in the dark divine book. I'm very hard-working, learning every day. Wanda muttered, but she paid much attention to it in her heart. Especially when thinking back to the battle with myself, not only did the other party always have the upper hand, but the distance between the two of them was literally hundreds of thousands of miles away. She was really worried that Lee Z would be snatched away. What's the matter? Your complexion is not very good. Lee Z found that she was a little absent-minded, and asked softly. No, I just thought that the counterfeit hugged you just now. Wanda's faint eyes fell on Lee Z. You can't blame me, she hugged me forcibly, and you came here just as she was about to resist. Lee Z couldn't laugh or cry when she saw the witch's jealous face. Lee, we will never be apart. Wanda's voice was tired and soft, slightly hoarse, and her soft body was paralyzed on Lee Z like a sloth. Lee Z didn't say much, and rubbed the witch's head. Needless to say about this kind of thing, as long as it is proved by practical actions. It's almost noon, I'm so hungry, does anyone want some? At this time, from the corridor outside, the voice of little Spider-Man Peter came. Lee Z and Wanda separated, looked at each other, and said, let's go, I'm hungry too. Good. Wanda and Lee Z left the library. Before leaving, don't forget to look back. After checking the restored library, I was relieved to make sure that everything had been restored to its original state without any trace of damage. As a very strict person, Stephen would probably fight Lee Z desperately if he knew that his library had narrowly escaped death. After the two came out, they saw Peter, who was staying in the corridor. He took off his battlesuit and was wearing a casual long-sleeved autumn suit. Peter, I thought all spiders would hunt on their own. Lee Z joked. I think so too, but I lost my school bag this morning, and I don't have money to order takeaway. Peter spread his hands and felt helpless. He is a minor and does not have a bank card, so he cannot buy things online. Not to mention ordering takeout. Unlucky child, give birth downstairs. Lee Z knows that little Spider-Man often has the habit of losing his school bag, because he often transforms anytime and anywhere, and his backpack is often damaged during battles. But he didn't continue this topic. He was afraid that little Spider-Man's talkative personality would nagging himself to death. When we arrived at the underground hall of the holy place, the space was particularly cold and dark, and there was a burst of snoring, which continued to rise and fall. It's noon, we want to order takeaway, what do you guys want to eat? Lee Z walked up to the magic cage and glanced at several people. Pizza. I want to try the multi-universe pizza. What's the difference from the one over there? When Eddie heard that he was finally able to eat, his kidney deficiency instantly stood up with energy. I'll have chocolate, or a head and liver or something. That lizard looks good. I didn't even know that you humans could also hybridize rice with lizards. The raucous voice of Venom in the head is constantly noisy. It needs to compensate for the phenylethylamine, and it needs to eat a lot of times a day. Already hungry. Shut up, Venom. Eddie shook his head vigorously and cursed secretly. See. Lee Z smiled, understanding what it was like to live with a parasite in his body. But Green Goblin didn't speak, and his mind was always on the conversation of the previous few people. At that time, after he was arrested, he learned that this was another universe, which was somewhat different from the original universe. For a scientist, the entire worldview will be shattered. Can't go back, that also means, stay here forever. What about you? Lee Z asked others again. I will eat whatever you eat, I am not picky. Dr. Lizard shook his head. A simple sentence reveals his indifference to food. To be honest, I didn't expect to see dinosaurs, and you are much better looking than I imagined. At least you are not picky eaters. Peter, who was in charge of recording, became interested, looked at Dr. Lizard and joked. You'd better keep your mouth respectful, or... Dr. Lizard stared at the young year, and exhaled hot air from his nose. Peter said less. Lee Z tugged Peter speechlessly. This guy was a bit outspoken, no wonder the villains didn't like his talkativeness. Before I came to this universe, I also knew a Peter, but that person was not you. At this time, Dr. Lizard looked at little Spider-Man and said such a sentence inexplicably. Could it be that I from other universes are friends with you? Peter is interested again, and now he wants to know about other universes. That's right. Dr. Lizard nodded. What's the difference between him and me? He can also swing on a swing and wear pajamas. You know they called me Pajama Boy at first. It doesn't matter. Now I'm called Spider-Man. Peter pressed. You talk too much nonsense. Dr. Lizard frowned and didn't answer the other party's question. Sure enough, he is a fighter among chatterboxes. Lee Z shook his head helplessly. Young people are energetic. I think Peter is very good. I also like him to be like Peter for our future children. Wanda on the side said slowly. Which, are you starting to think about the sex life after marriage? The corner of Lee Z's mouth raised a smirk, and he reached out to lift the witch's snow-white shin. Hurry up and order takeaway, I'm starving to death. Wanda blushed and shook his hand away. After ordering takeaway, the witch sat aside, staring at the incomplete spells on the ancient stone wall in a daze. Peter kept chattering with Dr. Lizard, and Eddie interrupted from time to time. The doctor, who was originally gentle, has now been turned into a violent irritant. Lee Z looked at several people and thought that since Green Goblin and Dr. Lizard are here, it seems that the appearance of the first and second generation Spider-Man cannot be avoided, and the three insects cannot be avoided. Thinking about this problem before you know it, the takeaway has already been delivered to your door. Several people quickly shared the food. Lee Z bought an extra bag of chocolates for Eddie. He was worried that the venom would go crazy and eat Eddie's brain. Lee, what is this? Wanda looked at the white sticky food and couldn't help frowning. You guessed it, it tastes very sweet. Lee Z used a spoon to randomly stir the food on the plate and pulled it into sticky strips, showing a smile. Lee, I want to bite you to death, good food, and you make it so strange. Seeing the smile on Lee Z's face, Wanda immediately reacted, her youthful and pretty face flushed, and the previous few times images appeared in her mind. Which? Where are you thinking again? Are you just thinking wildly? Lee Z couldn't laugh or cry, and the witch wanted to give up again. He had no choice but to spread his hands, pointing to the food on the plate. This stuff is called lotus root starch. It contains very little sugar, and is very suitable for women to eat, but it usually needs to be soaked in hot water before eating. HMPH, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't think wrongly, my thoughts are polluted by you. Wanda touched her hot earlobe, feeling ashamed. The first floor of Holy Place, after lunch. There was a trace of satisfaction on everyone's face. Bathed in sunlight, reflected through the window, it seems to contain magic power, making people's eyelids soft and drowsy. Birds chirped and a breeze brushed everyone's cheeks. At this time, it is suitable for sleeping. Eat and drink enough, it's time to sleep. Talking. Lee Z took Wanda's soft hand and walked towards the lounge. The Holy Place has a dedicated lounge and even a matching bathroom, which can basically meet the needs of life and have everything you need every day. After all, Steven lived here almost all year round. If there were no living facilities, he would have to open the dimensional portal to find a place to pee when he went to the toilet. Imagine a big magician opening portals just to go to the toilet. Lee, you just had a full meal, don't you plan to digest it? Wanda rubbed her belly, it was not suitable for sleep after eating. Digestion. How do you want to digest? Lee Z turned around, her handsome face approached, and the corners of her mouth that were carved like a knife raised. There are many ways to digest. Go to hell. What are you so obsessed with? Wanda opened her mouth to show her canine teeth, and bit down hard on the man's hand. It can be next second. A thick hand pinched her chin, lifted it up suddenly, and her soft body was lightly lifted up. Back against the wall. Huh? Before the witch could react, the man had already kissed her. Lips are instantly moisturized, lingering. Her watery eyes widened, and she felt the heat from the tip of each other's noses, and after a while, her body limply surrendered. For a long time, they didn't part until her pink lips were wet and rosy. Call. Wanda touched her wet lips and licked her pink tongue. Witch, can you stop tempting me? Lee Z swallowed. The witch really didn't know how charming and alluring her inadvertent action was. Go aside. Because of being baptized, Wanda's words sounded weak, but on the contrary, she seemed to be acting like a spoiled child, stirring people's hearts. No, witch, you are so attractive that I will stick to you forever. Seeing how cute the witch is, Lee Z picked her up and walked into the lounge. Smelling the faint fragrance in front of his nose, he felt that there was nothing more comfortable than sleeping with a witch who was as soft as jade in his arms. Wanda didn't resist. She had been on the train last night, she was already very sleepy, she was held in the arms of the man, and fell asleep peacefully after a while. Afternoon. While asleep, there was a hasty knock on the door. Lee Z opened his eyes first, and looked at Wanda who was sleeping next to him. For without waking her up, she puts on her shoes and opens the door to find Peter Parker. Peter. Why are you here? Lee, I found a big thing, the magic compass has moved. Peter's voice was not loud but excited, and it was immediately introduced into the room. What's the matter? Wanda, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up, with sleepy eyes, yawning and rubbing her eyes, and walked to Lee Z's side. Wanda, the magic compass has moved. Peter excitedly repeated it again. Take us to have a look. Hearing this, Wanda, who was still a little sleepy, became much more energetic. Subsequently, the three of them went downstairs to the underground hall, and there were bursts of humming in the at-the-moment hall, and they could hear the movement inside even standing in the dark passage. Look. Peter stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction ahead. Lee Z and the other two took advantage of the situation and found that Nuoda's hall was emitting a subtle light, which was not caused by lights. It was emitted by the compass placed on the table, and the pointer inside kept vibrating, but what is certain is that the amplitude of the shaking is not very large, and it points in one direction. The compass points the direction. Lee Z suddenly remembered that Steven said earlier that the direction pointed by the pointer is the phenomenon of fluctuations in reality. In this way, it means that someone has entered the universe again. The fluctuation of the compass means that people from the multi-universe have entered again. Wanda naturally knows this too. If the people from the multi-universe are evil people and cannot be dealt with in time, there will be more troubles in the future. At that time, it will be quite difficult to control the situation. Lee, let me go, I can help you. At this time, Eddie, who was imprisoned, heard the conversation of several people, and couldn't bear the loneliness anymore, and wanted to go out and fight. Eddie, you should stay here, I can't let you out. Lee Z waved his hand, expressing regret. Why? Aren't we trustworthy? No, if you go, it may cause greater turmoil, or even other accidents, which are common occurrences. In order to avoid accidents, it is better for you to stay here. After Lee Z finished speaking, he ignored Eddie, he didn't want to let him out, and cause other troubles. Besides, looking at it now, he reckons there are many more multi-universe visitors messing with this reality. Suddenly, he inadvertently glanced at the sleeping figure. Has that guy been sleeping until now? Well, if he wasn't breathing. As he spoke, Peter lowered his voice and made a gesture of wiping his neck. I thought he. Stop talking nonsense, both of you, and hurry up. Wanda urged. The two of them no longer hesitated, and immediately set off in the direction of the pointer. I wanted to call Gwen, but considering that she hadn't rested all day and night, I didn't go to wake her up. Soon, the three of them went to the place where the reality fluctuated together. It was located in the remote suburbs of New York, where the land was sparsely populated, and there were no villages or shops in front of them. There was only one railroad track running through the woods, lined with electric poles on both sides. The needle on the compass is not moving. I'll take a look around. Peter left a sentence, put on the hood, and jumped up. White and hard cobwebs were emitted from both wrists, and the whole person was hung on the pole. Then he began to wander back and forth on several high-altitude telephone poles, looking around, but found nothing unusual. Lee, nothing unusual has been found nearby. Hear this. Lee Z put his eyes on the compass, and the pointer inside remained the same as before, and he didn't find anything unusual. Lee, could it be that Steven's spell has deviated? Wanda took a closer look and frowned slightly. I don't think it should be. Steven's spell has always been very effective. Maybe we haven't found it yet. After all, Lee Z found a pile of sand and stones on the grass not far away, and walked straight over. The place where the pile of sand and stones appeared was too abrupt. A supervillain could not help appearing in his mind. Suddenly the next second, he moved his eyes away from the sand and stones, and suddenly looked in a certain direction. What's wrong? Wanda also noticed Lee Z's gaze and looked over. It seems that something is approaching, but at this moment, Peter, spider telepathy, was hanging on the pole, and it was too late to react. Boom. The electric pole instantly emits a huge electric current. He was caught off guard by the electric shock and fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, the electric currents on both sides of the pole erupted with terrifying electric current, forming a human form. This human form is covered by the electric current, and the dazzling light shines nearby. Lee Z stared at the man in front of him. He recognized that it was the supervillain Electric Man in the second generation of Spider-Man. Telephone pole center. A human figure gradually formed, and the powerful electric current energy supported him to stand in midair. He is tall and burly, with a dark complexion, wearing electrician uniforms, and his eyes are shining with a ray of golden light, which is reflected by the surrounding electric current. ZZZ. The electric light man just stood there, and the thick trees around were scorched black by the electricity. On all the electric poles, the originally surging electric current was quickly absorbed by the electric man at this moment. Not only the utility poles, but all the electrical equipment nearby were completely cut off by this force at almost the same time. The golden electric light emanating from his body flickered extremely brightly, and there were bursts of sonic booms in the air. Obviously, with the charging of electricity, this powerful energy becomes more and more majestic. Peter, with his hands on the ground, looking in amazement. He didn't know this person, but he could feel the terrifying electric current mixed with him. There is a sizzling sound in the ear, which is endless. Lee, this guy looks so strong. Peter stood up, patted the dust off his body, and sighed. Knowing that it was nonsense, Lee Z didn't answer his question, and his eyes stayed on Electron. At this time, Wanda reminded aloud, Peter, quickly use the spell on the compass. It can transfer super ability users to the cage in the underground hall of the holy place. Steven said a magic spell on the compass before, but anyone or anything hit would be sent to the underground hall of the holy place by that spell. Hear this. Lee Z seemed to think of something, and suddenly turned his head to look at Peter next to him, trying to stop Peter, but unfortunately he was a step too late. Reminded by Wanda, Peter decisively raised the compass, aiming at the electric man directly in front of him. A golden light shot out. Bang! That golden light was about to hit the electro-optical man accurately. But the next second, the golden light that shot out was directly bounced away by some kind of force, and changed direction along with the ballistic trajectory, hitting the big tree not far away. With a bang, the entire tree was teleported back and disappeared. At that time, New York holy place. Eddie and Venom, who were imprisoned, sensed an inexplicable energy emerging. Boom. Before he could react, he saw a big tree growing next door and fell heavily on the ground. The two looked at each other. What happened? Eddie, this is what will happen if you don't take us. It should be difficult for them now. Shut your stinking mouth, Venom. Forget that you were scared to death before. At the same time, New York suburbs. On the telegraph pole, Yu Guangren stared at several people not far away with his eyes. Immediately enraged, he lifted his palms, and the extremely terrifying lightning gathered in his palms, making a sizzling sound, and blasted towards Lee Z and the others with two violent lightnings. Careful. Feel this monstrous and terrifying electric light. Lee Z immediately pulled Wanda and dodged aside. Seeing that the situation was not good, Peter shot out the cobweb and jumped towards the safe place. Gift crab. But he didn't even have time to complain. Another majestic electric light energy directly bombarded his position. The other parties seemed to be targeting Peter. There was no other way, so Peter had no choice but to keep jumping and dodging, not daring to underestimate this terrifying lightning. Although he was uninjured, the surrounding trees were destroyed by the blast of lightning. They burst open instantly, and scattered wood chips splashed in different corners. Seeing Peter dodging all the time, the electric man was even more furious, and his eyes looked at the cable not far away. Immediately came to the front, grabbed it vigorously. The energy in the cable was crazily absorbed, a steady stream of constantly electric current, and quickly poured into his body. The lightning that had been consumed a lot before became abundant again. This is the scary thing about Electroman, who can absorb electricity infinitely and store electricity for himself. When it reaches a certain level, physical strength and speed will increase explosively. Absorbing a large amount of electric energy, a majestic electric power surged out of Electroman's palm again, forming an astonishingly powerful shockwave, chasing and killing Peter in the direction he was running. Little Spider-Man is in trouble, we have to find a way to save him. Lee, Peter will be fine. Wanda gave Lee Z a reassuring look, and shouted at the little Spider-Man who was running away, Peter, don't go too far, run to my side. Little Spider-Man heard it, launched the cobweb instantly, turned around, and flew directly towards Wanda. See. Wanda has no hesitation. Both hands are raised, facing the front, a scarlet beam of light condenses in the palm of the hand. Seeing that the electro-optical man is chasing after him and is about to arrive. Boom. Wanda's beam of light blasted towards the opponent's front door at the fastest speed almost at the same time. Like a shooting star in the dark night across the sky. However, just when he thought that the beam of light had hit. But he never thought that the electro-optic man had no intention of stopping, and raised his hands slightly, like an endless black hole, absorbing all the scarlet beams in an instant. Wanda's expression moved slightly, she was a little surprised. Could it be that his strength has weakened a lot? Lee Z, who was standing behind him, also saw this scene. His heart was shocked, and he couldn't help complaining. What the hell, not only was he not injured, but he even evolved. You know, Wanda's strength has reached a certain level. Even so, it still couldn't do any harm to the electric man from the multi-universe in front of him. The most important thing is that with the evolution of the electro-optical man, his appearance has also become much more handsome. Under the brief interruption of the witch, Peter successfully ran over. Even so, the figure of electro-optical man was approaching, and the three of them were not given much time to think. Seeing this, Wanda raised her hand and pushed forward vigorously, condensing into a magic shield that radiated golden light and protected the three of them. The magic shield has just been condensed. The electro-optical man wields terrifying reddish lightning bolts, and bombards them directly towards the position of the three of them. Bang bang bang. There are layers of ripples around the magic shield, which cannot be broken easily. Peter, who was hiding behind him, put his hands on his knees, panted heavily, and was a little puzzled. Lee, what's going on? Why doesn't the compass work? Lee Z looked at him and explained. No, Steven's spells are only effective for entities. Right now, Electroman is not an entity, but an electric current, so it doesn't have the effect of teleportation. Obviously, Steven's ability is not good, and the spells on the compass have not really been perfected. Lee Z complained in his heart. After all, he took the compass from Peter. The left hand glows with a faint gleam that wraps around the entire compass. This scene caught the eyes of the two of them. Peter leaned closer, a little puzzled. Lee, what are you doing? Didn't you say that the compass is useless to Electro? Lee Z ignored him, but continued to use the brilliance of the technique to its incomparable brilliance. Wanda, who was releasing the magic shield, had emotion in her eyes. Lee, you seem to have realized another layer of magic meaning. Not long after. Lee Z completed the spell on the compass, held the compass steadily, walked out in diameter, and was about to leave the range of the protective cover. Peter wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Lee Z raised the hand holding the compass, and suddenly shot out a golden light, which shuttled through countless electric lights, and immediately hit the body of the electric man. Swish. With the golden light hitting, the electro-optic man disappeared in place and was sent away in an instant. Those thunderbolts also disappeared without a trace. The originally fierce bombing also became silent at this moment. It was as if everything just now had never happened. My God, Lee, how? How did you do it? Peter was surprised, and dragged his tired body to Lee Z's side. Isn't the compass dead? Previously, he was a compass controlled by himself, and there was no mistake. With a big wave of Wanda's hand, the magic shield dissipated, and he explained as he walked, He was perfecting the spell on the compass just now, so he was able to completely send that electric man away. Li Zi nodded and agreed. The witch is right, and Steven is not paying attention. The spell on the compass is not perfect at all, otherwise, how can it be so easy to send Electron away? Although he successfully sent Electron away, Li Zi couldn't help complaining about Stedu again. After hearing this, Peter's eyes under the mask widened. Li, you can also do magic? Say this sentence. I felt a little aggrieved. Steven said earlier that learning magic requires ability, but the other party taught Li Zi instead of himself. Li Zi rolled his eyes at him and ignored his words. However, at this time, Wanda took a glance from the corner of her eye and found that they had sent Electron away, but the compass in Li Zi's hand actually showed that there were fluctuations here. Li, look here. Huh? Li Zi looked at the compass and found that there were still abnormal fluctuations on the compass. Could it be that besides Electron, there are other visitors from the multi-universe? Let me search and see. Peter also noticed abnormal fluctuations, put away his emotions just now, put his right hand on his left, and called up the eye program of the battlesuit. A small azure blue screen appeared, full of a sense of technology. With a light touch, a series of red lights began to reflect nearby, like spider telepathy, quickly spread out in all directions. Li Zi walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and shook his head. Peter, don't bother, people are right under our feet. After hearing this sentence, Wanda and Peter looked at their feet in doubt. Suddenly, the next second, the sand under his feet bulged suddenly and began to transform into a human shape. The nearby sandstones are like a suction cup, agglomerating one by one, and the huge body is also revealed at this moment. Before the two could react, when they looked down, they were already at a high point. What exactly is going on? Peter was so frightened that his feet were a little unsteady. Immediately afterwards, the huge body kept shaking, trying to throw the three of them away, but unfortunately failed. Raising its fist like a meteorite from the sky, it slammed at the three of them like a violent storm. They reacted extremely quickly, jumped lightly, and sailed to the rear almost at the same time. It seems that this huge monster isn't all that bad. Peter teased, and turned to look at Li Zi. Li, how did you find out about it? Li Zi ignored Peter, a talkative boy. Instead, he cast his eyes and found that the behemoth in front of him is actually a super-villain, Sandman. But he soon felt relieved. The electric men all appeared, and Sandman followed closely, as if there was nothing strange about it. Sandman turned around slowly, his eyes containing sand grains scanned the three of them, and opened his mouth the moment he saw Peter. Peter, what happened to that guy emitting lightning just now? Sandman's lips and teeth were slightly parted, and his eyes fell directly on little Spider-Man. It just turned into a pile of sand and witnessed the scene just now. Peter, you have to give an explanation. Wanda looked at Peter suspiciously. She was a little puzzled by this sentence. Peter noticed the other person's gaze, and helplessly spread his hands. I don't know this guy. Or the other person mistook me. Under the mask, Peter looked dazed. After Sandman listened, he also realized that this was not the Peter he knew. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he slammed into the opponent with a heavy fist made of sand. Want to smash the opponent to death? My God. Peter's spider telepathy was triggered, predicted in advance, the whole person dodged, and couldn't help complaining. Dude. Why did I get beaten up by two people in succession? Do you have any grudges? The voice fell. There were bursts of sonic booms in the air. Peter turned his head and found that the fist was swiped in an instant, without giving him the slightest chance. No way. Peter jumped back and forth in the air to dodge. Every time Sandman dropped the heavy hammer, the ground trembled a little, like a spiderweb, and quickly tore apart in all directions. Dust and smoke rose everywhere, gravel splashed, and the surrounding trees, under Sandman's swing, became dilapidated. Li, Ting Ting, have a solution. Peter, who kept dodging, didn't forget to shout to the rear. Bang. As soon as the words fell, another heavy punch fell straight down, almost sleeping Peter into a meatloaf. Peter knew that he couldn't continue to dodge like this. To fight back. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can sustain it forever. Seizing the opportunity, Peter launched many cobwebs to the sides with both hands, pulled hard, and a huge net was instantly completed. Sandman approached, took a slow step forward, and was decisively knocked down by the big net. Boom. The huge body fell heavily forward from bottom to top, a big hole was smashed into the ground, and dust and smoke rose from the sky. For a moment, after a moment of chasing, there was a brief silence. Just as Peter was about to take a closer look, the huge body began to surge. Before he could stand up, a fist wrapped in sand rushed towards his face, and instantly smashed into Peter's face. Spider telepathy was triggered again, and Peter was keenly aware of it, ready to raise his hand to block Sandman's fist. Not far away, Lee Z raised his hand slightly, and the compass began to rotate crazily, and a golden beam burst out, hitting Sandman's body instantly. Like the previous Electron Man, the huge body disappeared in place, and he was sent back directly. Seeing this, Peter sighed, magic is amazing. At this time, Lee Z noticed something strange, looked at the compass in his hand, and the pointer inside turned again. Lee, what's the matter with you? Wanda looked at Lee Z, saw that his expression was not right, so she moved closer. Lee Z stared at the pointer on the compass and frowned. It seems that there are too many guests in this universe. New York City area. In the dark alley, 3 figures slowly walked out of the scarlet light. It should be around here. Lee Z was walking in the front with a magic compass in his hand, and the pointer on it was still spinning crazily. Buzz. Next second, the pointer seemed to lock the target, and instantly pointed to the busy road ahead. During working hours in the afternoon, there were not many people on the road, and the streets looked a little empty and cold. Boom. Suddenly the entire ground collapsed instantly, a huge deep pit was sunken, water gushed out, and huge and hard mechanical tentacles slammed into the road. Piece by piece of disintegrated rubble, turned against all directions. Sure enough, it's still a big guy. Peter's heart was shocked, he immediately became vigilant, and stepped back. He didn't want to continue to experience the previous encounter. Interesting. Standing in front of him, Lee Z squinted his eyes slightly, saw the mechanical tentacles, and already guessed the identity of the other party in his heart. At this time, the compass in his hand trembled violently again, and he subconsciously clenched it tightly. Is there anyone else? The increased vibration of the compass meant that someone was nearby. Lee, someone has come out. Wanda tugged at him with a dignified expression, her slightly open hand ready to fight. Click. At the moment, I saw a figure slowly crawling out of the cracked surface, as if it was a demon from hell. The road that was originally quite small was instantly shattered by several mechanical tentacles. This person appeared in the line of sight of the 3, dressed in black leather, wearing a pair of sunglasses, his sharp eyes, like a cold-blooded killer. It was clearly visible that those mechanical tentacles all came from the mechanical backpack behind him. A man in red clothes was strangled by a mechanical tentacle. The man's face was in pain, and his hands were constantly struggling. Hiss. Standing behind Peter, his eyes fell on the red figure, and his scalp felt numb. Spider telepathy triggers, but the person makes him react strangely. Because the vision is a bit blurred, I walk a little closer to the front. Gift crab. That's a Spider-Man. Peter shook his head, and when he saw the man's appearance clearly, the eyes on the mask widened a lot, and he said loudly in surprise. It does look familiar. Lee Z next to him could also see clearly that the man full of mechanical tentacles was Dr. Octopus. And the person in his hand was wearing a Spider-Man battlesuit. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Peter, it seems to be a Spider-Man. On the street in the distance. Dr. Octopus heard the movement, looked to one side, and found a Spider-Man standing by the side of the street, and his eyes fell on the struggling Spider-Man again. Can't help frowning slightly in doubt. He has a very strange feeling. Hey. Big Octopus, look at me. Spider-Man, who was suddenly strangled by him, spit out the cobweb from the wrist launcher, broke free from the shackles of the tentacles and swung to a high place. Looking at Dr. Octopus, he turned his head and saw the 3 people standing in place, waving his big hand. Get out, it's very dangerous here. Is talking. Whoosh, Peter. Several tentacles of Dr. Octopus swung violently, and sonic booms passed through the air. Dude, I don't know you at all, don't be so resentful. Spider-Man spat out the cobweb again, and quickly dodged to the other side. Peter, you will pay dearly for your actions. Dr. Octopus was chasing after him, smashing the building with his mechanical tentacles, picking up a few hard rocks, and throwing them to the front. There may be a misunderstanding between us, can we sit down and talk? Spider-Man was busy dodging left and right, looking backward from time to time. My heart is full of question marks. He didn't know the guy at all. How could duel attack him? Bang. With multiple mechanical tentacles, Dr. Octopus crawls quickly on roadside buildings, perfectly replicating Spider-Man's crawling ability. Movement speed becomes faster and faster. During the process, countless huge flying stones were thrown towards Spider-Man accurately one after another. Those flying stones missed Spider-Man and hit the cars parked on the side of the road one after another. Bang bang bang. The hoods of some cars were smashed to pieces, while others caused the vehicles to explode instantly, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gasoline. The whistle sounded continuously, like a complicated musical instrument. The raging fire began to annihilate everything around. In the middle of the dark road, a dazzling flame rose instantly. Still chasing me? Spider-Man glanced back again, suddenly feeling miserable. Jump onto a large truck, launch the cobweb and prepare to fight back. Ah. Seeing this, Dr. Octopus raised the corners of his mouth under the sunglasses slightly. Control 2 mechanical tentacles, speed up, like 2 poisonous snakes, crazily go towards each other. Straight to the point. Fack. The eyes on the Spider-Man's mask were wide open, and he quickly sprayed on the spit rod. Jumping away to dodge the 2 mechanical tentacles, he clenched his fists tightly and swung a blow hard, hitting Dr. Octopus's sunglasses heavily. Bang. Half of the sunglasses shattered in an instant, and Dr. Octopus' body also quickly retreated backwards. Using the mechanical tentacles, they instantly grabbed the sunken cars one after another, and immediately threw them one by one to the Spider-Man in the air from bottom to top. Hey, Big Octopus, can you stop? Maybe we should really talk about how to compensate the cars around here. Spider-Man kept dodging, jumped down, spit out the cobweb, and kicked Dr. Octopus in the abdomen by using the inertia. Peter, you're just as bullshit as ever. Dr. Octopus manipulated the mechanical tentacles to suddenly grab Spider-Man's arm, slammed it hard, and threw it flying. Bang. It fell heavily on a water pipe, and 2/3 of it was sunken. Peter. Relying on its crawling ability, Dr. Octopus quickly came to Spider-Man, waving his heavy tentacles and preparing to smash it down. Gift crab. Spider telepathy forced him to react, turned over, and used the power of his legs to eject and escape the attack. Whoosh. Dr. Octopus didn't intend to let him go. A few mechanical tentacles grabbed him vigorously, the ground sank, he jumped high in the air, and followed Spider-Man every step of the way. Keep waving the mechanical tentacles, trying to shoot down the opponent from high altitude. Okay, it's a little uncomfortable. Spider-Man was panting heavily, no longer had the previous physical strength, and tried to avoid the tentacles waving behind him in time as much as possible. But unexpectedly, he dodged a few mechanical tentacles just now, but he was smashed to the king by a big tentacle like a thick saucepan. Bang. With a loud noise, Spider-Man flew out like a kite with a broken string, was hit hard on the back, and fell to the side of the road. Cough cough cough. Peter put his hands on the ground, his body bent like a shrimp. This made him extremely uncomfortable. He just came to this strange world today, and he hasn't had time to understand this world yet. He was inexplicably attacked by an octopus monster. Click. Peter, good. Not far behind, Dr. Octopus raised his mouth proudly, swung his mechanical tentacles to grab the broken car, and threw it out decisively. Whoosh. Peter didn't care about the pain caused by his body, and dirty to the side. Boom. The moment he got up, the broken car behind him smashed decisively, smashing the ground into a big hole in an instant. Depend on. Are you joking? He looked at the huge crater that was smashed out, and his back felt a chill. Hiding is very fast. Dr. Octopus grinned and raised the tree trunk to continue smashing it. But at this moment, buzz. A golden light shot from the side of the road, and Dr. Octopus was wrapped up and disappeared instantly. What's the situation? Spider-Man panted heavily, propped his waist and looked around. Where did he go? Looking around, I found that the road was empty, except for the destroyed trees and construction cars. There was no sign of the octopus monster anymore. Then, he turned his head to look in the direction where the golden light came from. They haven't left yet. The previous people were still there, and soon Spider-Man's eyes fell on the person who was also wearing a spider costume, and the other person was holding a compass in his hand. It seems that the golden light just now was emitted from here. Lee, I feel something is wrong. Little Spider-Man Peter sensed the opponent's gaze and hid the compass behind his back. Peter, put it away, he doesn't have to lock it up. Lee Z shook his head. All right. Peter just put away the compass, and he was relieved. What can be assured is that the pointer on the compass finally stopped turning. It is clear. There are no abnormal fluctuations that existed before. Sudden. The Spider-Man standing in the middle of the road came over, covered in scars, frowning. Where's that octopus monster? Where did he go? Spider-Man did not let down his vigilance to several people, but asked. He vaguely guessed that perhaps these people knew the real reason why he came to this strange world. Wanda and little Spider-Man exchanged glances. He has been sent to another place by us, Lee Z said in a deep voice. Then why am I here? The Spider-Man on the opposite side held his forehead, obviously a little confused. This is not your world. Lee Z didn't beat around the bush, and continued to explain. There is chaos in the multi-universe, which leads to unstable spatial order, allowing you to travel to this world. He is indeed right, you can choose to believe us. Wanda spoke up and agreed. Really? There was a slight movement on Spider-Man's tired expression. As they thought, they knew the specific situation here. He took a deep breath. My name is Peter Parker, you can just call me Peter. Your name is Peter. Hear this. The little Spider-Man standing next to Lee Z almost jumped up on the spot. Can't hide my surprise, because a real Peter is standing in front of him. I even wondered if I heard it wrong. Spider-Man noticed that little Spider-Man was strange, and noticed him again, an inexplicable feeling. Seeing that something was wrong with little Spider-Man, Lee Z held down little Spider-Man and said in a low voice, Peter, I will explain when I go back. After hearing this, little Spider-Man thought it was reasonable, suppressing the surprise in his heart. Soon, several people agreed and returned to Holy Place in New York. New York Holy Place Basement Hall. Lee Z has already explained the current situation to the Spider-Man from the multi-universe. Spider-Man nodded, took off his mask with one hand, and his handsome face appeared in the eyes of the three of them. Those eyes, revealing a piercing light, looked amiable. Garfield. Seeing this familiar face, Lee Z subconsciously blurted out. Out. Obviously, this is not the first generation, but the second generation Spider-Man, no wonder the Dr. Octopus is not recognized. Now the three insects are in the same frame, only Toby the spider is missing. At that time, what will happen to a generation of spiders in the same frame? No, really counting, adding Gwen is already 3 bugs in the same frame. Lee Z suddenly thought of what Garfield's reaction would be if he saw Gwen. After all, he has a close relationship with Gwen in his own universe. And the Gwen who is sleeping upstairs now is somewhat similar to the Gwen in the original book. After all, many of the multi-universes are somewhat related. The same goes for looks. Lee, why do you call me that? Faye Spider couldn't help feeling suspicious. Lee Z smiled and explained. You look like a star, so I called it like that subconsciously. But the little Spider-Man next to him felt bored, and immediately took off his mask, thinking that the other party had the same appearance as himself. That's why I waited for the other party to take off the mask first. But it's completely different from what I imagined. Wanda saw Peter's emotions, stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. It's not a good thing for Peter to have someone who looks like you. The witch couldn't help but think of the glamorous version of herself. That woman is probably thinking about how to snatch her man. You Peter Parker too? Garfield Spider was surprised when he heard it. Judging from the conversation between the three just now and some of their performances, he seemed to have guessed it. I'm the Peter of this universe. Little Spider-Man nodded undeniably. However, at this time, a golden arbitrary door emerged, and Steven walked out. Several people cast their gazes away. Wanda stepped forward and asked, how is the progress of the multi-universe? Now that the reality has gradually stabilized, there shouldn't be too many people coming. Steven explained. Then you take me to see those spells of Kamar-Taj. No, Steven resolutely refused, shaking his head. Kamar-Taj's forbidden technique cannot be seen by outsiders, especially you. As for the enchanting ability that Lee Z showed last time, I have not forgotten at all. He was a little worried. If Lee Z was asked to read the Kamar-Taj technique, he would memorize it at a glance, or even learn it. Finished listening. Lee Z spread his hands helplessly. In this case, you can only solve the problem of distorting reality yourself. Having said that, Lee Z didn't care about Kamar-Taj's forbidden technique at all. Because he has certain thoughts in restoring reality. The reason why I didn't deal with it in the first place. Lee Z believes that now is not the time. Reality has just stabilized, among other unknown factors. If it is forced to restore, I am afraid that there will be more troubles. According to the original book, Steven's restored reality has not been fully restored, and the chaos still exists. Don't worry. Kamar-Taj can solve it completely. Steven patted his chest and promised, then said, didn't you find a few visitors from the multi-universe in the suburbs today? Take me to see. Yes. Huh? Wait, there's another one? Glancing from the corner of the eye, Tiffin's eyes fell directly on the Spider-Man behind him. That's Peter Parker, also from the multi-universe. When we saw him, he was being kidnapped by Dr. Octopus. Lee Z glanced at him and said again, by the way, he didn't threaten. Don't worry about that. Not all Peters are just. Steven said so, but ignored the spider. The cage in the underground hall. The dark basement is extremely quiet. Pat. Turning on the lights, Steven glanced around and found 7 multi-universe visitors locked in the cage. There is another one who has been sleeping. Do you want to wake him up? Lee Z noticed the sleeping person with his back facing outside, and couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the other person. There was no chance to wake up the other party before. Steven shook his head. I put that person into a deep sleep. It's better not to wake up this guy. You let him sleep? This sentence made Lee Z standing behind him suddenly interested. Since Steven said so mysteriously. On the contrary, it made people curious. He kind of wanted to find a chance to see the true face of this guy. Steven noticed Lee Z's strange gaze, and subconsciously moved to the side to block the other party's view of the cage. Lee, I just came back and I'm hungry. Why don't we go out for a meal together? Steven suggested. Steven, it's only past 5 o'clock, and it's still early. It's getting late, my treat. That can. Lee Z smiled slightly. It was not easy to treat the prospective sorcerer supreme. Ahem, but don't be too expensive. Seeing the smile on the corner of his mouth, Steven suddenly regretted it. The rest of the people were all fine, especially Spider Garfield, who had been so hungry for a long time, and was eager to find something to fill his stomach. Do you have any clothes? My clothes are not suitable. Spider Garfield looked at his battlesuit. It was a bit messy, with many places covered with scars. He looked very embarrassed. Yellow dust wraps every corner of the spider battlesuit. It looks very embarrassing. I'll handle it. Steven glanced at it, just about to wave, but unexpectedly the next second. A hand at the side waved, the golden light shone, and the originally messy spider battlesuit directly turned into a casual leather jacket. Thanks, Lee. Garfield's eyes widened and he exclaimed in a tone of exclamation. Seeing this, Steven retracted his hand and frowned. Lee, when did you learn the technique? It seems that you can do whatever you want. In the morning, I happened to be interested in the spells I saw in your library, so I simply learned them. Lee Z pouted, as if talking about something trivial. Peter on the side was shocked when he heard it, and hurried over to touch Steven's clothes. Lee can learn it. I want to learn it too. Steven, do you have any other spells in your library? Unexpectedly, Lee Z turned out to be self-taught, which is a bit unbelievable. When he heard that Lee Z had learned it, he wanted to learn it too. Steven spread his hands helplessly, and said, This depends on ability. Peter, you should learn more about silk spinning. I've learned enough about silk spinning, you should tell me. Little Spider-Man's eyes showed excitement, and his hands kept warming up. Wanda next to her put her arms around Lee Z. Her snow-white neck lifted slightly. Lee is very talented in this aspect. Just take a look at it, and you can learn it immediately, something that no one else can replicate. Her man is not only powerful in magic, but also learning ability. Whenever she sees Lee Z, the deep love in her eyes can't help showing. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that Lee Z can attract her attention. I don't think so. Shrugging his shoulders, he seemed to take Tien's words to heart. But in saying that, he actually admits in his heart that Lee Z is very capable in learning ability. Otherwise he would not let the other party come to the holy place. Che. Lee is the best man I've ever met. Which aspect are you talking about? Lee Z looked at Wanda suddenly, the corners of his mouth raised, his face moved closer, his hands were also at this moment, embracing each other, and the two were almost close together. Everything. Wanda faltered, her pretty face was flushed, her earlobes were hot, and she wanted to push Lee Z away. But he felt that the other party's very powerful hands were slowly extending upwards. Lee, there are many people here, if you mess around, be careful, I will bite people randomly. Seeing this, Wanda stared at her bright eyes, bit her lips slightly and threatened. Ahem, let's go eat quickly. Lee Z met the witch's eyes, felt a chill down below, scratched her small Chong nose with his index finger, and then let her go. His witch study is broken, and he stopped biting his mouth. Open-air restaurant. Nuoda's balcony. The afternoon sun bathes under the sun umbrella, the breeze blows the leaves, and a few leaves rustle down, bringing chic tranquility here. Are you just bringing a few of us to this kind of place? Isn't it too shabby? Lee Z glanced at the restaurant, with simple cloth decoration, a few tables in front of him, cups and napkins on them, nothing else. Steven spread his hands helplessly. Kamar-Taj has limited funds, so you have to understand. Bringing them here is already within his ability. He might not be able to afford a bigger restaurant. Steven, hurry up and bring over the menu, I'm already starving. Li Zi rubbed his belly. Sorcerer Supreme treats me with no mercy. Actually, I have already ordered all the dishes before coming here. Steven seemed to see through his mind and waved his hand, ready for a long time. It's boring. I remember that Kamar-Taj is such a big organization. The holy place is located in the city center. Are you afraid that you don't have money? Li Zi couldn't help complaining. Li, you misunderstood. It's not what you think. The holy place is passed down from generation to generation. There is no profit or sale, and it has no monetary value. Steven was quite helpless, but also a little proud, but its value is hard to change. Poor Kamar-Taj, you should go to the government and apply for a grant. Hearing this, Li Zi suddenly remembered the scene of Avengers Alliance 3, Steven and Wong chipping in to buy sandwiches together. In fact, Kamar-Taj did not reach the point of poverty. There is a high probability that all the money will be used to cultivate talents. After a while, the dishes were served. Although it is not expensive, the dishes are really rich and the portions are very large. Everyone's appetite is greatly increased after watching it. Steven was very satisfied with the performance of the few people. He used to eat here with Wong often. Don't ask, it's just that this place is cheap. Lee remembered to pack some and go back to Gwen. Wanda thought of Gwen still sleeping. She whispered, "Do you want to order some more food?" Steven touched his deflated wallet as he spoke, wondering if he should go to the government for a subsidy. Because he doesn't seem to have much money, these should be enough. Li Zi said, and asked in a deep voice, "I forgot to say that during your absence, the fake witch came to us. What is she here for?" Steven frowned suddenly. "Came to you." "That's right, and she's very powerful. Wanda has fought her before." Li Zi nodded. "I can feel that her power is very strong, and she has learned the essence of the Dark God book." Wanda on the side made a sound with a dignified expression, and now recalling the horrible fierce battle before, it is still vivid in my mind. It seems that her strength is a bit beyond their expectations. Steven pondered. "Aha." Li Zi nodded slightly. More than just being strong, he even bloodbathed the Kamar-Taj of his own universe. Proper witch. And your library was almost destroyed, too. If Steven knew, I really don't know what kind of reaction he would have. However, Li, you said earlier that the counterfeit Wanda was targeting Kamar-Taj, but I never got her. Steven put down the tableware in his hand and looked up at Li Zi. "We are fully prepared." "I'm also a little confused about what she's thinking." Li Zi was also puzzled. What would the glamorous witch Zhang daughter-in-law do? Kamar-Taj's side contains powerful spells. Could it be that she wants to obtain the powerful source of power inside? But except for her adventurous contact with herself in the morning, there was no big movement all day. But at this moment, Peter, who was eating, felt the compass vibrate, and the pointer on it began to shake from side to side. "Take it out immediately and put it on the table." "Don't eat it. Look here." Little Spider-Man was quiet but excited. Several people stopped their movements one after another, and cast their gazes over. "It's a good meal, but it's not safe to eat." Steven was a little distressed. "Don't come early and don't come late, but choose to do things while eating." Isn't this a disappointment? At the moment, the pointer on the compass, the next second, points in a certain direction. Little Spider-Man stood up and looked in that direction, on the street on the right. Li Zi followed the trend. Boom. Next second, the space tore out a vortex black hole, dust was everywhere, and broken newspapers were blowing in the wind. The pavement cracked and collapsed, showing a huge pit. A figure ran out staggeringly, so fast that it was almost invisible. Immediately behind it was a monster with big eyes, with countless tentacles, and its body was blue-red, and its speed was also extremely fast. This is the Beholder, the Supreme Mephisto, with terrifying power. The black vortex behind gradually disappears. The Beholder's attack didn't stop. He raised countless octopus arms and waved them wildly. The vehicles in the ground on the side of the road were all smashed to pieces. Especially those cars. The cars were all squeezed out of shape, and they were slammed and fell heavily on the walking passers-by. Countless passers-by screamed in fear, dropped their mobile phones and backpacks, and fled forward in haste. "Help. It's terrible. Who can save us? Run. Stop talking nonsense. Open-air restaurant." Except for Li Zi and his group, all passers-by nearby have run away. The bursts of loud noises resounded in the ears, as if a major earthquake was coming, bringing endless fear to many people. What is that? Wanda got up and was about to fly over. Wait. Lee Z grabbed Wanda's hand and squinted slightly to look over there. Is that the Beholder from Nightmare? He recognized it as the Beholder from Doctor Strange too. Suddenly there was a strong sense of unease in his heart, as if something bad was going to happen. He had never felt this way before. Is your world in such a mess? Garfield Spider looked over there with a dazed expression. These should all come from other worlds, but ours is also very messy, and we just finished dealing with aliens recently. Little Spider-Man said casually. What? Have you ever fought aliens? Then definitely, I can still deal with these aliens with ease. Garfield Spider was a little shocked, a Spider-Man who had fought with aliens, but he had never even seen aliens. Several, let me come, you stay here obediently. Steven wiped his lips with a napkin gracefully, got up and walked towards the edge of the balcony. Immediately, he jumped up and waved his hand, the golden light shone, and he was wearing casual clothes and changed into a cassock with a cloak. In the next second, he rose from the sky and flew towards the big-eyed monster. Steven is still the same arrogant, let him go. Wanda stared at Steven who was leaving, and shook her head speechlessly. Although Doctor Strange is arrogant, there is no denying his strength. Just take a break. Lee Z smiled and didn't say much. Instead, I feel like I can take a break. Let's see how strong Steven is at this stage. After all, in his impression, Steven rarely took shots. Soon, his eyes fell on the big-eyed monster again. He remembered that this guy was supposed to appear with Miss America. But the fact is somewhat unexpected. Strange, logically, she should appear together. Lee Z looked away from the big-eyed monster and looked around, trying to find the figure that ran out first. It's a pity that the scene just now was too chaotic, so I couldn't find it. At the same time, Steven has already fought the big-eyed monster. On the road, the intact buildings on both sides were ruthlessly destroyed during the fierce battle between the two. Chi. The big beholder roared angrily, raised a bus and was about to smash it down. Look this way. Steven saw the timing, waved his hand, and the bus caught by the beholder instantly disassembled it. Successfully rescued several passers-by who were about to escape. Suddenly, the beholder immediately stretched out its tentacles, took advantage of its unpreparedness, and directly threw Steven out, smashing it heavily into a shop. Numerous shards of glass were scattered and messy. Steven shook his dizzy head, pushed away a telegraph pole that was pressing on his body, and took a deep breath. You have so many tentacles. He stood up in embarrassment and raised his hands, forming red chains, as if flying towards the monster. Whoosh! In an instant, the scarlet chain wrapped around the monster, binding it firmly. Laugh. The beholder struggled, and countless huge tentacles waved. See. Steven decisively pulled up the electric pole next to him, and while the beholder was firmly restrained, he immediately inserted the beholder's eyes forcefully. Whoosh! Bang kai! Feeling the pain, the beholder frantically waved countless tentacles, destroying everything around it. The ground collapsed and sunken, cracking endless cracks. Fortunately, everyone has been completely evacuated to a safe place. Well, now there is another resident in the underground hall. Steven rubbed his hands, and looked at the beholder who had lost his ability to move. But he wasn't close yet. Whoosh! Huge amounts of arms on both sides of the beholder suddenly exploded, and swung suddenly. The huge impact was like lightning, hitting him hard. Immediately, he lost gravity and fell backwards. Chi. The injured big beholder didn't waste any more time, and strode towards the bus not far away. Soon he came to the bus and raised the bus with his tentacles. At the same time, the person hiding behind the bus also appeared. It was a dark-skinned girl. Wearing the symbolic dress of America, her curly dark brown hair and pupils of the same color make her stand out a bit. It really is her. Lee Z, who was standing on the open-air restaurant, recognized him at a glance. That's right. This girl is definitely Miss America. I will not admit my mistake. She actually showed up early. Wait. Could the fake Wanda have anticipated the appearance of Miss America? Open-air restaurant. Lee Z looked at the dark girl entwined by the big-eyed devil's tentacles in the distance. Her expression suddenly became serious. That girl is Miss America. Seeing this, he couldn't help but think of Wanda after Blacken in the original book, which is the perception of the existence of Miss America. That's why the idea of using the girl to travel through the multi-universe came into my mind. Then what is her purpose? Lee Z fell into deep thought. he really couldn't figure out what the Dark Witch was thinking. But the other party was indeed coming towards him. Lee, you don't look very well, what's wrong? Wanda opened her mouth and asked with concern. Fine. Lee Z shook his head, and then said, I have to help Steven, he's in a very bad condition. Talking. He stepped on his hand, and flew up to Steven's direction. Seeing this, the witch followed closely behind. The other side. Steven is dealing with the big beholder. City buildings were destroyed, raging fires were ignited, and there was a mess everywhere. Hey, big octopus, come over here. Steven casts a spell and throws a car at the beholder. Want to attract the other person's attention. But it is extremely fast, and it seems that it doesn't want to stay here any longer. The injured beholder grabbed Miss America by its tentacles and ran to one side. After a while, he came to a sewer, and his whole body was about to get into it. Want to run? It's impossible, but unexpectedly the next second. Steven followed closely behind, waving the magic chain with both hands, and instantly entangled the body of the big-eyed demon. The situation is not good. The big beholder immediately counterattacked. Those terrifying eyes instantly shot out a red light beam, and the bright beam blasted out to reflect the space in an instant. Boom. It seems that it will take some time. Steven has quick eyes and quick hands. While dodging, he waved his hands and opened the dimension portal in front of him, directly transferring the incoming beam perfectly. Chi chi chi. Not reconciled, the big-eyed demon continued to launch a stormy offensive, and its tentacles danced wildly towards Steven. Boom. The ground cracked instantly, and countless cars and trees were smashed into debris. The power was terrifying. Steven panted heavily, and hurriedly circled his hands to condense the seraphim shield. A thick golden disc-like shield appeared in front of his eyes, forming a protective barrier. Instantly. Bang bang bang. Several tentacles fell down, like a large plane slamming down heavily, and the huge force brought by it made him tremble a little. What a stubble. Steven had a bitter look on his face, startled. Unexpectedly, the strength of this big octopus should not be underestimated. If you want to subdue it in a short time, you need some strength. Just when he was about to fight back, a golden long sword flew from a distance, cutting off the beholder's tentacles in an instant. Chi chi chi. The beholder's eyes were red, and he was in great pain, wailing incessantly. Steven turned his head and looked. It was actually Lee Z who was holding the sword of Emperor Wyshan. Lee, you actually learned this trick. Steven looked at Lee Z who was approaching, with a look of surprise on his face. You know, the sword of Emperor Wyshan is the core technique that Kamar-Taj must learn. Although everyone can learn, it also depends on one's own ability. It doesn't matter if he can learn well, but he is still mastered by an outsider. It has to be said that Steven felt a little incredible. Steven, you're talking too much. Lee Z ignored Steven, holding the sword of Emperor Wyshan, with a golden domineering aura, and a terrifying aura wrapped around the sword. It's time to end it. Then another sword slashed out, the terrifying sword energy pierced the sky, and cut off one of the beholder's tentacles in an instant. The left hand shoots a terrifying thunderbolt, hitting the beholder. Ho ho ho. The big-eyed monster screamed in pain, and the severed tentacles leaked a lot of blood. There was no time to react. It is now at the end of the road, without the previous fighting spirit. This is Lee's ability. Wanda, who was about to follow, was stunned, her bright eyes widened slightly. Bosat's thunder is also Kamar-Taj's spell. No matter how high the ability is, it is impossible to learn it easily. Doesn't the scene that Lee Z showed just now proves that he has learned this technique in a short period of time? Her man is too strong. This guy. Steven's pupils shrank, and his heart was shocked. Lee Z showed such strength, which he did not expect. Because this trick is also Kamar-Taj's technique, Bosat's thunder. Compared with the sword of Emperor Wyshan, it is not much better. At that time, the tentacles of the big-eyed demon were cut off, and the ability to move was reduced every day. Its eyes rolled back and forth, and now the injury was not enough for him to continue running with Miss America. Throw it down decisively, and prepare to flee to the front. Can you run away? Lee Z sneered, and swung his sword resolutely. The terrifying sword light struck. Swish. The body of the big beholder was cut in half, blood splashed everywhere, and fell to the ground in response. With a bang, yellow dust was thrown up. As the corpse tilted, scarlet liquid gradually flowed out, and the ground was stained red with blood. Miss America, who was caught by the tentacles, also fell down. This big guy is really disgusting. There was a stench in the air, and Li Zi frowned subconsciously. Not long. 2 Spider-Man arrived, looking at everything in front of them, couldn't help but feel a little sick. Isn't this picture too real? The 2 immediately covered their mouths and noses, with a look of disgust in their eyes. Li, the strength you have shown is too great. The 2 Spider-Man looked at each other and said in unison. Li Zi glanced at the 2 of them, as expected of Spider-Man God synchronization, then he pointed to America in the distance. Go and see how she is doing. At the moment, Miss America put one hand on the ground, stroked her forehead, wondering, where am I? This world brought her a little strangeness. Hiss. Perhaps because she was tied up by the tentacles before, her head was in pain at the moment. Her face was pale, and she could no longer stand up forcefully. Taking a glance from the corner of the eye, he found a woman with a charming figure walking in front of him, and there were several strangers behind him. First up is Wanda. How is your injury? Wanda squatted down slightly, trying to reach out to check the opponent's injuries. But America stopped her with her hand and frowned slightly. Don't come here, who are you? Although she was seriously injured, she dared not lower her vigilance in the face of these strangers. We are superheroes, don't be afraid, Wanda explained softly. She could understand the vigilance of the other party, and she would do the same if she faced a sudden stranger. Therefore, Wanda tried to calm her down as much as possible. Just when the 2 were at a stalemate, Steven's figure appeared in America's eyes. Next second, she was trembling all over, her eyes were full of fear. Don't come here. The decibels have been raised a few points. You seem to be afraid of me? Steven took a step forward, puzzled. You tried to kill me before. America stepped back in fear. It was as if he recognized Steven as a murderous demon. Hear this. Everyone suddenly realized. If the guess is correct, the Miss America in front of her should be Steven from another universe. It's no wonder that when she saw Steven in front of her, she would show fear and fear. You misunderstood. The Steven who wanted to kill you came from another universe. However, at this time, Li Zi's voice was not loud but could be heard clearly. Another universe. Yes, due to the chaos of the multi-universe, you mistook him for the Steven who killed you. After listening to Li Zi's explanation, Miss America nodded and couldn't help thinking, so that's how it is. It's not convenient to say here, let's go back first. Li Zi glanced at Steven, who immediately understood and waved his hands. A golden vortex slowly opens, full of mystery and unknown. Let's go. Li Zi motioned to the others. Everyone passed through the portal and returned to Holy Place in New York. New York Holy Place. The afternoon sun shines through the windows. The people were distributed and sat together. America explained the specific situation to everyone. You said that you have been hunted down here from that universe? Steven was surprised. He really couldn't understand why the other party was hunted down for no reason. Could it be that the other party has a forbidden magic? But I don't feel any magic in you. Wanda spoke at this moment, looking at her suspiciously. The reason why I was hunted down is very simple, that is, I have the ability to travel through various universes, but I can't control it yet. America sighed and spread her hands helplessly. If she could control this ability as she wished, she would not be easily hunted down. Except for Li Zi. He had expected this kind of thing before. After the others heard it, their faces were shocked, and they froze in place. The other party seems to be a little girl, but she never imagined that she can travel between universes at will. They never imagined that this kind of ability would happen to a little girl. Compared with the teleportation array, there is a lot of simplicity in the network. Steven froze directly, wondering if he had heard it wrong. How can this be? Say it again, what is your ability? Steven took a deep breath and couldn't help asking again. America looked at Steven, still a little scared in her eyes. Even though he knew that Steven in front of him would not make crazy moves. But I was still worried that this doctor would do something to hurt himself. Wanda noticed it, came to her side, patted her shoulder, and signaled her to rest assured. Steven in this universe is a good person, and nothing will happen. I myself have the ability to travel through universes. America was apprehensive, and repeated herself. Immediately, he stepped back. Steven gave her a really bad impression. It caused her subconscious fear. Steven looked dignified and thoughtful. This sentence gave him a lot of information. Pole. Show if so. That's when things went from bad to worse. You thought about it too. Li Zi on the side made a sound, as if he had already guessed what the other party was thinking next. Yes, since she has the ability to travel through the universe, it is understandable for her to be targeted. Steven nodded and said undeniably. Several people at the scene watched the two of them guess riddles with each other. No. By doubt. What the hell are they talking about? America has a shuttle ability? Didn't she just say that? Wanda sensed the emotional fluctuations of the two of them, and there seemed to be something wrong, so she frowned slightly. Lee, what exactly are you thinking? We suspect that the real purpose of the counterfeit Wanda may not be Kamar-Taj from the beginning, but America. Lee Z looked at Wanda's pretty face and said in a deep voice. He had already begun to doubt it at first, but at that time, when the evidence was insufficient, he didn't think about it. The appearance of America just confirmed his conjecture. But didn't she only come to see you at that time? Wanda frowned, not understanding anymore. From the very beginning, she deliberately diverted our attention, thinking she was going to attack Kamar-Taj, when in fact she was waiting for America to show up. Lee Z just finished speaking. In the empty holy place hall, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Lee, you were really smart. That voice was extremely terrifying, and the red light shone on the entire hall. Everyone present felt very depressed, and the power in their bodies became much quieter at this moment. This power enveloped everyone, and the magic released caused chest tightness, headaches, and the whole body staggered, looking like they couldn't stand still. It's you. Lee Z's posture was straight, unaffected by this force, and he looked solemnly in front of him. He recognized the owner of the voice. It was Wanda after Blacken. She is coming. At the moment, Holy Place Hall. The chandelier was flickering and swaying, it was extremely silent, the temperature dropped sharply, and the air became much colder. Don't play tricks, come out quickly. Lee Z raised his head slightly and shouted towards a certain depth. Sure enough, it was the same as he thought. The appearance of the fake witch is aimed at Miss America. Everything is confirming his conjecture. Here she is again. Wanda frowned slightly, her pretty face showed worry, she looked around, her hands glowed red and she was ready to fight at any time. After the last incident, she knew that her own strength and the Dark Witch's awareness were great, and she must not take it lightly. Everyone be careful. Steven showed a dignified look, his Raffen shield in both hands became vigilant. He already felt the witch behind Blacken, the energy that was getting closer. The witches who have practiced the Dark Divine Book have already brought out the potential of the Scarlet Power to the extreme. Boom. The voice just fell. The entire Holy Place Hall was completely dark, and the flickering light of the chandelier faded away. She is coming. Lee Z's eyes moved slightly, and he said in a deep voice. A gust of wind hit like a flurry of dancing. Books, tables and other objects placed around them spun wildly in an instant. Bang bang bang. Those objects constantly slammed into every corner, indicating that unknown and terrible dangers were coming. Several people stood in front of them with both hands, and the gust of wind was like violent dust, which made people feel uncomfortable. Where is she? Have you seen it? Garfield looked around against the strong wind, but he didn't finish speaking. Whoosh. Accompanied by a gust of wind, endless black aura glowing with scarlet light poured into the hall from the gap. In an instant, the rich black aura filled the sky, covering 1/3 of the Holy Place Hall in an instant. Everywhere. This terrifying force annihilated everything and made several people shudder. The temperature in the air dropped again, as if falling into an ice cave. Black aura gathered majestically and kept rushing towards them. It's cold. Is this winter magic? Little Spider-Man was trembling all over, and couldn't help shivering. Let me. Seeing this, Steven thought he couldn't wait any longer. Gathering the golden light in his left hand, he slammed on the ground and a golden wave surged towards the front. Chi 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 chi. Next second. But it was completely swallowed up by the majestic black aura. Steven's pupils shrank, his own power was ineffective in front of black aura. Behind her, Wanda looked dignified and reached out to protect America. Lee, this is not suitable for fighting, I propose to go to Kamar-Taj. Good choice. Lee Z nodded in agreement. If a conflict breaks out here, the holy place will probably be destroyed. It may even collapse the entire dimension. That was not what he wanted to see. But at this moment, hoo-hoo. The darkness that has been hiding in the dark Wanda appeared in front of everyone across the black mist. Lee, are you going to leave like this? Lee Z looked over, his expression shocked. At the moment, Wanda is no longer dressed in casual clothes as before. Dressed in red, with blonde hair dancing wildly, her pretty face was extremely cold, like a ruthless female devil. And the black aura radiating from her body is like a ferocious black skull. One wave after another came, it seemed that the crowd would be engulfed and drowned in the next second. Hey man, this is not a joke, go. Garfield Spider looked ugly and hurriedly urged everyone. As soon as the words came out, Stephen waved his hands, and a portal with flickering fire appeared. A circular golden dimension portal appeared in front of everyone. Lee Z turned his head and saw clearly that the dojo of Kamar-Taj was over there. Lee, let's go, Stephen yelled. Several people quickly passed through the portal one by one. Lee, you can't escape. Behind her was Wanda of Blacken, and the scarlet-black aura swept over her, but her gloomy voice revealed a charm, a kind of succubus that captivated people's hearts and souls. But it also made people feel chills behind, and felt deep fear in their hearts. When it was about to arrive, the portal slowly disappeared. Black aura fell through. Kamar-Taj, Dojo C. All of them came here safely. The woman just now looks similar to Wanda. Garfield panted heavily in shock, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. I used to hear people say that meeting a stranger who looks the same as myself is an extremely frightening thing. Looking at it now, even if a friend has become like this, it is chilling. There is really a chill of hitting evil spirits. That's me from another universe. Wanda next to her took a deep breath and explained aloud, and she's stronger. That's because she had reservations before, and now the last step she wants to take has come. Lee Z looked solemn, and said in a deep voice, she won't stop. America herself can't control her ability, so what should the Dark Witch do? Stephen frowned slightly, puzzled. Everyone was also taken aback, especially America was also puzzled. If the Dark Witch can't control the shuttle ability, that also means that everything she actually does will be for nothing. There is a spell in the Dark God book that can absorb the power of any living being. Wanda's face was ugly, and she gave an explanation, take it as your own. Then what's going on with her? Stephen noticed the change in the witch's expression, and vaguely guessed the answer. After completely absorbing the power, she will turn into a mummy. Lee Z next to him helped the witch and replied, and no one can afford such a consequence. Agatha used this trick in the original book, trying to absorb the scarlet power of the witch. But in the end he was killed by the witch. Everyone looked heavy after hearing this. You will help me, right? America's face turned pale for a while, and her tone trembled a little. Stephen, get your people ready, she'll be here soon. Lee Z looked serious and reminded Stephen aloud. If they don't hurry up and prepare, once the Dark Witch arrives, they will be unable to resist. After all, Kamar-Taj was bloodbathed in the original book. They're ready. Stephen stopped hesitation, turned and entered the dojo. Soon, Stephen found Wong and explained the current situation to him. The Dark Witch is about to arrive, so he hastened to gather all the disciples of Kamar-Taj. After hearing this, Wang's expression froze. Unexpectedly, they encountered the witch after Blacken. This is not good news. However, the king was prepared and immediately summoned Kamar-Taj's disciples. Not long. The spacious dojo is already full of magicians. Everyone didn't understand why the king called them out at this time. When it is learned that the Dark Witch is going to invade Kamar-Taj, everyone's expressions suddenly became serious, and the eyes of the magicians showed tension and uneasiness. The noisy sound at the scene also quieted down at this moment. The silence is eerie. Wong glanced at everyone, and solemnly confessed to them, we must cheer up. Because this is an extremely terrible battle. The faces of the magicians were more serious than ever. At the moment, gather all the magicians on the field, everyone is ready to go. They are waiting for the arrival of the Dark Witch. The mood became more and more cramped and uneasy. Because this is an extremely difficult battle. The Dark Witch has absorbed the Dark Divine Book, and her power and magic have skyrocketed. It is not a simple matter to completely defeat her. Just as the magicians took their positions, the skies suddenly turned black and overcast. Everything around was dark, with thunder and lightning, and gusts of wind blew everyone's nervous faces. The whole temperature dropped sharply. The air froze a bit. Boom. Suddenly, a black line rushed towards the sky, and the dark clouds mixed with black mist slowly approached, as if the entire sky was covered with a dark coat. There was thunder, and the whole of Kamar-Taj was overshadowed by this dark cloud. Terrible scarlet rays of light shone across the sky, like blood-stained red, unusually obvious. Makes the scalp tingling, like a real hell on earth. She is coming. Lee Z raised his head and stared at that direction, pondering. He had an unprecedented solemnity on his face, and he didn't dare to overstate the power of the Blackened Witch. Call. Wanda beside her took a deep breath, her fists tightened, her expression disturbed. She perceived this familiar breath, and it was a lie that she wasn't nervous. This oppressive feeling made her breathe a little more quickly. Boom. Silver lightning tore through the deep space, covering everything, lightning flashed everywhere, and scorched black marks appeared on the ground. Lei Guanghu reflected on everyone's nervous faces. The people under Kamar-Taj watched the Dark Witch very nervously. There was even a trace of fear in the eyes of some magicians. That invisible coercion made them feel a little suffocated. It was slightly distorted. Everyone's fearful psychology was instantly magnified infinitely, and there was a tearing pain in the heart, like a knife twisting. Whoosh. Horizon. The black mist is approaching quietly, and the violent breath permeates the front of the entire dojo. A dark red figure walked out bathed in black clouds. The Dark Witch straddled out, filled with black aura around her body, and the aura she exuded made the earth tremble. The entire Kamar-Taj began to crumble, as if it was about to be torn apart at any moment. With a light wave, a red light suddenly appeared. The spreading coercion instantly swept over everyone like a monstrous ocean wave. The magicians were shocked by this coercion, their feet sank, and their expressions changed. They never imagined that the opponent's strength was extremely terrifying. Just the coercion they swung made their knees bend. It was as if an invisible force forced them to kneel down to meet the Queen of Darkness. The Dark Witch looked down at the people below with her cold gaze, like a goddess of death. Boom. There was a thunderclap, and the silent clouds appeared suddenly, and the dark clouds enveloped the entire Kamar-Taj. The dark clouds were dense, and the flickering thunder and lightning became dense again. Boom. One after another, thunder and lightning descended, carrying extremely terrifying airwaves, blasting forward violently. For a moment, the sky and the earth changed dramatically, thunder rolled, and the silent stillness was also stirred up by the thunder and lightning. Like a truly terrifying hell, extremely depressing. A trace of panic flashed in everyone's eyes. This force is too strong. Can't resist it at all. It's just because of the feeling that figure gives people, full of oppressive feeling. It's hard to breathe right now. Cast array. Wong roared, and his hands immediately condensed golden spells. Be the first to strike first. Never let the opponent take the initiative to attack. Otherwise they will be powerless to fight back. Next second. Boom. The magicians released golden magical energy. The golden light beams converged into a ball, from small to large, with a swish sound. The entire area around Kamar-Taj instantly condensed into a series of golden protective shields, and the spreading ripples quickly covered all directions. They firmly believe that as long as they work together, the transmission of the formation can be maintained. No matter how powerful the opponent is, they cannot break through in a short time. The whole Kamar-Taj is fighting against you. You have no chance of winning, don't get any closer. Stephen looked directly at the witch and said in a deep voice. He tried to warn the other party. It's not that easy to continue invading. You'd better hand over Li Zi in America, or you'll know what's going on with Kamar-Taj. The Dark Witch's eyes turned cold, and her hands had gathered scarlet magic energy. This is her final warning. As if predicting her words, the terrible thunder and lightning became extremely violent. The sound of explosions was endless, and it was even more terrifying than before. At the same time, inside the dojo. Wanda's complexion was pale, and she regretted that she should have worked so hard on weekdays, learning the Dark Divine Book and cultivating the Scarlet Power. At least she wouldn't be so powerless now. But it's useless to say anything now. She looked at Stephen. Can the protective cover stop her? It can't stop her, it's only a matter of time before the protective cover collapses. Li Zi pondered. Just now, he had already felt the powerful power in the Dark Witch's body. It is far more terrifying than what I imagined, and I am afraid that it has already surpassed the strength in the original book, and is infinitely close to the single universe. The coercion emanating from the Dark Witch even caused ripples in the space. In a trance, the entire space seemed to be shaking violently. Before Li Zi didn't think that Kamar-Taj could block the Dark Wanda, now it's even more impossible. Boom. At the moment, Wanda of Blacken in the deep space can no longer wait, her eyes are terribly cold, and the scarlet magic energy gathered by her hands. The expansion is accelerating, and the origin magic power contained in this energy has become more and more terrifying. Zzz. Sudden. The chaos energy ball condensed in both hands was thrown towards Kamar-Taj violently. It turned into countless scarlet spheres, coming one after another, and bombarded heavily on the monocover. Instantly. The entire Kamar-Taj dojo was shaking violently, like a crustal movement, and the surrounding mountains were shaking visible to the naked eye. Boom. The Dark Witch kept changing positions, her hands condensed a powerful scarlet light beam, and blasted away with one blow. There are layers of ripples on the golden protective cover, and the terrifying shockwave seems to penetrate everything. Looking at the motionless protective cover, the Dark Witch's eyes were extremely cold, and she still refused to give up. The scarlet beams responded from different directions. The Dark Witch kept waving the energy beams, like a female Mephisto. The majestic gust of wind blew her red dress to make a sound. Inside the dojo, pain appeared on everyone's distorted faces, their bodies sank a little, and they still gritted their teeth. They know that they cannot give up. Otherwise it will herald the destruction of Kamar-Taj. Boom. Next second, the condensed golden protective cover was continuously bombarded by the scarlet beams, and a crack began to appear gradually. Ripples surged wildly with the bombardment of the light beam. Click click click. Not good. Wang Dun felt bad. Steven, hurry up and do something. The protective cover is about to fail. Bang bang. The cracks in the golden protective cover became bigger and bigger, and the formation began to loosen slightly. If they don't evacuate in time, they may die on the spot. The Dark Witch will not show mercy to them, and will only kill endlessly. Get everything you want. Lee, Wanda, hide in the main hall, you won't last long here. Steven looked grave, and cried out, he is very clear that the protective cover may be broken at any time. Want to stop the Dark Witch's footsteps? That is absolutely impossible. The only best way right now is to let Lee Z, Wanda and others leave first. Bang bang bang. The cracks in the protective cover are getting bigger and bigger, tearing rapidly in all directions like a spider web. Clack. The protective cover couldn't resist after all, it was like an egg falling and shattered on the ground in an instant. Without the protective cover, the Dark Witch leaned over and rushed down, landing in the midair of the dojo, and instantly released a scarlet beam, shooting towards everyone. She smiled coldly and charmingly, and once again condensed the scarlet power in her hands. In her opinion, these formations are just a piece of blank paper, which can be broken immediately, without defense at all. Boom. The terrifying scarlet light beam blasted the ground out of a pit, dust and smoke were everywhere, and sand and stones were splashed. The disciples in the dojo didn't have time to retreat, their whole bodies were blown to the ground, and they passed out on the spot. Then, a violent gust of wind swirled the black mist, and struck instantly with lightning speed. Doped with bursts of thunder, it makes people dizzy and mentally confused. It's disgusting. Wanda looked ugly, with quick eyes and quick hands, decisively gathered the power of Scarlet, forming a huge energy circle to protect everyone. In order to resist the onslaught of fake Wanda. Otherwise, if she doesn't act again, the fate of these magicians will be very miserable. At the moment, deep sky filled with black clouds. You just can't stop me. The Dark Witch gave a ghostly smile, and the cold aura all over her body was vividly reflected. With a push with both hands, a powerful black blasted down suddenly. Bang bang. The black mist was approaching, and with a full blow, it abruptly shattered the protective ring condensed by the scarlet power, and instantly disintegrated. The people behind them were sent flying several meters, spitting blood, and their injuries were even more serious than before. Wanda stepped back, staggered, and was almost thrown to the ground. Lee Z took a quick step, came to Wanda's side, and supported her. You are not her opponent, let me deal with her. Turning his head slightly, his eyes fell on the Dark Witch surrounded by black mist. He knew in his heart that if he went there, the risk factor would be small. Because the other party will not attack him. This can be seen from the last time the two met. After Wanda stood firm, Lee Z rushed out without any hesitation. Lee, don't go, she is dangerous. Wanda's complexion changed, and she reached out to stop it, but it was too late. Watching him leave, Wanda had a look of concern on her face. Judging from the collision just now, she felt a threat to her life. There is no doubt that the strength of the counterfeit is obviously stronger. This is also the reason why she wanted to stop Lee Z just now. For a witch who looks like her, Wanda naturally understands what she thinks. He just wanted to take Lee Z away from him, the wicked witch. Wanda, you stay here and take care of America, we will help. At this time, Steven and Wong left a word, also quickly followed up. Lee Z had no chance of winning against the Dark Witch alone. But the situation is critical now, and they can't care about anything. I can only bite the bullet and try my best to help. At the same time, Li Zi came to the deep space, and the terrifying thunder sounded in his ears. Wanda, it's not good for anyone if you continue to quarrel, so you should stop. There were not many fluctuations on Li Zi's face, and he calmly looked at Chen Shen, who was not far in front of him. He knew very well that the opponent was very strong, but he allowed the destruction to continue. The whole of Kamar-Taj will be destroyed. This was the last thing he wanted to see. The voice fell. In deep space, the Dark Witch did not respond. It seems to have turned a blind eye to this sentence. Didn't even make a move on it. Li Zi couldn't help frowning slightly. Just wanted to say something. Noticing something strange behind him, he looked back. Swish swish swish. The figures of Stephen and Wang appeared, and with a wave of their hands, the fiery chains were thrown out like a thick golden python. I want to use this to limit the action ability of the Dark Witch. Sudden. Deep sky. A big hand waved at a position invisible to several people, and a cloud of black mist instantly condensed into a white skull, blasting towards Stephen and Wang. The black mist was like an endless black hole, and thunder and lightning flashed faintly in the vortex, and the thunder continued, making the whole sky tremble a little. The power containing chaotic magic flew wantonly, and the lingering power that spread out immediately made Stephen and the two of them feel a pain in their chests, and their faces became distorted at this moment. Wow. For a while, the entire space began to show signs of tearing. The golden chain released by the two was also corroded at this moment, and the magic was instantly invalidated. Not good. Stephen's pupils shrank, and he grabbed Wang's arm with one hand, avoiding the chaos force that flew across the sky. The building that was hit was instantly shattered. Turning his head to look, Stephen took a deep breath. Fortunately, they dodged in time, otherwise they were hit by that chaos force, and they would definitely be killed or injured. Thank you. If you are hit, the consequences will be disastrous. With lingering fear in his heart, Wang expressed his gratitude to Stephen. The black mist emitted by the Dark Witch is too terrifying. With their strength, it is simply impossible to resist. Don't thank me in advance, the black mist is coming again. Stephen looked dignified, not daring to relax in the slightest. A witch who cultivates the dark divine book is not a little stronger. Even he is a little hard to resist at the moment. Wang's face was horrified, and he hurriedly urged, I think 2 portals can solve everything right now. After listening to Stephen, he understood. The two of them immediately took action, chanted the spell, drew a circle with one hand, and a golden light appeared. 2 golden portals emerged. The black mist rushed in quickly, but in the next second, a door seemed to have a sense of mind, and directly sucked in the majestic black mist. Stephen activated the magic, aiming another portal at the deep space. Before that, the black mist gushed directly from inside. The violent breath instantly annihilated everything around, and bursts of sound came from the air. It worked. Wang faintly excitedly said. The 2 portals can achieve the effect of alternating with each other. That's why he said what he just said. The black mist that bounced back disappeared after entering the deep space. Strangeness. Stephen frowned slightly, noticing something was wrong. After all, this is the chaos force released by the other party. How much will cause a little impact? Why is there no movement? While thinking. Next second. The Dark Witch disappeared, and appeared behind the two of them like a ghost. Her icy eyes stared at them, and her hands condensed the power of Scarlet. The entire temperature is also dropping rapidly, inexplicably cold and biting. Not good. The faces of the two changed drastically. Just this strong breath immediately made them feel a strong sense of crisis. That feeling is like sitting on pins and needles, covered in sweat. Turning his head suddenly, Stephen reacted with a shocked expression, and before he had time to think about it, his left hand condensed the thunder of Satbo and blasted towards her face. Little tricks. The Dark Witch snorted coldly, condensed the scarlet power in her palm, and directly slapped Stephen away. The condensed Satbo's thunder is useless in front of her, like a small toy, and she just finds it extremely ridiculous. Wang's pupils shrank, but he didn't have time to react. In the next second, the whole body was also shot flying out together. Half empty. Seeing this, Li Zi waved his hand and disappeared. When he reappeared, Stephen and Wang were firmly caught by him. At the same time, he looked at the Dark Witch, and said in a deep voice, I hope you stop messing around, or I will be rude to you. Li Zi couldn't think of it no matter what. Wanda after Blacken is just too strong. Just now. He didn't even see the opponent's trajectory clearly. In the case of a match, it is not necessarily guaranteed to defeat the opponent without any casualties. Li, As long as you go back with me, everything will be fine. The dark witch flew into the air, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. The eyes were on Li Zi, as if there was some kind of magical power, making her unable to look away. This kind of thinking still advises you to give up. I can't promise you. Li Zi shook his head with calm eyes. In this universe, he has met another Wanda. No matter what you say, you will not go back with the other party. Because that not only hurt Wanda's heart, but also made the order become chaotic. Inside the dojo, Wanda looked at the two people in the air, trembling all over, feeling sleepy. The last thing she expected to happen finally happened. No, no. Never let the fake Wanda take Li Zi away. Say anything to stop her plot. Zzz. While Wanda was angry, her hands gradually gathered scarlet power, and a terrifying aura surrounded her body. Boom. A powerful scarlet beam blasted towards the dark witch. A hot wave appeared in the air, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Steal someone from me. The dark witch smiled contemptuously when she saw this, even if you were me. No way. With a light wave of his hand, the rushing beam of light was instantly wiped out and dissipated. Wanda was shocked. The blow just now was almost all of her strength. But he didn't expect that under the other party's means, he would be easily wiped out. Is the gap too big? Before she could recover, the dark witch leaned over and rushed forward, sneering again and again, "You're far behind." Her speed was very fast, and she came in front of Wanda. The power of chaos in her palm was condensed, and the violent breath rolled high into the sky. Hulala. The gust of wind was like a knife cutting, stabbing his face in pain. Hateful. Wanda's complexion changed, and her hands quickly released the dazzling scarlet power, forming a protective shield for herself. You are courting death. Seeing her attacking her own witch, Li Zi's eyes were gloomy, and Bossat's thunder gathered in his left hand, and the golden flame was brilliant, blasting out fiercely. Carrying a fierce offensive like a storm, like an aurora in the dark night, it accurately hits the dark witch. It can be next second. The dark witch's entire body turned into black mist and gradually disappeared. Containing a terrifying beam of light fell to nothing. Huh. Li Zi looked around. No trace of the other party was found, and he pondered, her strength is indeed terrifying. Just now he shot Bossat's thunder and showed no mercy. Even so, the fatal blow was still easily avoided by the opponent. It is conceivable that the dark witch's strength is extremely terrifying. Below, Wanda looked around and saw that the dark witch had disappeared. While she was thinking, the cold air behind you makes your hairs stand on end. Looking back, I found a black vortex appeared behind America. A pair of snow-white slender hands emerged. Careful. Wanda felt bad, and wanted to remind America, it was already too late. After hearing this, America noticed someone behind her and wanted to turn around. Unexpectedly, cold palms came from the shoulders on both sides. America was trembling as if she had received an electric shock. Flutter. The pair of hands suddenly pulled down, and she backed away with an unstable center of gravity. As her hands sank in, her whole body sank. America. Seeing this, Steven's face changed, and he was extremely anxious. Watch as the black vortex exuding a dark aura disappears. I thought it was over. America's being taken away means that the dark witch has gained the ability to travel through the multi-universe at will. This is how to do. Steven was a little annoyed. Just now he thought that the other party went directly to Wanda. Unexpectedly, after all, he fell into the trap of the dark witch. Li Zi also saw the scene just now, with a dignified expression and clenched fists. Without saying a word, he looked around. Still no trace of the other party was found. Li Zi understood that the gap between them was too great. If not, the other party would not have successfully taken away America under his nose. Li, she's behind you. But at this moment, Wanda pointed her finger behind Li Zi, trembling to remind him. Turning around suddenly, he found a beautiful face looking at him with a charming smile. Li, you'd better follow me obediently. The dark witch spoke softly, she was too beautiful, and said softly. Li Zi's pupils trembled, and before he could react, a pair of soft and slender hands tightly hugged him. You should die of this heart. With a deep voice, Li Zi struggled all over, trying to break free from the shackles, but found that there was terrifying power hidden under those seemingly slender hands. I tried to break free, but it got tighter and tighter. Li, you still haven't changed. The corners of the dark witch's mouth raised, and her hands gently stroked his cheeks. Then he waved his hand, and the black mist filled the air. A mysterious and unknown dark vortex gradually formed. The Dark Witch took him and jumped down into the vortex. Finally disappeared. Below. Look at the Dark Witch who disappeared, as well as Lee Z and America. This is too bad, they were taken away by the Dark Witch, I can no longer feel the other party's breath. Steven's bruised face showed seriousness, he just felt the distortion of reality just now. The Dark Witch seems to have taken Lee Z out of this universe. It is very difficult to get them back now, but at this moment, he was taken away. Next to Wanda, her expression suddenly became gloomy and her mood was extremely unstable. A terrifying aura instantly spread in all directions. Ripples and fluctuations appeared throughout the space. The temperature in the air dropped sharply. At the same time, reality began to show signs of distortion. Wanda, what are you doing? Steven's expression changed suddenly, and he immediately turned to look at her. That's how it feels. The power released by the Dark Witch just now is highly consistent with this breath. Wanda ignored him. Under those calm eyes, there was an incomparably gloomy look, which made one feel frightened and chill. Want to blacken a witch again? At the same time. In a dark room. A big bed. Lee Z opened his eyes in a daze, stood up, with doubts in his eyes. Strange, I'm fine. He checked that the whole body was intact, and there was no sign of injury on his body. Where is this? Lee Z looked around and looked around. But the light is too blurry, and it is relatively dim. Can't see everything in front of me. With a heavy heart, I came to the door, pushed the door and walked out. A ray of light shone, somewhat dazzling, subconsciously blocked. After getting used to it, he looked around, and he was slightly stunned. The living room came into view, and the layout of the facilities was no different from his home. I found an old radio, a clean cabinet, and a brand new coffee table next to it. The surrounding furniture, electrical appliances, and new facilities are placed in a fixed position. No one moved. It's as if prepared ahead of time. Even sometimes. Lee Z suspected that he had returned to Zijing Town, back to that familiar room. There is an inexplicable strangeness. Lee Z frowned tightly, picked up a pair of teacups, and muttered to himself. He has a strong feeling that this is definitely not his home. Even though the rooms and furniture are very similar, the sense of strangeness is extremely obvious. Putting down the teacup and walking to the window, the faint light shines in. I pushed it lightly, and found that the windows were locked and couldn't be opened at all. Anyone? Lee Z yelled, and there was no other sound except his loud voice echoing in the room. It seems that everything at this moment has fallen silent. It seems that my guess is correct. Lee Z looked solemn. He became more and more sure that he had separated from the original main universe. Came to another strange universe. It's just that it's both familiar and strange here. What for? Didn't think much about it. Lee Z came to the door, twisted it slightly, and found that it could be turned. The door was opened immediately, and the scene outside immediately put them in place. As far as the eye could see, it was a dilapidated and desolate ruin. Confetti floating in the air, wreckage everywhere on the ground. In the endless river of ruins, it is constantly dilapidated and rotting. The old city has also become dilapidated in an instant. There are traces of destruction everywhere, and there is no trace of integrity. The scene of a prosperous city has been lost. All dust returns to its homeland, buried deep under broken rocks. At a glance, there is no one inhabited, and the vast and boundless sky gives people a feeling of silence. What kind of method has caused the current destruction? Lee Z's face was heavy, and his hands were tightly clenched into fists. Looking at the devastated ruins in front of my eyes, I feel heart palpitations. He knew very well that he was no longer in the original universe. Lee, what are you thinking? At this time, a magnetic voice rang in Lee Z's ear. A pair of snow-white slender hands hugged him tightly. It's you. Lee Z's pupils shrank. This sentence is both familiar and unfamiliar, and there is a faint fragrance in the air. Through voice recognition, he knew that the person behind him was the Dark Witch. The fragrance is permeating, and someone else must be deeply involved in it. But Lee Z felt a strong crisis. Wanda, where exactly is this? Lee Z's face was heavy, and he wanted to break free, but he couldn't do anything. It's like applying some kind of powerful magic. Lee, with your wisdom, have you already guessed it? There was a charming smile on the Dark Witch's face. Just like you thought. This is not the main universe, but our universe. What are you going to do after absorbing America's ability? Lee Z continued to ask with a gloomy expression. Right now he didn't continue to struggle, The disparity in strength was very obvious. Struggling will be useless. I can't answer that question for you. The Dark Witch let go of her hand, then pulled his wrist and walked inside. Lee, you just stay in the apartment obediently and don't have to go anywhere. Has the outside world been destroyed by your own hands? Lee Z looked serious and questioned her aloud, barely taking his eyes off her. That piece of world collapsed, and the entire universe was silent, turning into nothingness, an empty vast sky. It was hard for him to believe that it wasn't the work of the Dark Witch. Through the careful observation just now, it was even found that the entire space has undergone serious reality distortion. Without strong strength, it is impossible to do it. Lee, you think I did it? The Dark Witch stopped, turned around slowly, and looked directly at her face with her beautiful eyes. The bewitching pupils are shining. She seemed to want to see through each other. Lee Z didn't say a word. He just looked at her calmly and met those beautiful eyes without any fear. It's normal for you to think so. After all, Chaos Force originally has the power to distort reality. The Dark Witch's eyes moved slightly, and she said calmly. Looking at the man in front of him, Sha Chen, the Dark Witch, couldn't tell. Whether you did all this, answer me. Lee Z ignored her words and asked again, with a slightly heavier tone. He originally thought that the Wanda in front of him, no matter how cruel, still had a trace of kindness in his heart. No force will let her do such a thing. Because in the original book, Wanda will not stop at the last moment and let Steven and America go. But now it seems that the facts are still biased. The Dark Witch looked a little indifferent, and did not answer his question, come with me. Then he took his hand and walked into the house. Lee Z hesitated for a while, but followed her to the living room. Pat. Turn on the light, and the living room brightens instantly. Lee, you go first. The Dark Witch let go of his hand and pointed to the sofa. Lee Z didn't resist, and sat on the sofa. Watch him sit down. A smile appeared on the Dark Witch's face, as if she was satisfied. For all this, it finally came true today. Looking at the familiar scene in front of her, her eyes were a little red. Her at the moment. No longer the Dark Witch, just like a helpless girl, it is pitiful. At that time. Lee Z is also sitting here, laughing and laughing, caring for each other and loving each other. It seems that the good memories of the past have appeared again. It's just that the Lee Z in front of him is no longer the familiar Ji Long. What's wrong with you? Lee Z frowned slightly, noticed something strange, and asked aloud. For Wanda in front of him, it is more complicated than emotional. It's okay, I remembered something from the past. The counterfeit Wanda quickly turned her head away and also sat down. It seems that he doesn't want the other party to see himself like this. Taking a deep breath, the fake Wanda looked at Lee Z. Lee, I hope you are ready for the next thing. Lee Z nodded, watching her calmly. I will. Looking at the witch on the opposite side, he vaguely guessed it in his heart. Wanda in front of him hides too many secrets, he must understand clearly. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing to let her continue to make trouble. In this universe, you were killed by a person. The counterfeit Wanda paled, her voice trembling slightly. She looked at Lee Z, hoping to get some emotional changes from his expression. But it made her feel a little disappointed. So what? Lee Z's face was calm, without too many disturbances. He is not the Lee Z of this universe. Furthermore, each universe's own experience is different. This is a very normal thing. Seeing this, the counterfeit Wanda had a complicated expression. Knowing that the other party didn't care, she said in a heavy tone, I brought you back for one purpose, which is to prevent you from being killed, not to completely possess you. When saying this, the counterfeit Wanda sighed. Everyone in the parallel universe has a different life, you don't need to be entangled in this point. Lee Z looked calm and unmoved, in his opinion. If everyone is like her, thinking purely for their own perspective. So isn't the rule and order of the multi-universe messed up? But that mysterious man said that he would kill all Lee Z in the parallel universe. The counterfeit Wanda's expression was serious, without joking. Lee, you are the last one now. That mysterious person is very powerful, even she doesn't have much chance of winning. It is also for this reason that she wants to bring Lee Z back to this universe to prevent being killed by the mysterious person. Could it be that the me in this universe was killed by a mysterious person? Fake Wanda nodded, undeniable. Get an affirmative answer. Lee Z's face was moved, but he was stunned. Didn't expect the multi-universe to be so chaotic. The appearance of a mysterious person makes it impossible for the protagonists in all parallel universes to survive. Even the self in this universe cannot escape the clutches of the mysterious man. How terrifying is that person's strength? Even you can't stop it. Li Zi was silent for a long time, looked up at the counterfeit Wanda, and asked a little. After all, she has absorbed the dark divine book, coupled with her own ability. The power she cultivated is extremely powerful. Should be able to stop the mysterious man? If I can stop it, the Li Zi of this universe won't die. The counterfeit Wanda spoke in a low tone, with tears in her eyes. The scene of Li Zi being killed flashed through her mind from time to time. Heartbroken. And at the same time, in another universe. Kamar-Taj dojo. Dust was flying, gravel was scattered, and there were dilapidated ruins everywhere. Tea room. Several people sat around the tea table, their faces were heavy, and they didn't say a word. Stephen poured strong tea into the teacup, and the aroma was tangy. Even so, the atmosphere at the scene was cold and terrifying, and no one made unnecessary moves. In the corner of the tea room, the light is weak. A crimson figure leaned against the wall, his eyes were extremely gloomy. Crash. The door opened, and Wang's figure appeared in the eyes of several people, and they glanced slightly. Finally, his eyes fell on the crimson figure. How long has she been sitting there? Wang couldn't help asking. Sigh in my heart. With the appearance of the Dark Witch, Li Zi and America were taken away. If Wanda erupted because of this, the consequences would be disastrous. I haven't spoken for over an hour. Garfield Spider had a complex expression and a heavy heart. Ever since Li Zi was captured, Wanda has been like a fiery volcano. There is a possibility of an explosion at any time. In this regard, he is also full of worry. Shesh. Keep your voice down. Wanda is not in a good mood, don't provoke her. Little Spider-Man looked nervous and made a gesture of silence. He was terrified that Wanda would do something heinous. Li Zi is her favorite person. Being arrested now, if it causes the other party's dissatisfaction at a critical moment. I'm afraid they all have to be implicated. I understand her, don't worry, man. Garfield nodded and said nothing more. He also understands that now is not the time to talk nonsense. If Wanda gets angry, they probably won't end well. Stephen, come out and let me tell you something. Wang looked dignified and motioned to Stephen. He felt that there were some things that had to be said. Otherwise, it is not a good thing to hide in your heart. I see. Stephen understood and nodded. Put down the teacup and followed Wang out. Outdoor. Wang stopped, turned to look at Stephen, and said very seriously, I am very worried about Wanda's mental state now, especially because Li's arrest has caused some changes in her temperament. You'd better watch her. Start from just entering the door. He felt a space vibration. It's not obvious, but just in case Wanda does something stupid. He still expressed his concerns. Is your worry superfluous? Stephen shook his head and continued. If we do that, it will easily arouse Wanda's suspicion, thinking that we want to stop her, and by then, other accidents may happen. He did not agree with the king's words. Watching Wanda is equivalent to putting a pair of locks on the opponent. The arrest of Li Zi has changed Wanda's mind. At such a critical moment, it is nothing more than stupid behavior to restrain her. But have you ever thought about it? If we don't keep an eye on her, with the potential power of chaos in our bodies, it's easy to irreversibly reverse the multiverse. Wang's face was extremely serious, and his tone became a little more serious. The strength of Scarlet Witch is not just talk. Once the chaos force in her body is completely erupted, the entire universe will be affected. After hearing this, Stephen nodded solemnly. I understand what you mean. What Wang said makes sense. At least keep an eye on her to prevent Wanda from doing bad things. Letting go of chapter, relying on Wanda's love for Li Zi, may cause much trouble. Finally, under Wang's strong request, Stephen reached an agreement. Take on the heavy responsibility of being optimistic about Wanda. Let's go. Stephen patted Wang on the shoulder, turned around and walked in. It was found that in the tea room, both Peters were present. Only Wanda is missing. That familiar corner has long since disappeared. Peter, where is she? Stephen's face was ugly, and he asked quickly. Critical time. Wanda disappeared, which is not good news. Wanda left through the back door. She said it was too depressing and she went to take a break. The two Peters said in unison. Looking at each other, their expressions became strange. Broken. After hearing this, Wang, who came in, changed his expression and suddenly felt bad. She just left not long ago. Let's go after her. Just a second ago, he said he wanted to keep an eye on her. As a result, Wanda disappeared. If you can't find her, I'm afraid the whole multi-universe will suffer. What happened? Peter looked puzzled. Wanda went to relax. Not so much fanfare, right? Haven't had time to react yet. Steven immediately yelled, you two go with Wong, I'll chase her from the back door. You two come with me. Wong didn't dare to delay for a long time, and immediately ran outside with 2 suspicious Peters. They need to find Wanda quickly. And Steven's eyes were solemn. He manipulated the red cloak, and walked towards the back door. Scan around, looking for any sign of Wanda. A blackened witch is enough trouble. Don't let another unreasonable blackened witch appear again. Afternoon. The town at the bottom of the Himalayas is surrounded by icy fog. Whoosh. All households closed the curtains tightly, the cold wind was biting, and there was a sound of hunting. In the snow-covered town, a crimson figure was bathed in the wind and snow, walking towards the front with dull steps. Her eyes were slightly empty, her whole body fell into numbness, and the thin crimson clothes were blown by the cold wind. Wanda didn't feel the coldness at all, and walked forward step by step with difficulty. Pedestrians on the side of the road, with their hands in their pockets, looked strange. Seeing this scene, they all cast strange glances. Seeing a thinly dressed woman on a cold day, anyone can't help but take a few extra glances. Whoosh. Waves of coldness hit the passers-by, making them tremble all over, quicken their pace and leave in a hurry. Wanda, where are you going? At this time, the shouts of Steven and Wong came from not far behind. Until seeing Wanda's figure, the nervous hearts of the two finally hang down. They were very worried that Wanda would do something unexpected. But Wanda didn't seem to hear it, and still walked forward. Under those calm eyes, there was an extraordinarily gloomy coldness. Her bewitching eyes were no longer that radiant. Steven, go and persuade her, I have a bad feeling. Wang's face was ugly, and he hurriedly urged. Wong, does your back hurt when you stand and talk? Steven looked dignified, and said as he leaned down and landed beside Wanda, Wanda, I'm sorry that you can't leave Kamar-Taj for the time being. Looking at Wanda's beautiful and peaceful face, he was even more certain in his heart that if Wanda left here, something bad might happen. I just want to calm down. Wanda said this on her mouth, but her eyes betrayed her. She was extremely cold, and there was no emotion in her eyes. I hope you can understand, for your safety, come back with us. Steven emphasized his tone and looked at her very seriously. He knew in his heart that he would let Da Li leave. Trouble caused after that would be a ruin. After losing Li Zi, I can't guarantee it myself. When will Wanda's fiery temper explode? After all, no one can control her now. I'm in a bad mood, don't mess with me, I just want to relax. Wanda still ignored Steven's words and continued to walk forward. Her current mood can be said to be quite irritable, and she immediately quickened her pace. Those calm eyes are enough to explain everything. Then you hand over the Dark God book, otherwise I won't let you leave easily. Steven looked solemn. Seeing that the other party was indifferent, he stopped persuading him. Putting the Dark Divine book on the opponent will only bring endless troubles. Only by asking Wanda to hand over the Book of Darkness, he will be at ease. Because he can't guarantee it. Will the other party practice the Dark Divine book in private, so that the magic power will skyrocket? What if I don't pay? Wanda looked directly at Steven, her reddish eyes glowed, and she became extremely indifferent. The entire temperature dropped suddenly, making people feel like falling into an ice cave. Steven's face hurt from the icy cold wind. Then I can only ask you to go back. Steven said coldly. Step aside, the voice just fell. Concentrating the scarlet power in both hands, Wanda was the first to bombard the opponent. A beam of light is like an aurora in the dark night, and its speed is very fast. Steven saw that the situation was not good, his face was ugly, and he stepped back decisively. The scarlet beam that was shot fell into the air. Boom. The town in the distance was instantly destroyed, and a huge hole was blasted abruptly. Witches are such a headache. Looking at the town that has been smashed into slag. Steven's face was serious. Even though Wanda is not as powerful as the Blackened Witch. With Chaos Force herself, her strength should not be underestimated. ZZ. Gathering Sabbath's thunder with both hands, wrapped in terrifying energy, all blasted towards Wanda's position. Wanda didn't dodge, and the scarlet power emerged again, forming a protective shield. Boom. The protective cover remained motionless, sending out waves of ripples. You better get out of the way. Wanda's face was gloomy and her voice was extremely hoarse. At this moment, she has blonde hair fluttering and crimson clothes fluttering in the wind. The terrifying aura instantly spread. Her strength has increased. However, at this time, Wang came to Steven's side with a serious expression on his face. He didn't expect that. Good things have developed to the point where they are today. Really bad news. Hurry up, she's leaving. Wang Yuguang flicked his eyes, his pupils shrank sharply, and he shouted quickly. Once you let Wanda go, things will go very badly. Don't worry, I will be Tianwei. Steven made a decisive move. The golden magic was condensed in both hands, and countless chains shot out, like a thunder snake biting. So la. The chain bound Wanda with perfect precision. The whole person was tightly bound and could not break free. It worked. Wang's face was joyful, and then he also released the chains and put them directly on the opponent's body. Two different forces alternate with each other. Even if Wanda wants to break free from the shackles in a short time, it is absolutely impossible. However, the next second, bang, it didn't take long for the two of them to be happy. The chains tied to Wanda's body shattered and scattered all over the ground. The spreading prestige rushed towards the two of them. In an instant, a huge burst of smoke and dust was raised. Ahem. Wang coughed twice, bumping his hands to disperse the dust in front of him. Looking again, I found that Wanda's figure had disappeared. What should I do now? Wanda disappeared. They want to find each other's traces, no doubt looking for a needle in a haystack. At least there is no way to find her in a short time. Steven. Wang looked at him with a complicated expression. He didn't know what to do. Li Zi was arrested and has now disappeared. Sooner or later the multi-universe descends into chaos. If we don't pay close attention to solving the source, I'm afraid she has disappeared, and it will be useless for us to chase her again. Steven's eyes moved slightly. I hope she won't do anything stupid. From the contest just now, he clearly felt that Wanda's strength had gradually increased a lot. Even if they find Wanda, they can't stop her smoothly. At the same time, in another universe, under the bright lights, Li Zi and the Card Witch were sitting on the cold sofa. Speak clearly. Li Zi was puzzled, a little confused. It stands to reason that he has only been in the Marvel universe for a few months. Someone actually started to kill himself. This reason is far-fetched. The news obtained from the other party's mouth. It shocked and surprised him. How to say? It doesn't seem to match the timeline. A few years ago, someone came here to kill you in this universe, but I couldn't stop it at that time. Wanda's tone was heavy. When I think of that scene at the beginning, I still remember it vividly, and I can't go away. Even if I was at that time, couldn't I avoid this from happening? Li Zi was very puzzled. Now that you know that person is coming, why didn't Wanda take him away in time? There was a sigh on the beautiful face of the counterfeit Wanda. That's right, but when that person came, especially when he looked at you in this universe, he showed a trace of fear. Li Zi finished listening. Surprised. Since the other party is afraid of him, he is determined to kill him. Isn't there a conflict between the two? The most important thing is, the counterfeit Wanda, who possessed chaos force and the mastery of the dark divine book, was no match for the mysterious man. How strong is the mysterious man? And after? Li Zi didn't think much, and continued to ask. This matter is definitely not that simple, and there should be secrets that I don't know about. After he killed you in this universe, he vowed to slaughter all of you in the multi-universe. Later, I realized that the chaos in the multi-universe was caused by that mysterious man. The counterfeit Wanda's eyes moved slightly, as if recalling that painful memory back then. That mysterious man is extremely powerful. Even in the case of practicing the dark divine book by oneself. Can't compete with him either. After the mysterious man killed you in this universe, I was lucky enough to survive the chaos. I understand that man's strength, and I am not an opponent. I chose to stay in this apartment to continue studying the dark divine book and practice scarlet power. 5. Counterfeit Wanda took a deep breath. Thinking of that person's means, I still feel lingering fear. She considers herself to be extremely strong. But in front of the mysterious person, he was no match at all. He has always been at a disadvantage, and has no power to fight back. Then you didn't destroy this universe? Li Zi blurted out subconsciously after listening. After all, he had witnessed the devastation of that world with his own eyes, and it required a terrifying force to be able to do it, at least at the level of a Dark Doctor Strange. Do you think so? Fake Wanda's eyes are red. At this moment, she can't help but make people feel pity and pity. In the past, I don't know. Li Zi shook his head, and then said with certainty, but I have one thing for sure, I believe what you say now. Because he felt Wanda in front of him, revealing the true feelings in his heart. It wasn't pretended before, and there's no way to hide that feeling. Of this, he was very sure. Otherwise, he would not have said such a sentence. Plum, tears welled up in the fake Wanda's eyes, and her hands were a little uneasy. Today, the man in front of her finally believed in herself. At this moment, she felt a little more joy in her heart. Go on. Li Zi interrupted her with calm eyes. He motioned her to continue. Even if he chooses to believe, his heart will not be disturbed. He has given all his love and care to his beloved Wanda. The fake Wanda looked at him with mixed feelings. She understands how to save herself, and the other party will not look back. Immediately afterwards, the counterfeit Wanda adjusted his emotions, and continued. Actually, I perceived your existence a long time ago, and after that, I didn't expect to find you by chance in the multi-universe fluctuations. Speaking of which, counterfeit Wanda is both happy and disappointed. Although he successfully found Li Zi, he is not the same as before. They have the same appearance, but have different personalities and destinies. Then what is your purpose of looking for me? Li Zi frowned tightly, his tone was low. Could it be to imprison me? Fake Wanda looked straight. He regained his composure. I brought you here to better protect you from being killed by that mysterious man. He brought Li Zi here for a certain reason. The most dangerous place is the safest refuge. You know who will never know. The Li Zi he was looking for was hidden in the universe where he killed the protagonist. Even though the mysterious person knew about Li Zi's existence, he rushed there in person. She will also be strong. Today, as she learns the Dark God Book, origin magic power becomes stronger and stronger. Not to mention killing the opponent, at least a tie can be made. Then what good way do you have to stop the mysterious man? At this time, Li Zi pondered for a while and continued to ask. Since the mysterious person is so powerful, Wanda in front of him does not have absolute strength, so he cannot fight the opponent to a tie. The only fate is that the fake Wanda loses. Yourself is at stake. Thinking of this, he was extremely painful. Follow the rules of the system. If the time limit has not expired, the strength cannot be revealed. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be in vain. In the current situation, we can only rely on the counterfeit sky to block it. When the mysterious person comes over, I will fulfill my previous promise and protect you. Don't worry about that. Fake Wanda is full of confidence. Did not show the slightest panic and anxiety. Her at the moment. Today is different. With the continuous learning of the Dark Divine Book, the chaos force in her body became more vigorous and majestic. Even if he loses to the opponent, he can easily take Li Zi away. But I want to know, when will the mysterious man come? Li Zi pondered and asked questions. He wondered when the mysterious man would come. Because there are still follow-up matters that need to be handled by him personally. I roughly calculated and deduced that the mysterious man will arrive in 5 months. The fake Wanda's eyelashes trembled, and he said seriously, you will stay here for the next 5 months, and you can't leave, otherwise the mysterious person will find you very soon. It took a lot of effort to finally bring Li Zi here. She must never let him go. Otherwise all efforts will be in vain. No, I have to go back. Li Zi shook his head, he couldn't stay here for long. Once you leave the place specified by the system for a week, it will mean that everything he has done before is in vain. This is the last thing he wants to happen, again. Regardless of the rules, the other Wanda should worry about herself now too. You can never let her down. No, I won't let you go back, it's dangerous there. The fake Wanda's coquettish eyes glowed red, her hands were open, and her eyes were extremely firm. She would rather stop her than let Li Zi die there. The strength of the mysterious man cannot be borne by him alone. And America, where is she? Suddenly at this moment, Li Zi just remembered her and couldn't help asking. It seems that he has completely forgotten what happened just now. She fell asleep in the guest bedroom. In order to dispel his worries, Wanda said again, don't worry, I didn't do anything, I just borrowed some strength. If not. At that time, she also couldn't get back here smoothly through the shuttle ability. Wanda, I have to go back, even if the mysterious person arrives, with the strength of the number of people, and the help of Steven, Kamar-Taj and others, I can have the power to fight against that person. Capital, I hope you can understand. Li Zi took a deep breath and looked directly at Wanda in front of him without seriousness. In fact, this is his rhetoric. Since the mysterious man is so powerful, Wanda in front of him is defeated by the opponent. Not to mention that people like Steven can resist. He went back, but stayed for a few more months, waiting for the hidden rewards to be distributed. It means that when the time comes, it will not work for anyone. The counterfeit Wanda also looked at Li Zi, her beautiful red eyes staring straight into the hearts of the people. She saw the firmness and determination in the other party's eyes. And he was right, after all, there was only one person on the other side. Coupled with the help of other people, it might be able to completely resist the attack of the mysterious person. After thinking about it, he agreed. Li, I can promise you, but I must go back with you and share a room with you. The counterfeit Wanda's beautiful eyes glow with a strange red light, which is a little more charming. This kind of seductive expression is like a tender hibiscus, taking a hard bite. After hearing this, Li Zi was slightly taken aback. The Wanda in front of me wants to live in the same room as me. Two witches meet. Isn't that home going to become a Shira field? Li, you don't seem to want me to go. Wanda's expression was complicated, and her tone was somewhat resentful. She didn't want to waste her previous efforts in vain. If he is not by the other party's side, the mysterious person can easily kill him. This must not be allowed to happen, but if you go, I will be in more trouble. Li Zi frowned tightly. Thinking of the mutual tearing between the two witches, I feel dizzy for a while. Especially being caught between two people is more uncomfortable than killing himself. You must know that these two witches are a bit sick and delicate. If they lived together every day, it would be like a Shira field every day. After listening to Wanda, she spread her hands indifferently. It's nothing, anyway, if I go, she can't beat me. Her tone was very confident, and she slightly raised her snow-white neck. Let me think about it. Li Zi pondered, not in a hurry to give an accurate answer. In fact, judging from Black and Wanda's narration, the mysterious man is extremely powerful. With the strength of the Kamar-Taj group alone, they will definitely be unable to resist, unless the time gem is still there. Unfortunately it has been destroyed. Now the only way to fight is to wait for his hidden reward, so the blackened witch is safer. Don't think about it, I'll just live in the room next to yours, so she won't be jealous. Wanda's beautiful eyes moved slightly, with complicated emotions. She knew that Li was struggling with this matter, and she also knew the character of the other witch. After all, they knew each other well. You really know how to choose. Li Zi thought for a while and nodded. Then let's go back now. He knew the character of the witch, and worried that she would do something out of the ordinary. After thinking about it, he looked at the glamorous witch again, not forgetting the business. Go to the guest bedroom, and bring America back together. After all, America is special and cannot stay here, and they need the strength in her to go back. The two came to cough. Pat. The lights came on, the door opened, and America lay on the bed. Li Zi tilted his head slightly and looked over. It was found that America was fast asleep. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing, except to take her away. The key is to rely on the strength in her body to go back. You do not trust me. Wanda pursed her lips when she noticed his expression, gave him a supercilious look, and felt a little disappointed at the same time. Don't think too much. I've seen the absorption technique in the Dark God book. That thing has a strong backlash effect. If America inhales it, her body won't be able to bear it. Li Zi looked solemn, staring at America sleeping soundly on the bed. The power of Chaos Force is very strong. If you add the practice of the Dark God book, the secret method added between the two, it's enough to easily kill a person. Because of this, he was a little worried about America's physical condition. Fortunately, the other party was not backlashed as imagined. After listening, Wanda waved her hand. The Dark Divine Book appeared in the air, sending out bursts of strange black aura. As soon as the Book of Darkness came out, the light in the entire room dimmed a bit. Li, in fact, your worry just now was unnecessary. On Wanda's cold face, there was a little more indifference. America can bear the power in my body, on the contrary, she can also bear the backlash of absorbing spells. Li Zi glanced at America and nodded. Then he turned his gaze to the Dark Divine Book suspended in midair. The appearance of black aura. The temperature in the entire room has become very strange and cold. It makes people tremble. Especially the terrifying breath slowly overflowing. It seems that as long as it is touched lightly, it will immediately corrode itself, causing extreme pain. You learned the complete book of the Dark God. Li Zi's expression moved slightly, and he found that the Dark Book is complete. It seems that the self in this universe is not a time traveler, and does not know the hidden function of the Dark Book. You gave her the defective version, right? Wanda looked from the corner of her eye and noticed that Li Zi's expression had changed and said softly. She could see that when Li Zi used the Dark God calligraphy technique before, every move and style was complete and should be. But that Wanda is a bit defective, otherwise with her scarlet power and learning from the Dark Divine Book, her strength would be far more than that. From the last time she played against the opponent, she had already guessed a bit. I gave the defective version to protect her. With a calm face, Li Zi said something lightly. He knew that the other party was referring to his own witch. The reason for giving her a defective version is to prevent the witch from being corrupted by Blacken. Therefore, some taboo content has been deleted. Li, you are so kind to her. Wanda's beautiful eyes showed envy, and she walked closer to him. Then if it were me, would you also be willing to take good care of me? Her beautiful eyes are charming, full of autumn water, her pretty red face is slowly approaching, her breathing is a bit short of breath. You're not my girlfriend. Li Zi looked away and took a few steps back. That could be. The corner of Wanda's cherry red mouth raised slightly and said softly, what do you think about what I said before? Ahem. I forgot what you said before. Li Zi remembered the words of having two witches, coughed a few times, and changed the subject. Wake up America quickly and return to the main universe. Aha. Wanda stepped forward, her scarlet power condensed, and she put her hands on America. In order to let her sleep for a short time. It was to prevent the opponent from escaping, so a small trick was implemented. Well. Where am I? America gradually opened her eyes and stroked her forehead. Those charming beautiful eyes came into view, as if being electrocuted all over. He quickly stepped back and shouted, don't come here. This beautiful face brought endless fear to her. His whole body trembled unceasingly, and his eyes remained terrified. It seemed that there was a real hell demon standing in front of him. America, don't worry. Li Zi's clear voice appeared in her ears and said, everything happens for a reason. Then he told America about the ins and outs. Only then did her fearful heart gradually calm down. Is that so? America was dubious and looked at Li Zi suspiciously. Although I know it happened for a reason. But the fear that Black and Wanda brought to her was so deep that she couldn't get it out of her mind. If not. Wanda smiled charmingly, and Shun approached America. The strange aura involuntarily emanating from the whole body makes people tremble. You. Don't come here. America's face was terrified, as if seeing a devil. I shivered all over. It seemed that as soon as the other party made a move, he couldn't stand the shock. Wanda, don't scare her. Li Zi frowned slightly, and his eyes fell on the other party. At this time, Wanda scares her again. I have to waste my tongue to appease America again. Alright. After listening to Wanda, she shrugged indifferently and resumed her previous demeanor. You draw a little strength from America. Li Zi looked at Wanda and said in a deep voice, go back quickly. Wanda nodded, and approached America, her hands gathered chaos force, and the red light flickered. She wasted no time and put her hands on America's body. The strength in the body is also being drawn out little by little. Well, America's face was slightly painful, and she gritted her teeth to hold on. This time she didn't resist. Just now Li Zi has explained the situation. She also understands that if she wants to return to the main universe, she must rely on this power. Your power is very unstable. Wanda's expression was dignified, and her hands were slowly retracted, but you have a lot of learning ability. If you learn magic, you can easily control your own power. This force from just now, she has already arrived at the perception. America's ability is not weak, but she lacks magic experience. Once the opponent learns magic, the power of oneself will be completely attracted. At that time, it will be easy to control your own power. Magic. America's face was slightly pale, and she stood up. When hearing magic can balance one's own power. There was a gleam in those eyes. Stop chatting, hurry up and go. Li Zi frowned tightly and hurriedly urged the two of them. At this time, the portal is approaching. The golden radiance was unusually obvious. Soon, the three of them sank into the golden portal together. At the same time, main universe, Kamar-Taj. In the tea room. Stephen and the others were making tea, and the aroma of strong tea lingered in the room. The two Peters sat on either side. Holding a cup of strong tea in hand, savor it carefully. The scent of tea rushes straight into the nasal cavity, which makes people feel comfortable. But Wang walked back and forth restlessly, with his hands on his back, looking anxious. Wanda is nowhere to be found. What now? If something goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. I glanced out of the corner of my eye. Wang found that several people were still drinking tea leisurely, and said angrily, "Are you still in the mood to drink tea?" He couldn't wait to see them, and these people seemed to be okay. He could still drink tea calmly. Could it be that he doesn't take Wanda's matter to heart? If you can't do it, it's better to rest for a while and then make plans. With a calm face, Stephen picked up a cup of strong tea and tasted it. It's not that they stand by. But where can I find Wanda now? Finding her is like finding a needle in a haystack. Again. Letting Wanda go out is not necessarily a bad thing. Hey, we've been sitting here for over an hour, anyone want a burger? Little Spider-Man glanced at the few people and couldn't help asking. But there was a cold silence. The people present didn't want to make fun of him at all. If you want to completely solve the problem, send people from the multi-universe back. Garfield Spider looked serious, thought of a way, and blurted out. After all, these people are also potential hidden dangers. Do not send back. There will only be more and more visitors from the multi-universe to come. The problem is, there's no way to send it back right now. Stephen took a deep breath and said seriously. Why wouldn't he want to do that? It's just that there is no better way to solve it now. Just when several people were talking, the compass placed on the table trembled slightly. There is a situation. Little Spider-Man's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the compass on the table. Looking carefully, I found that the pointer inside was actually pointing to the dojo outside the door. Be careful. Let's go out. Stephen looked dignified, and walked out with a few people. The compass pointer trembled, indicating that danger was coming. Come to the door, slowly open the door. Several people found a golden vortex appeared in front of them. That's a portal. Immediately afterwards, a strange aura filled the air, and Wanda's crimson figure appeared. Stephen frowned, and immediately said, let's go and have a look. This smell is a bit weird. The strange and cold oppression made him feel a little uncomfortable. He recognized it, it was Black and Wanda. The breath is different, and it is quickly recognized. When a few people are about to gather around, a familiar figure appeared in the eyes of several people. Lee Z? Several people were a little curious and excited. Wasn't he captured by the other party? Why did you come back suddenly? Lee, it's great to have you back. Little Spider-Man looked excited, just about to go up and call for someone. But in the next second, Wong grabbed him, with doubts in his eyes, and whispered, don't go over. How do you know if he is the real G? He looked at Lee Z in front of him and felt a little strange. It shouldn't be. Since the Dark Witch took him away, she wouldn't let him come back. Although these words are a bit detrimental, there is no guarantee that the other party is the real Lee Z. Overheard conversations of several people. Lee Z was a little speechless, took a deep breath. I know all the magic of Kamar-Taj. Then he waved his hands. The golden light shines, and the fearful breath circles around. Presents the magic moves contained in Kamar-Taj. Don't worry, he is the real Lee Z. Stephen spoke at this moment, his tone extremely firm. Judging from the magic displayed by the other party, this is all Kamar-Taj's spell moves. What happened to you? Why did she send you back? Stephen couldn't help being puzzled, and looked at Black and Wanda. Since the other party took him away, why did they let him back? There must be something hidden in it. Lee Z explained to several people. The mysterious man creates chaos in the multi-universe, intending to slaughter himself in all universes. In order to protect him, Black and Wanda brought him closer. The reason for sending it back. But because he was worried about Wanda's safety and kept persuading him, he sent it back. By the way, where is the woman? Lee Z looked around, but did not find Wanda. Strangeness. Where did she go? Because of your disappearance, she was in a bad mood and wanted to go out to relax, but we were afraid that she would do something stupid, so we fought her, and she ran away in the end. Stephen looked hesitation, then briefly explained the situation. No one wants this to happen. But Wanda's strength is too strong, and they can't stop it even if they join forces. Finished listening. Without even thinking about it, Lee Z tore off Stephen's sling ring. With a wave of both hands, a golden portal was drawn. On the other side of the door is the Zhejiangtown community apartment. Stephen's pupils shrank, and he stared blankly. He remembered that it was the first time the other party came into contact with the sling ring. I learned how to use the only portal in a short period of time. You must know that when I first learned it, it took me a day. In the end, I paid back the potential that was forced out by Ancient One. Lee Z only took a few seconds without waiting for his reaction. Lee Z walked into the portal. Show up in the apartment. The temperature was a little cold, but he saw the crimson coat on the sofa. Obviously someone is back. Pat. The bedroom door opens. Wanda, whose eyes were numb, was shocked to see G's appearance. Lee, is it really you? Wanda's eyes turned red instantly, and she froze in place. Worry, longing and sorrow came to mind. I'm back. A smile appeared on Li Zi's face and he opened his arms. Looking at Wanda with swollen eyes, he knew that the other party must be worried. Plum. Wanda laughed through her tears and rushed directly into Li Zi's arms. At this moment, she is no longer the cold and ruthless witch who pretends to be calm, but a helpless kitten. She looked nervous and stroked the other's cheek with both hands. Deep worry is revealed all the time. Don't cry, I'm back, haven't I? Li Zi looked at her pitifully, reached out to wipe her tears, and couldn't help but feel distressed. Disappear this time. It has had a big impact on Wanda. But Wanda wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Li Zi and silenced. Don't talk, I'll take you to rest. After speaking, a pair of firm and powerful hands instantly hugged Wanda. Okay. Feeling the remaining warmth in her body, Wanda buried her head in her chest, her pretty face flushed slightly. Enjoy the warmth of the moment, it can be next second. The original calm dimension portal trembled, and then a dark red figure walked out of it, with a slight arc at the corner of her mouth. It is Dark Wanda. For a while, the room suddenly became gloomy and cold, and the atmosphere became strange. Wanda in her arms noticed it, and looked at it suddenly, and the next second was crystal clear, and her red eyes froze. Two pairs of charming and juicy eyes looked at each other. The surrounding air suddenly froze, in the living room. The air of at the moment is incredibly quiet. It was as if time and space were frozen. The two witches looked at each other. There was a strong smell of gunpowder in each other's eyes. Why, you don't know me. Black and Wanda smiled charmingly and broke the calm first. Still didn't expect me to come. He looked directly at Wanda in front of him. She didn't feel intimidated by the eyes cast by the other party. On the contrary, she is as calm as the owner of this apartment. Know what to do, you'd better leave me. Wanda got down from her arms and glared at her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. While saying this sentence, she took 2 steps forward, protecting Li Zi behind her. In case the Blackened Witch captures him again. Leave? Blackened Wanda smiled and looked at Li Zi. You can ask Li, should I stay? Her at the moment. There is no fear that the other party will refuse. On her beautiful face, she still had that breezy look. After hearing this, Wanda couldn't help frowning slightly. He turned to look at Li Zi next to him. Sensing the strangeness, Li Zi was a little embarrassed, but still nodded. She has to stay. If it wasn't for the mysterious person, he wouldn't let Blackened Wanda follow him. This is just great. The unexpected scene still happened. When the two met, it was like a bomb about to explode. He was the most uncomfortable being caught in the middle. Since we have reached this point, I will not be polite. Blackened Wanda smiled charmingly. It turned into a black aura and sat down on the sofa. She knew the result was the same as she thought, without any difference. Wanda's expression was shocked, and she looked at Li Zi in disbelief. She didn't expect that Li Zi would agree with him to stay. If she didn't feel that there is no difference in Li Zi's soul, she would even think that the person standing in front of her is not Li Zi. You go. Wanda's face was furious, and she strode over, trying to pull up Blackened Wanda who was sitting on the sofa. She absolutely does not allow the other party to stay here. Otherwise, this woman will one day seduce Li Zi away. She is very clear about the other party's small thoughts. Seeing this, Li Zi smiled wryly, hurried over to hold her back, and explained, Wanda, I let her stay because of the mysterious person. After listening to Li Zi's explanation, Wanda also calmed down, with a serious expression on her face. Unexpectedly, the chaos of the multi-universe was caused by a mysterious person. And the opponent wants to slaughter all the Li Zi in the multi-universe. This news is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Then how do you judge whether what she said is true or not? Wanda continued to ask, but her eyes fell on Blackened Wanda on the sofa. After all, this woman is scheming and has deceived them too much. She had to be more vigilant, believe it or not. Blackened Wanda glanced at her, and said casually, my strength, if I want to snatch your Li, if I snatched it away, will I send him back? She didn't hide it at all. He speaks very straightforwardly, looks at Wanda in the eyes, and is extremely calm. Hear this. The corner of Wanda's mouth moved, wanting to refute, but didn't know what to say. She knew the other party was right. If you really want to snatch Li Zi away, you can't stop it with your own strength. But she felt uncomfortable. Seeing this, Li Zi smiled helplessly. Be happy, after all, the mysterious person is very strong, and she is also thinking about the overall situation, so the news should be true. He didn't believe it at first either. But judging from the tone of the other party, there will be no falsehood. Plus, she didn't hurt herself or America. From this point alone, many things can be judged. You can agree to her to stay, but she has to go to the next room. Wanda saw the seriousness on Li Zi's face, and for his sake, she didn't continue to fight. It wasn't for Li Zi, she would have driven him away long ago. It's a disaster for this woman to stay here. I think so. Li Zi could feel a sour jar smell. Obviously, Wanda is jealous. But also understandable. Be any woman. I can't stand my man bringing back a beautiful stunner. Or a woman who looks exactly like herself. Stop sitting here, go to the next room. Li Zi turned around and looked at Black and Wanda, who was sitting on the sofa. It's better to let the other party out of Wanda's sight as soon as possible. God knows the next second. Will the two fight each other because they don't like each other? To prevent this from happening, the best way at present is to separate the two. It's not dark yet, it will be boring in the past now, I'll stay here to watch some TV. Black and Wanda looked indifferent, and turned on the TV directly. There is no strange feeling at all, as if this is your own home. Then, she took off her shoes and found a comfortable angle to lie down directly. A pair of snow-white slender legs were exposed to the air, and one leg was placed on the other, rubbing back and forth. He propped his head up and looked at the TV. He didn't pay attention to the two of them at all. Since it is also boring, it is better to watch the Air Force on TV. Hurry up and go. Seeing that the hateful woman was obviously provoking herself, Wanda walked to the sofa and said angrily, "If you don't go, what can you do to me?" Black and Wanda smiled, and suddenly stretched out a slender white hand, and pulled it off. "What are you doing?" The witch's pretty face turned pale, and she bumped into her head-on. Feeling the familiar smell and soft body, she glared at this face that was exactly like her own, furrowed her brows and said angrily, "Let me go." "Don't let go." The blackened witch smiled and hugged her tightly. "Don't let go, don't blame me for being rough." Wanda bit her lip. Looking at the familiar and beautiful face, for the first time in her life, she had the urge to bite on it. When speaking, the short canine teeth were slightly exposed. Quickly let go. "You sure?" The blackened witch hooked her earlobe, and smiled. "Why are your earlobes so hot, and women can do it too?" "Lee, she also." "Don't talk nonsense." Wanda tightly covered her mouth. Unexpectedly, the pink and hot tip of her tongue slid across her palm. "You. Disgusting." She was ashamed and angry, and Heba possessed himself with her. Not for a while. On the sofa, there was a vibration, and the two bodies pulled each other, quickly entangled together. "Open. Don't let go." The clothes on the two of them were instantly crumpled, their messy hair was flying, and their faces were flushed. They all refused to back down. Tear. Next second. The hands of the two kept tearing at each other. The milky white skin is exposed, and the obvious lines inside can be vaguely seen. Ah. For a while. Screams sounded, and after entanglement for a long time, the two blushed and gasped for air. In the air, the intoxicating bodily piles of Japanese stocks are filled. Cough, cough, cough. Li Zi was stunned, and stood beside him at a loss, swallowing his saliva, not knowing whether he should step forward to help. The main thing is who to help. This scene was so exciting that even he couldn't resist it. Sure enough, women are the prettiest when fighting. No, it's not called a fight, it's a real fight. The fight between the two didn't stop at all and continued. Li Zi stared at the scene a little bit intently. Wanda's hair is messy, her pretty face is pink, but her eyes are not convinced. Most of the milky white skin is exposed to the air. It seems that as long as you gently pull it down, you can see the scene of white flowers inside. The pants on the lower body have been torn, revealing the lines of the buttocks. There is a desire to rush to protect. Black and Wanda's hair was disheveled, covering half of her face was flushed red, and she kept panting. All the clothes were stripped off, except for the private stickers, the other parts were all white. Especially the trembling mountain peaks in front of both sides, even if there are stickers to set off, it can't cover up the mighty momentum of the turbulent waves. Concave and convex curves are slender, and there is no clothing left underneath, and the black pattern of pure desire comes into view. Black and Wanda is more glamorous, like a rose with thorns, which arouses the desire to conquer. "Lee, stop standing there, come and help me pull this woman away." Lingering. Wanda blushed, and when she saw Li Zi standing there, she immediately yelled. "This damned woman is so strong. If Li Zi doesn't come to help, he will easily fall into the disadvantaged." "Ahem, I'm coming right now." Li Zi coughed lightly and walked over directly. Try to pull the two of you apart. If you continue to let the two fight. He was a little worried that the whole apartment would be overturned by the two of them. At that time, it is not easy to end in time. At this time. In front of the gate, Dao Jinshan's dimension portal opens again. The streamer of golden radiance is extremely obvious. A figure stepped across the portal and came out. It's Steven. When he saw the three people lingering on the sofa, although the sofa blocked him, he didn't see the whole picture. He only saw the three people behind the sofa, but he turned his head quickly out of politeness. Ahem, Li, the young man's waist is good. He recalled the scene just now, unknowingly embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Li Zi, who is gentle on the surface, would have such a habit. Three people fight, it is exciting to think about it. And it's even more exciting with two Wandas. Steven, don't talk nonsense, I was helping them out. Seeing the strange look in the other party's eyes, Li Zi quickly opened his mouth to explain. If Steven spread the word, but it would be embarrassing to throw it at Grandma's house. If you don't explain quickly, I'm afraid the misunderstanding will get deeper and deeper. It's really not what you imagine. Wanda, who was hiding behind the sofa, flicked the clothes to float on her body, and hurriedly explained. She didn't want Steven to misunderstand. It's too embarrassing for three people to fight. Blackened Wanda on the sofa stood up nonchalantly, without explaining, just tidying up the messed up clothes. Wear it while combing your hair. In her opinion, this kind of thing is not shameful. What's there to be afraid of? No need to explain anything, everyone was young, I understand. Steven interrupted the explanation of the two, looked at the two Wanda. Young people still need to pay attention to their bodies. These are very normal things, he felt no need to explain. Not to mention a young man like Li Zi who is full of vigor. There is a need for that often. Li Zi's face was ugly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. It's over. The explanation just now was in vain. Huh. However, at this time, throwing a slipper towards Li Zi, Wang looked at him with a sigh. Angrily sat on the sofa. Li Zi looked, it was lost by Wanda. Helplessly smiled. What are you doing here? Li Zi put away his emotions and couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that this guy has some kind of voyeurism? Lenovo just now. Perhaps there is such a possibility. Deny how the other party will come at such a critical moment. Have you guys forgotten those guys in Holy Place in New York? Steven didn't notice his strangeness, his face was solemn. I don't have any thoughts, go back and help me figure out a way. He has never had a good solution for those things. If not, send the people of the multi-universe back. Big things are bound to happen later, but he had no choice but to come to Li Zi. Who would have thought that this guy would do something shameful with a woman there? The key is still two, he couldn't stand it anymore. If you don't tell me, I really forgot. Li Zi came to his senses and patted his head for a jolt. Finally remembered. The multi-universe thing has not been fully resolved. They were supposed to return to reality, if you continue to drag on. The whole situation will only get more and more chaotic. It may even be because of the confusion of the multi-universe. Let other superpowers go back and forth in confusion. At that time, the situation will be irreversible. It's very simple, I have a way. At this time, Blackened Wanda, who was fully dressed, stood up from the sofa, her tone revealing confidence. For this kind of thing, she didn't feel nervous or uneasy at all. Even be able to deal with it calmly. The multi-universe was in chaos, unable to see any worry on her face. Several people finished listening. All eyes were on her. I feel puzzled in my heart. Did she rely on the power of chaos force? Although it can distort reality, but it is somewhat absurd to want to completely restore the multi-universe to the normal track. In a dark room, sensing the questioning gazes of several people, Blackened Wanda's eyes were calm. We can use the power in America's body to restore reality to normal. Want to restore the messy multi-universe? This is the only way right now. It is indeed a good method, but what kind of technique should be used? Steven came to his senses and asked immediately. Reality can be restored based on the spell that caused this reality distortion. Li Zi interrupted suddenly with a calm expression. Blackened Wanda has a great idea. Her own power can distort reality, plus America's power. With the superposition of the two forces, restoring reality should not be a problem. It works. Wanda also nodded her head in agreement. Subsequently, several people looked at Steven one after another. Of the people present, only he knew the amnesia technique, and I got an accurate response from him. What do you think? Li Zi looked at Steven calmly. Now is the time for the other party to make a choice. He also has amnesiac spells, but cannot expose them. Otherwise he decides for himself. Let's go back to Holy Place. Stephen thought for a moment, and said to several people. This matter is too important to discuss here. Several people nodded and agreed unanimously. New York Holy Place. Several people came to the Holy Place Hall through the dimension portal. Lee, did something happen after I fell asleep? An ethereal voice came from behind. Turning around, he found that the man was Gwen, who had just woken up. Can't help laughing dumbfounded. This little girl sleeps for a long time. The multi-universe is in chaos, and we've figured out a solution. Lee Z briefly explained the situation. Most of it is about multi-universe things. Real. After hearing this, Gwen looked faintly excited. Then I'll go to the hall below with you. Returning to reality meant she was able to return to her own universe. This is undoubtedly the most exciting news. Alright, there is someone who probably wants to see you very much. Lee Z smiled, a little curious in his heart. What kind of expression will Gwen show when he sees that man? After all, the two had known each other before. The only difference is that they don't belong to a universe. Who is he? Gwen's eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help asking. Anyone want to see me? Could it be an acquaintance? Not right. You may not know him. Seeing her puzzled, Lee Z looked at Stephen. Is Garfield still here? Stephen froze for a moment, and quickly realized. Knowing that the other person was talking about another Spider-Man, he nodded slightly. He's in the underground hall. He didn't know what the relationship between the two was. But Lee Z asked, and still answered the other party. Gwen was a little confused, so very puzzled. Could it be that the other party is also a visitor from the same universe as her? Never mind. Let's talk after we meet. She didn't think much about it. Then let's go. Lee Z waved his hand and walked towards the underground hall first. Garfield from at the moment probably couldn't have imagined that Gwen would come over, right? He was looking forward to meeting the two. What kind of sparks will be sparked? Underground hall. Slightly dim lobby. The chandelier swayed slightly, emitting a faint light. Hey man, where did you get your watch? Little Spider-Man couldn't help being curious when he saw the spider launcher in Garfield's hand. He hadn't seen such technology. It looks very new. It's not the watch, it's my spider launcher. Garfield Spider explained, and then asked, why, don't you? The chat between the two is hot. Taking a glance from the corner of the eye, they found that everyone had returned. Lee, you are finally back, we miss you. The two said in unison, with smiles on their faces, and immediately went forward to say hello. Scanning everyone. Suddenly seeing one of the white shadows, Spider Garfield froze in place. How did she come here? There is no time to prepare. At this moment, Lee Z came over and patted his shoulder. Don't you want to see her? She's here. As he spoke, he pulled Gwen, who looked dazed, and left space for the two of them. How are you? Garfield looked at the girl who looked like Gwen in front of him, and asked a question out of nowhere. Also at the moment, his eye sockets are reddish. This face is so similar. Both familiar and a little strange. Even though he knew it wasn't true, it brought back memories for him. Good. Seeing this, Gwen also guessed a little bit, stretched out her hand and introduced herself. You are also Peter Parker, right? I am Spider-Man Gwen Stacy. Although she knew that this person knew herself. There was even an unforgettable mood, but she didn't show much sadness. Just treat Peter Parker in front of him as a new friend. Hello, temperature. Spider Garfield withdrew his emotions, sighing and surprised. The multi-universe is amazing, you actually became a Spider-Man. While speaking, there was a sudden pain in his heart. If the Spider-Man of my own universe was Gwen at that time, she would not have died. Hey, I'm a Spider-Man too, why don't you introduce me? At this time, little Spider-Man spread his hands and couldn't help complaining. It seemed to feel neglected, he protested immediately. But among the crowd at the scene, Dunn was too lazy to ignore him. Lee Z watched all this, and suddenly came to the cage. I have found a way to restore reality, and you will be able to go back soon. It's almost back to reality now. Once recovered, these people can smoothly return to their own universe. As for the loopholes that appeared earlier, they can also be filled in time. Lee, can you give me something to eat before we go back? Eddie's face was ugly, Tien Fen said bitterly. He is starving to death. There is no food source during this time. Almost insanely hungry. If it wasn't for the support of venom in his body, he probably died on the spot. I've been busy, so I forgot about it. Lee Z was slightly embarrassed, and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Since the last time I ordered takeout from them. There has been no food until now. He felt a little embarrassed himself. Soon. Lee Z hurriedly asked Steven to eat more. Otherwise, these people will cry like ghosts and howl like wolves. Even if they are locked in a cage, they will feel disturbed. Bang. At this time, there was movement from the last cage, and the sound was extremely loud. I want to eat too, Dr. Strange, you are abusing prisoners of war. Let me sleep for so long, don't make me shut up. The man stood up cursing. The dim light revealed his entire figure. Wearing a dark red tights, with a hood on, it feels a bit cheap to speak. Clothing similar to Spider-Man but with some differences. It's you. Lee Z looked surprised when he saw this man. Isn't this guy a little bitch Deadpool? Not only is he a talker, but he is also very cheap. Now it's interesting. He thought that the sleeping guy was an unknown powerful visitor. Therefore, Steven put the other party into a deep sleep. Unexpectedly, it was Deadpool, much beyond his expectations. However, it is not wrong to describe Deadpool as powerful. In addition to possessing regenerative healing factor, other abilities are also very powerful. In the original book, I have fought against almost every hero and villain. It is conceivable that his own strength is extremely terrifying. Aren't you dead? The moment Deadpool saw Lee Z, he was a little surprised, but quickly realized, I forgot, the person who died was not you. No wonder he saw this face so familiar. It turned out that it was not the Lee Z from before. As everyone knows, his seemingly harmless words. But it made the people present angry and funny. As expected of a little bitch, the output gun is quite good. With just one word, directly curse Lee Z's death. No one would feel comfortable listening to it. You'd better shut your stinky mouth, talk too much. Wanda looked unhappy and interrupted him immediately. This guy is more talkative than little Spider-Man. The most important thing is to speak cheaply. Hearing this, I wanted someone to go up and beat him up. Isn't this Wanda? I finally saw the real person, and the figure is really the same as the one in the legend. It's still fascinating. Deadpool waved his hand. He didn't care about what the other party said at all, and started to tease the other party. He is very clear about the multi-universe, so I also know some tempers of these people. Having said that, he still couldn't stop his non-stop chatter. You're annoying me. Wanda looked sullenly, looking directly at him. Once this guy is out of mouth, he starts talking nonsense. I thought 2 Spider-Mons were enough to talk about. Now here comes another Deadpool. Still let people live? I often hear vehicles honking in urban areas, and I find it annoying. Deadpool continued to output his mouth, and his voice was very clear. He is free and easy, and he doesn't complain about the other party at all. Lee Z saw Deadpool's mean look. He shook his head with a wry smile. He knew that was Deadpool's character. Maybe from the movie point of view, I find it pleasing. But it's really annoying when you actually touch it. It's like having a mosquito flying around your ear. If possible, I even want to slap him to death. Don't pay attention to him, just let him stay well. Lee Z reminds Wanda. Since he doesn't talk to Deadpool, he will have nothing to say after a long time. Otherwise, you will come and go, and the topics will naturally increase. Suddenly, he remembered that Deadpool had said that the other self was dead. It immediately made him think of something. He knew the guy could see some multi-universe things. Otherwise, that sentence would not have been said for no reason. America is here. Wong walked down, glanced at everyone, and said very seriously, it's time for us to proceed with the next plan. Now that all the staff are here, we will focus on restoring reality. Can't continue to drag on. That will only make reality more and more confusing. Let's go. Lee Z knew the seriousness of this matter, shouted, and led everyone to the side. The next step is to discuss how to open the spell smoothly. Then send these people away. America, do you understand what I said earlier? Wong looked solemn, and said to America, who was a little uneasy. This matter cannot go wrong under any circumstances. Otherwise, it is easy to cause disaster. In addition, he was also a little worried. After all, it's about America's body. Even if the chaos force in Black and Wanda's body doesn't affect her too much. But everything is not absolute. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. I will remember. America looked serious and nodded heavily. In order to be able to return to his own universe smoothly. This time she decided to fight it out. Although a little worried, but in order to restore reality. Some things have to be done. This person is herself. Deadpool in a cage. Looking around, I found that no one paid attention to me. I feel bored. He was originally a chatterbox. If you don't speak, it's like there are ants crawling on your body. Aren't you bored sitting there? Deadpool shrugged his shoulders, and said in a teasing tone, seeing how unhappy you all are, it must be uncomfortable, isn't it? Little Spider-Man, Garfield, and Gwen continued to communicate without noticing Deadpool in the cage. The reason why they are here is because they don't know magic and can't participate in the discussion. Little Spider-Man glanced at Deadpool, but didn't choose to answer him. Deadpool's mouth was like a machine gun. Once you talk to him, don't stop talking. In my opinion, Spider-Man is the best Spider-Man ever lived. Deadpool sighed helplessly, and spread his hands. Definitely, it wasn't originally, but it's changed now. It's not like the one next to you who has always been lonely. He set his sights on Garfield the Spider. The humble tone immediately made people feel angry. Steven, come here and sew his mouth shut, and you're sick of talking to a fly. Garfield Spider's face was gloomy, and he yelled in the direction of several people. He can't take it anymore. Is this guy a cannonball? It keeps outputting all the time. He was so angry that he wanted to kill him. It happened that Steven had the means to let him torture Deadpool. Otherwise, if you keep shouting, your good mood will not be broken. Is this Deadpool's mouth open? Lee Z was a little speechless. He had never seen a guy with such a poisonous mouth. Even Garfield Spider can't stand it. You know he is also a chatterbox. The only one who can chatter to the point of impatient is probably only Deadpool. When I first read the original comics, when Deadpool appeared on the stage, sometimes his dialogue box could take up half of the book page. Don't pay attention to him. When you return to reality, you won't be able to hear his ramblings. Steven looked indifferent, and didn't even look at Deadpool. Although he also finds it annoying. But instead of wasting time on each other, it's better to spend a little more effort and quickly get out of Sleepy Falla. Steven, show me the amnesia technique. Black and Wanda looked at him, very solemnly. As long as there is no problem, I can activate the spell and send these guys back completely. This possibility is very high, and for her, she is quite confident. Not worried about other accidents. I see. Steven looked solemn and began to concentrate. The hands condensed a force, exuding golden magic, instantly reflecting the entire underground hall. Become extremely gorgeous and eye-catching. For someone's sake, he didn't show it all. On the contrary, when showing this power, I was a little cautious. If one is not careful, the situation will become serious. I'm about to start. Seeing this, the Dark Witch signaled everyone to step back. Several people are also far from the central location. After all, it contains powerful magic, so you still have to keep a proper distance quickly. In case of being injured by magic, it will be a troublesome matter. Black and Wanda gathered scarlet power in the palm of her hand, and a berserk aura emerged instantly. Like a stormy sea, endless. It's just that under this powerful energy, there is also a special force area. It seems to be able to stabilize the violent catharsis of scarlet energy. This special energy comes from America. Before that, she had already successfully stripped Fang Lishi from her body. Immediately afterwards, two different forces roared crazily, and everything around them became chaotic. The confetti on the ground swirled with the wind, and the breath was also extremely restless at this moment. A golden red dimension portal appeared faintly. Like the prototype, it has not yet fully formed. Although there is now a way to recover, but the process is still a bit difficult. Boom. In an instant, the entire space trembled and crumbled, and the ceiling chandelier also shook violently at this moment. Did it fail? Wanda looked at everything in front of her, a little flustered. Restoring reality is no easy task. Coupled with the vibration from the entire space, it makes people feel uneasy. It's normal, don't worry. Lee Z looked serious and comforted her. No way. Although fully recovered, but it will take some time to return to reality. Right now, just wait quietly. The entire underground hall trembled suddenly. The dust on the ceiling fell with the vibration. That exudes powerful power and spreads in all directions. Click. The entire space began to appear distorted and broken. Then another mysterious force emerged. Several people in the cage were affected. Under the bath of this mysterious force, you can feel the powerful force enveloping your whole body. In a dark, damp cage, the first to change is Dr. Lizard. His body slowly became transparent. From bottom to top, the lotus body was injected with that mysterious force. Finally disappeared in place. Finally we can go back. Seeing that Dr. Lizard disappeared, Eddie took a deep breath. He didn't want to stay in a cage for a lifetime. Great. I'm going back to eat chocolate. Venom's tears of joy came from his mind, and he finally didn't have to face these perverted magicians, let alone these guys abused prisoners of war. Well, you don't want me to stay, but I'll be back anyway. Deadpool noticed the changes brought about by his body, became more and more transparent, and shouted, "Remember to welcome me next time." With this sentence shouted, his body also disappeared. It's finally clean now. Lee Z scanned the cages, watching them leave one by one. He knew that the spell had taken effect, although he felt that the crowd was so lively and interesting. But these people do not belong to this universe, and will leave after all. Goodbye, friend. Garfield hugged little Spider-Man Peter, and looked at him seriously. Remember, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This sentence is his motto. Something to keep in mind at all times. This is also a sentence that must be remembered as a hero who saves the city. With great ability comes great responsibility. Little Spider-Man muttered silently, his eyes gradually becoming determined. Lee, thank you for your care during this time, take care. Garfield looked at Lee Z, then at Gwen. I hope we will meet again one day. This is what he said to Gwen, who looks like Gwen. Both regretful and relieved a lot. Hope so. Gwen smiled back. Lee, take care. Wow. With the final farewell, the golden light flickered suddenly. Finally, everyone in the cage disappeared, the light faded, and the underground hall returned to peace. No accident, sent away. Black and Wanda put away the technique and took a deep breath. The process may be a bit difficult, but at least the results are good. The reality returned to normal, and all the visitors from the multi-universe were sent back. It's finally over. Looking at the empty cage, Steven and Wong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this farce ended in time. Otherwise, if it continues, the situation will only get worse. Steven glanced at America from the corner of his eye, wondering, why is she still here? America is also from the multi-universe. Everyone else was sent back to their respective universes. Why is she not affected? Your memory is really bad. She used her own ability to time travel. Lee Z was speechless and couldn't help but say something. I remembered. Steven's expression was shocked, and he complained. Everything is caused by the mysterious person. If it is not for the other party to cause chaos in reality, they will not be so embarrassed when dealing with this matter. What did the mysterious man change when he used the amnesia technique? Wanda suddenly remembered this and immediately asked. She tried to remember, but there was no memory in her mind. I don't know, he tampered with that memory, and no one remembers it. Steven shook his head, not wanting to bother with it. Even if you want to understand, you can't make any changes. The means of the mysterious people, they can't stop it. It doesn't matter, but too much is not good for yourself. Lee Z touched his nose guilty, and said, it's hard to solve the multi-universe chaos. At this time, thinking about the headache of the mysterious person is nothing more than adding trouble to oneself. But I'm curious. Wanda looked focused, and continued. If you know the mysterious person, you will be able to know the other party's purpose through the cobweb horse trace. It's better to understand this kind of thing clearly. Because they don't know what the mysterious person thinks. The enemy is in the dark, but they are in the light. The pros and cons are obvious. If this continues, the situation will often be very unfavorable. After listening, Black and Wanda revealed a pensive look. Cough cough cough. Lee Z looked at the different reactions of the two witches. Obviously. If today's problem cannot be explained, I don't plan to let it go. It's only past 7 o'clock, there is still time, go out and have fun. He looked down at the time and quickly changed the subject. I don't want the two witches to go to investigate some mysterious person, definitely the mysterious person is him beside them. And I have been in New York for so long, and I have never gone out to play. Now that the matter was settled, he thought about going out for a walk. Do you want to go together? Thinking about it, Lee Z turned his gaze to the other three, his eyes full of hints. We're not going. The three looked at each other and shook their heads in rejection. If they go out with them, wouldn't they become a veritable light bulb? Again. They have other things to attend to. It's not good to go out together. It's 7 o'clock. Little Spider-Man suddenly remembered, and quickly packed up his things. I have to go back, otherwise Aunt May will curse. Leave a word. Little Spider-Man immediately ran upstairs in a hurry. We should also go back and sort out this incident and summarize a report. Steven and Wong looked at each other, knowing each other's intentions. Stride upstairs. Summary report. Kamar-Taj also plays this set? Lee Z was stunned for a moment. It seems that an ancient organization like Kamar-Taj did not escape the need to write a summary report. I like you. Wong looked serious and nodded heavily. After speaking, he stepped up the stairs quickly. When Steven came to Li Zi's side, he patted him on the shoulder. Enjoy it, two of you can do it. After hearing this, Li Zi wanted to cry but had no tears. What is this? Now the misunderstanding is getting deeper and deeper. He actually wanted to call Steven and the others. Just because I don't want to stay with two Wandas by myself. Although he had fantasized about the double flying scene before, but when he was actually faced with this situation, he found it difficult to deal with it. Come on, lad. Steven smiled slightly. It was obviously a gentleman's face, kind and cute. Li Zi stood there in a daze. At this moment, he felt a tingling in his heart. Haha, bye. Steven saw his embarrassment and couldn't help laughing. Then left here. In the underground hall, there are only 3 people left. Li, I haven't visited New York yet, let's go together. Wanda came over with a smile on her pretty face, and her 2 small canine teeth were very charming. Since my last trip, she never had a chance to be with him. This time, whatever you say, you have to be by his side. And me. Black and Wanda's beautiful eyes trembled, and she walked over with a figure like a water snake. Hang out together. She is looking forward to it too. You are not allowed to go. This date belongs only to me and Li. Wanda snorted coldly. An instant anger appeared on that innocent pretty face. The woman began to calculate again. She must not be allowed to succeed this time. Otherwise, who knows if she will go further next time. Why not? Black and Wanda smiled charmingly, and grabbed Li Zi's arm. For the multi-universe, I helped. While speaking, the outstretched hands hugged even tighter, and his head stuck to it. At this moment, she is like a bird clinging to a person, her behavior is extremely intimate. Hiss. Feel that plump softness. Li Zi couldn't help but gasped. This tight fit made him smell a charming fragrance. But who knows the next second? On the other arm, there was softness again, not inferior to the former one at all. Li is mine. Get out of the way. Wanda also clings to Li Zi and pulls it aside. Don't even think about it. Not to be outdone, Black and Wanda exhausted all her strength and pulled towards the other side. Li Zi was treated like a plush toy by the 2 of them. After repeated pulling, Jing Shendu made some mistakes. Then, Li Zi left the holy place under the influence of the 2 people, one left and one right. New York, downtown area. There are people coming and going, vehicles honking. The streets and alleys present a lively scene. The brilliance under the night lights up every corner, making it extraordinarily charming. The music dancers on the side of the road, accompanied by dynamic listening music, are full of extreme vitality. It makes this city extremely bright. On the way, on a bustling street, 3 figures appeared. Pedestrians on the side of the road all cast surprised and amazed eyes. This kid is so lucky. Where did 2 graceful beauties come from? The most important thing is 2. It's like comparing people to people, duh. There are also some people who have jokes in their eyes. This guy is simply putting on airs. With 2 stunners, what to pretend? Can you 2 let go? Li Zi was a little speechless and couldn't help complaining. It's embarrassing to be stared at by other people like this. From the underground hall to the present, his whole body has been pulled numb by the 2 of them. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, his whole body would probably fall apart soon. As long as she lets me go. Wanda grabbed Li Zi's arm tightly, not letting go at all. Those eyes glared at Black and Wanda, as if they had regarded her as a life and death enemy. As long as she lets me go. Black and Wanda didn't let go. Mei Xiao repeated Wanda's words just now. The provocative meaning was unusually obvious. You don't learn how to speak from me. Wanda blushed and swelled, her whole body trembled, and she was so angry that she couldn't beat her. Not only does he hold on to Li Zi, but he also imitates himself. This woman is simply disgusting. I can't stand you too. Li Zi was about to go crazy, and walked towards a remote alley. On this kind of street, continue to let the 2 witches continue to quarrel like this. I am afraid that the situation will be difficult to end. Why? Want to play something exciting? Seeing that the direction was an alley, Black and Wanda raised the corners of her mouth and smiled charmingly. The tone is full of ridicule. For this, she is ready. Not necessarily in the alley. You are shameless. After hearing this, Wanda blushed and scolded her. She had never seen a woman so debauched. Where is that alley? To think of it here. Li Zi was surprised. smiled and looked at the dark witch next to her. You're really good at playing. I found it all on the internet, and I haven't had time to practice it yet. Blackened Wanda stared at Lee Z, her beautiful eyes blinking like a glamorous stunner. Those eyes are charming, as if they can seduce people's soul away at any time. You haven't practiced yet. After hearing this, Lee Z looked surprised. He never expected that the opponent was not broken. It seems that the self in another universe is a gentleman, which is a good thing. Why don't you want me now? Blackened Wanda stopped in her tracks. A coquettish smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The body moved forward. The charming deodorant gradually diffused out. Lee Z didn't have time to answer. Don't even think about it. Lee is mine. Wanda next to her rushed over. Snapped. Pressing each other against the wall, the two identical faces looked at each other. It's just that her posture is a bit rusty and green, and when she holds the dark witch with one hand, she looks a little unsteady and clumsy. Do you want to be together too? No problem, 3 together. The blackened witch's beautiful eyes fell on the other party, without any panic, and her tone was teasing. She looked directly at Wanda with that icy face, her eyes gradually blurred, and she couldn't help licking her red lips. The seductive appearance makes people want to rush up and take a bite. No shame. Wanda felt the hot breath from the other party, feeling ashamed and startled. Are you sure this person is your peer? I used to think she was just like me. But I didn't expect that I could even say such words. Anyway, I can't say it myself. What a shame. Just when she was in a trance. Blackened Wanda seized the opportunity, with quick eyes and quick hands, turned over and pressed her under her body. Is that what you mean by being shy? The glamorous face kept smiling charmingly, almost sticking to the opponent's face. Wanda's face became even redder, her ears were red, her earlobes were hot, and she shyly said, "Let go of me." She couldn't believe it. The opponent's move was so bold. Now it's in the alley. If a passer-by sees, I'm going to lose my face. The most important thing is, this pose is so embarrassing. What if I don't let go? The corners of Blackened Wanda's mouth are slightly raised, and those watery eyes glow faintly with the power of scarlet, revealing a great charm. Don't mess around. Wanda's cheeks were instantly flushed like an electric shock, and her tiger teeth bit her red lips slightly. She really felt ashamed. Although originally is still a woman, and still, myself, but this feeling is really strange. Blackened Wanda continued to raise her hands, slender fingers across her face, and said with a mocking smile, "Don't you want to?" She didn't let go of her hand, and the strength increased a little. This little face is quite tender when pinched. Yes, but not with you. Wanda said shamefully, turning her head away. G is much better than you. Asking her to do this kind of thing with another self makes people feel strange when you think about it. Is this what is called a bug FF on the internet? What kind of bonus is her situation? Why is she feeling a little excited? Think here. Wanda was even more ashamed. She could clearly feel that the base of her ears and her neck were already red and hot. The whole body is full of dryness and heat, which is extremely unbearable. Ahem, can you two restrain yourself? This is outside. Lee Z, who was standing next to him, coughed a few times when he heard this. The two women went out in public. To actually communicate this kind of thing, and talk about it around myself, I really can't stand it anymore. Lee Z just wanted to go forward and tell them to calm down and go home before making trouble. However, at this time, a carefree voice came from behind. Boy, good fortune is not shallow, can we share one of us for playing sisters? Lee Z was taken aback for a moment, and then realized. My goddamn sisters, don't talk nonsense, young man. Boy, you are too thin, and your physical strength is not enough. Lend me your girl to play with. It just depends on how small you are. How can you satisfy two beauties? Let a few of us come and help make up for your vacancy. The brother below me is a little swollen, let me vent, I am good, she is also comfortable. Outside the alley, a few gangsters had wretched faces with their hands in their pockets. Those eyes were like hungry tigers, they did not hide the greed in their eyes at all, revealing their wretchedness. Lee Z turned his head to look. I found 4 gangsters standing there with cigarettes in their mouths, their ruffian temperament was very obvious. A thin, bearded face, eyes slightly empty. The other 3 wore short-sleeved shirts and were stocky. They are not sisters. Lee Z was speechless and spread his hands helplessly. Don't these people think that they are really playing with sisters? What's more, it's still in the alley, who cares if you are right or not, leave Niu behind and get out of here quickly. Seeing the other party's long-winded words, the leader of the gangster immediately roared angrily. He couldn't help it. The temper came directly. Why is this guy talking so much nonsense? Moron. After listening, Li Zi didn't bother to explain, and stepped forward to prepare to teach these ignorant guys a lesson. Do you want to play with me too? At this time, Black and Wanda let go of Wanda under her body, stood up and showed a charming smile on her pretty face. The voice was magnetic and seductive like a goblin, and immediately made the lower bodies of a few punks hot. What a beauty. The eyes of the gangsters were full of wolves, and they kept rubbing their hands together, staring at the witch's hot figure. It seems that everything has been left behind by them. The only thing left in my mind is the attractive picture in front of me. I don't know if your boyfriend is willing or not. The leading gangster swallowed his saliva, and his eyes fell on Li Zi. There is no more fierceness before. Black and Wanda spread her hands and said with a charming smile, "He's not my boyfriend, as long as I'm willing." She didn't pay any attention to Li Zi next to her. This is her decision. There is no need for the other party to agree or not. See what you're up to. Li Zi didn't speak, just smiled, put his hands on his chest, and stood by and watched. He wants to see what tricks Black and Wanda is up to. She didn't worry about what harm a few punks could do to her. This woman gave him the feeling of a rose with thorns, a poisonous scorpion beauty. It is estimated that there will be no good end for these little bastards. Hear this. Several punks breathed quickly, showing excited eyes. Didn't notice any abnormality at all. Boy, hurry up and get out. Buddies want the chicks to fight for 300 rounds. Come on baby, do you want a taste of my buddy? The few gangsters looked excited, and the wolf light appeared in their eyes. Can you restrain yourself? Li Zi shook his head speechlessly. Boy, if you don't leave, I'm dead, right? Seeing that Li Zi was still standing still, the gangsters immediately surrounded her. You have to teach this kid a lesson. Can't see color at all. When he was about to come to Li Zi, sudden, a scarlet light burst out, and the force of the movement spread. It directly enveloped the whole body of several punks, and instantly stood there with a dull expression, motionless. What have you done? Li Zi looked at Black and Wanda, frowning slightly. He really didn't understand what the other party's purpose was. Don't they want to play? Black and Wanda waved his hand and said helplessly, I do what they wish, 4 people are just right, 1 is not too much. Aren't the 4 of them playing together right now? This is very common sense. Hear this. Li Zi swallowed involuntarily, feeling a little hairy in his heart. Witch, you are a bit perverted. Li. Why do you call her a witch? Wanda looked displeased, and then looked at the 4 people who had begun to linger, with disgust in her eyes. It's disgusting, let's go quickly. She quickly dragged Li Zi and I ran out of the alley. It's not clean anymore, it's disgusting to think about it. Wait for me. Black and Wanda looked indifferent, and hurriedly followed. *****, downtown New York. Noisy voice sounded. This is the busiest Times Square in New York. Many people danced and sang there, humming non-stop. Among the crowd, the skateboard boy frantically showed off his skills, which caused thunderous applause. If it were in the past, it would be the scene of social death. Li Zi felt his scalp go numb. He didn't choose to go. If he takes 2 witches with him, it will definitely attract the attention of those around you. And watch them like watching monkeys the whole time. Such an embarrassment. Just thinking about it is scary. No way. Now that you are here, certainly not to go back hastily. In the next time, Li Zi had no choice but to take the 2 witches away from crowded places. Choose to go to the playground. Although there are quite a few people here, it is already very good compared to Times Square. Again. Except for the playground, it seems that there is no interesting place to go at night. After buying tickets, the 3 of them stepped into Nuoda's playground. What catches the eye is that there are many amusement facilities inside. Simply glance. Li Zi has a clear goal. Came to the roller coaster with 2 witches. When they saw the roller coaster, they felt very curious in their eyes. Because they have never sat before, they yearn for all this. No time wasted. After checking the tickets, the 3 of them sat down and wore seatbelts. Dee. The staff pulled hard, and the roller coaster started slowly. When it comes to the highest point, with a glance, Li Zi saw half of the night scene of New York, exuding brilliance and prosperity. The witches sitting on both sides are different. Look down. Anxiety and uneasiness appeared on his face. Although they are a generation of Scarlet Witch, they are originally women. See such a high altitude. The tension inside could not be concealed. Swish. Next second, the whole roller coaster trembled. That sense of weightlessness came to my mind instantly. The two witches screamed in fear and were scared out of their wits. Even when facing that mysterious person, didn't show too much fear. This time, however, their ride on the roller coaster was the complete opposite. Time passed little by little. After the roller coaster stops, the two witches were able to get down slowly only with the support of Li Zi. This scene also made him feel helpless and funny. Obviously, the two belonged to both food and fun. The two witches hadn't fully adapted yet, and when they got down, they hugged Li Zi directly, almost sticking to each other. This time of fit, Li Zi once again felt what is called choppy waves. This feeling is amazing, but it is also very comfortable. The three then left the roller coaster project. The two witches said they still wanted to play. Li Zi took them to the bumper car, although not as exciting as a roller coaster. But it's also a relatively competitive game. Get in the car, you can be crazy and reckless children. It is both nervous and comfortable after the collision. Li Zi didn't go to play. Instead, two witches collide with each other throughout the process. Other passers-by were shocked. Playing a bumper car game, is it possible that people will die? Throughout the arena, there was almost the sound of two witches driving bumper cars fiercely rubbing against each other. No one will let anyone. Seeing this scene, Li Zi was angry and funny. Playing a bumper car, these two witches really competed. Then, the two witches continued to show various driving skills. After a violent collision, when Li Zi looked at it, he was stunned in place. I saw two witches get out of their respective cars. There was a puff of smoke behind him. Every corner of the two bumper cars was cracked. It's almost gone from what it was before. He even wondered if the bumper cars in front of him were real cars. Will there be a car accident? Already forgot the text. Li Zi felt the softness from both arms. The two witches came to Li Zi angrily and locked his arms again. The two didn't say a word, their eyes met each other, and they didn't give in to each other at all. Li Zi smiled helplessly. He always felt that scrapping the bumper car this time was not the limit of the two of them at all. The quality of the bumper cars is somewhat bad. The two witches said they would continue playing. The smell of gunpowder was very obvious, but Li Zi understands that bumper cars must continue to play. It is estimated that he will have to pay for it himself. The two of them must not be allowed to continue playing. After thinking about it, Li Zi left with the two of them. Soon, the three came to the haunted house. This project is very interesting, and because of the horror of the legend, it attracts a large number of tourists. Also heard, especially the NPC who plays the role of ghost in it, the appearance is very scary, under the dark. Except for those with very strong hearts. Ordinary tourists simply cannot bear the fear brought by ghosts. The two witches were not afraid at all. He even let out bold words that he alone can scare off those NPC players. Other passers-by cast contemptuous glances, although the two witches are beautiful. But you can't blow it like that, can you? I don't know, but I thought you two were the people behind the ghost scene. Li Zi smiled wryly. No way. Since the two of them want to go in and play. I can only fight it myself. After checking in the ticket. The three of them walked in directly with the staff. The lights inside are a little dim. A terrifying atmosphere surged into my heart in an instant. After the staff told the three people some precautions, the two witches pulled Li Zi into the room quickly. They are also looking forward to what kind of ghosts can appear inside. Come inside. The quiet and icy breath gradually spread. Especially after coming in. They can feel the cold behind their backs. I don't know if it's true or on purpose. That chilly feeling is very real. Ignored too much. The two witches rushed forward first. Not at all afraid of the ghosts inside. Li Zi was different, following directly behind them. For the things in the haunted house, there is no fear at all. It's more of a curiosity. Sudden. The two witches in front stopped, because the front is a gate. The sides are somewhat narrow, and it seems that only one person can pass through. Black and Wanda wasted no time. Fumbling around on the gate, relying on feeling, finally found a switch. Gently pull. Click. The gate in front of him slowly opened. Black and Wanda was about to step forward. At this time, a hideous-looking ghost with a bloody face was exposed, like a ghost poking its head. Plus the scary vibe of a haunted house. In this environment, most people have long been frightened. But Black and Wanda looked indifferent, motionless, standing and looking at the benefactor in front of him. Then when the NPC ghost saw Black and Wanda's face, screams rang out. Then he was frightened and passed out. It's as if the roles were reversed. On the contrary, Black and Wanda is the real scary ghost. Lee Z behind saw this scene, a little speechless. For a while I didn't know what to say. Do you want to keep playing? He is an NPC anyway, at least save some face for him. This is just great. Just an appearance. The other party was directly frightened and fainted. What's the matter? No way. The three had no choice but to come out first. The person in charge of the haunted house also showed up quickly and asked Lee Z and others to pay a sum of medical expenses. Because the NPC just fell into a severe coma and was sent to the hospital, it is estimated that it will not be a long time, and it will be difficult to recover. By the lake, on a yellowed bench. After a night of tossing, the three of them felt exhausted for a while. Each held a cup of milk tea in their hands and drank while resting. Under the moonlight, the lake sparkled. The reflected moonlight looks like a white crescent moon. The water of the lake is very clear, and withered yellow leaves are everywhere. The evening breeze makes people feel happy. You two are killing me. Lee Z blinked, a little sleepy. Today's playground made him extremely uncomfortable. He not only has to bear the impact of the amusement facilities, but also suppresses the little brother who stands up at any time. Who can understand this pain? Would you like to quench your thirst and relax? Black and Wanda leaned closer and smiled charmingly. That charming look is self-evident, shameless. Wanda curled her lips and cursed secretly. This kind of place can think of that aspect. As expected of a hateful woman. Can you say that again? Black and Wanda stared at her roundly, not at all indifferent to her. Being scolded like this, it would not be a good feeling for anyone else. I just said, what can you do? Wanda lifted her snow-white neck high and snorted coldly. Her temper also came up. Look at each other without fear. It seems that two volcanoes may erupt at any time. Next second. The two witches didn't like it, and began to tear each other up on the spot. Lee Z was stuck in the middle, swaying and wryly smiling the whole time. These are just two little tigers. If it is not pleasing to the eye, there is no one to tear it up directly. Just as he was bearing the pain silently, Dee. At this time, Wanda's phone rang. She took it out and looked at it, and was a little reluctant to answer. Lee Z also saw the name on the phone. It was Nick Fury calling. What's up? Wanda asked each other. Very straightforward, without muddling. Wait a minute. I'm locating your location, I'll be there in a few minutes. After finishing talking on the phone, I hung up the phone. Nick Fury coming? Lee Z couldn't help but wonder. This actually made him curious. Well, what is he doing here at this time? Yes. Wanda nodded undeniably. After all, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Give me some face. I don't like him very much. Black and Wanda tossed her hair and said something lightly. She felt that this man was too insidious. Best not to touch. I don't like it either, but there may be something urgent. Wanda nodded in agreement. Don't like Nick Fury though. But now at least they are doing things to protect the safety of the Earth, so they must not disappear. After a while, there was the sound of an engine in the sky. A plane passed overhead and landed not far away. Nick Fury took Hill off the plane. Seeing the three people sitting on the chair, he froze. Mr. Nick, this is Lee Z. Next to Hill reminded. I know. Nick Fury said, looking at the two identical Wandas, I'm surprised it's them. After all, there are two identical Wandas, it's just unbelievable. Lee Z didn't speak, but looked at Wanda. I want her to explain it aloud. Wanda also knew this, and was about to speak. I understand that it's okay for young people to play tricks. Nick Fury nodded, but Wanda actually learned the duplication technique, which surprised me. Duplication. After hearing this, Wanda frowned slightly, and her head didn't turn around. When did I show the duplication technique? No, Fury is talking nonsense. I don't know the duplication technique at all. If I could, Lee Z let me use my mouth in the bathroom, it would definitely cause duplication. Not right, if I know the duplication technique. He should not be limited to one witch, 2 or 3 or even more. Don't worry, I will never tell anyone else. Nick Fury's charcoal black face showed his big white teeth when he grinned. When I was in my 20s and 30s, I also liked a lot of people. Didn't you notice that there is a big difference in their temperament? Lee Z looked at Heijudan's expression that you understand, and suddenly felt that he was a bit cheap. For a moment, he was a little uncertain whether the person in front of him was the illusion of the Skrulls, or his own body. Sometimes it's a good choice to change the taste. Nick Fury smiled. Sure enough, Nick Fury in every universe is hard to like. The dark witch sitting on the chair had a somewhat gloomy expression and said in an unhappy tone. Lee is right. Sure enough, the Nick Fury of every world is pretty nasty. Fury, stop joking and get down to business. Hill on the side coughed a few times. His boss hadn't come out of his vacation yet. I was joking just now, but in fact, I know all about the things on Earth, and the Skrulls have detected that reality is a mess. Nick Fury put away the joke just now, and immediately became serious. It's settled. Lee Z's expression was flat, but now it's confirmed. This kind of aura is only possessed by the real Nick Fury. The person in front of him is not a Skrull pretending to be. But the problem hasn't been solved yet. You didn't send her back. Nick Fury shook his head, pointing to the dark witch on the left side of the ancient chair. I think you'd better reorganize the prophecy. The dark witch's expression suddenly turned cold, and she suddenly felt that the black marinated egg was even more annoying. Hey Juden, you'd better not mess with her. This is not my obedient witch. I can't control it. Seeing this, Lee Z leaned to the right to distance himself. I'm really afraid that the dark witch's actions will affect her in a while. Nonsense. I'm very good. Okay, you didn't let me do it. I will never do it. The face of the dark witch next to her turned warm instantly, and she grabbed Lee Z. He is not worthy of me. Hi green tea. Lee Z couldn't help but laugh when he saw her turn her face instead of the book. Then he straightened his face and explained. Actually, we also learned about the multi-universe. He briefly said about the mysterious man. Just to kill you. I don't believe it. Mysterio has already used this kind of scam before. Nick Fury expressed doubts that the memory of the mystery guest was still fresh. That's because you are so stupid. If it weren't for your misleading that time, little Spider-Man and the witch would not have been fooled. Lee Z was speechless. The hot pot was obviously made of black stewed eggs. Although it was said that it was changed by the Skrulls, things still started because of him. The corner of Nick Fury's mouth twitched, but the words were swallowed back. Now he is suffering from the bottom of his heart and can't tell. He tells the truth to a few people. It wasn't him at all before, it was Terry's transformation. That guy did things without thinking, and he was played around by an ordinary person. His reputation as a super agent was completely ruined by him. Lee, things are a bit complicated, we can't confirm her safety. To avoid embarrassment, Nick Fury quickly shifted the topic to Black and Wanda. As he was talking, Wanda, who had been silent beside him, said, I trust her. Wanda? Lee Z frowned slightly, and looked at the witch in surprise. My own witch actually speaks for Black and Wanda. It turns out that you will also say good things to me. The dark witch was stunned for a moment, and leaned forward to draw a charming arc at the corners of her mouth. Besides, I'm thinking of Lee Z. Wanda rolled her eyes. Fury, I have the power of Scarlet to communicate with her, and I can feel that she is not lying. Are you sure there's no problem? Nick Fury is more willing to believe Wanda's words. After all, there is no need to deceive himself. I'm not you. If you hadn't misled me last time, I wouldn't have made a mistake. Wanda glanced at him, feeling very speechless. Nick Fury coughed a few times in embarrassment, and quickly changed the subject. To be on the safe side, I need the Dark Witch to go with the Bureau to file. Filing is a routine operation, mainly because it involves a lot of things, coupled with the strength of Dark Wanda. Visually it is not weaker than Wanda in this universe. Therefore, it is best to file, so as to avoid unresponsive archives research in the future. Now? Wanda is a little tired. Well, you won't be tired by flying, and your little boyfriend has to go too. Nick Fury nodded. But the Heavenly Sword Bureau has asked me for a record before. When Lee Z came back to his senses, he seemed to have filed for the record. That's the Heavenly Sword Bureau, not S.H.I.E.L.D., the two are not connected. Nick Fury shook his head, and looked at Wanda. I need your help with something else. Let's talk on the plane. Why? Inside the cabin. Several people found a suitable place to sit down. The plane is still a Quinjet, and the interior of this Quinjet has been remodeled. There are sofa lounges and cabinets in the cabin. Is this the old plane from before? Lee Z looked at the Quinjet and said slowly. But it used to lead the world for more than 10 or 20 years. Nick Fury said angrily. Truth be told, if there hadn't been an alien invasion, the Stark Group had taken the wreckage of Chitauri and disassembled the technology inside. Now the Stark Group's technology may not be able to board this Quinjet. Black marinated eggs, that was in the past. Lee Z sat on the sofa and replied. That's what happened before, and don't call me black meat. Nick Fury's face darkened. He had checked what a black stewed egg was before. Well, Is there any wine? I'm a little thirsty, thank you. Lee Z is really sleepy, since she has come all the time, she should sit in the cabin and take a good rest. Relax with a drink and relax as shield flies. Alcohol should be expensive. This place is not a bar, no drinking. Nick Fury's face was ugly, and he quickly sounded a reminder. You boy. Let you get on the fighter plane. You think of this as a bar. What is this? Before he could continue speaking, I saw that Hill had already put the wine on the table. Grateful. Lee Z took it, poured a few glasses of wine. Hill, you are a good man. You don't interrupt. Standing behind him, Hill took the drink just to keep the kid from talking, and then looked at Fury. Fury, let's get down to business quickly, don't delay. Nick Fury nodded, took a sip of wine, and said with a serious expression, now S.H.I.E.L.D.'s equipment has detected strange fluctuations in reality, and that fluctuation has not stopped. While speaking, he didn't look very well. This phenomenon shows that reality has reversed. That power is not easy to control. If it cannot be disposed of in time, it is estimated that it will affect the operation of the planet to some extent. Hasn't reality been restored? Wanda was a little puzzled. From that basement hall, Black and Wanda just cast a spell to restore the whole reality. And those visitors from the multi-universe were also sent back one after another. It stands to reason that this universe will no longer have the problem of reality fluctuations. But the S.H.I.E.L.D. test found abnormalities. What's going on here? No, there is another kind of weird fluctuation now. Hill shook his head with a look. The S.H.I.E.L.D. also thought it was over. However, new fluctuations were detected. This volatility is extremely strong. Seems a little out of control. I don't know what to do right now. Could it be him? Listen to the conversation of several people. The protagonist sitting on the sofa thinks of a person. Loki. Not the Loki of this universe. It's another Loki similar to the main universe world. That guy was caught by the Time Administration, but then jumped out of the Time Administration. In order not to make things worse, the Time Bureau can only capture Loki back. Also, because of the actions of this guy and the female Loki, the timeline fluctuated directly. Then what are you going to do? Wanda's eyes moved slightly, and her eyes fell on Nick Fury. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. found an abnormality, it means that it is very difficult. And the stakes are high. If it can't be dealt with in time, I'm afraid it will cause very big trouble. Think here. She felt a little headache. Because not long ago, they just handled the matter of the multi-universe. Now there is such a problem again. It's really difficult. I hope you can help us when necessary. Nick Fury hesitated, then spoke his mind. They don't have a clue now either. The current method. We can only pin our hopes on them. After all, Wanda is Scarlet Witch. The strength is extremely powerful. I believe that with her help, this matter will be resolved soon. I can promise you, but I will only act when it threatens the world. Wanda agrees, but she also has certain requirements. The premise is that the world is threatened. Otherwise, it would not be worth it if she had to take action on trivial matters. Where are you taking us? At this time, the Dark Witch discovered that the plane had already left New York City. Fly skyward at supersonic speeds, away from New York City. To Asgard. Nick Fury didn't hide. Because there are still things that need to be dealt with. It happened that the time was not in a hurry, and it was nothing to go there. That's an incredible place. After Lee Z heard it, he immediately became interested. He knew that the Asgard Nick Fury was talking about was the reconstructed Asgard in Norway. After the reconstruction there, it is estimated that the whole has undergone great changes. I also want to see it with my own eyes. Is that Thor guy on Earth? Lee Z said expectantly. To be honest, he really wants to meet Thor. After all, he is one of the 3 giants of Marvel. It is also the last living big 3, it seems to be. Nick Fury was a little unsure, and continued, recently Asgard has encountered something. Because too many things have happened recently. As a result, he didn't know if Thor was on the Earth. He rarely cared about such things. Aren't you the planner of the Avengers? Thor is also an Avenger, don't you know? Lee Z couldn't help complaining when he heard this. Anyway, it was the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Even this bit of news can't be found out, and it is not afraid of being laughed at by others when it is spread. Thor's whereabouts are erratic, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is not sure. Nick Fury was quite helpless. Even if they are S.H.I.E.L.D., they can't accurately find the exact location of each other. And after the war, Thor left with the Guardians of Galaxy and never appeared. They S.H.I.E.L.D. also couldn't figure out each other's whereabouts. Is talking. Rumble. There was a burst of thunder above the head, like a dragon roaring, thick and loud. The frenzy of noise was endless. Even the ears of everyone in the cabin could clearly hear it, and their faces were instantly solemn. At the moment, the entire sky flickered with endless thunder. The darkness fell, and the thunderlight glowed endlessly, extremely bright. The dazzling light outside the window made everyone unable to open their eyes for a while. It seems to indicate that something terrible is about to come. Click. Thunder and lightning, like the earth being bombed, once again scattered nearby. The air froze instantly, looking from the inside out. The originally quiet night was instantly shrouded in black clouds, and the boundless deep space was enveloped by lightning. Click click click. A few more thunderbolts exploded beside his ears. Abnormally loud ears, as if an extremely powerful bomb exploded around him, and a strange aura spread out. Boom. Dark clouds rolled in the deep space, and dense thunder and lightning resounded across the sky. The surroundings suddenly lost its original luster, and it was pitch black, like an endless abyss. Thick clouds and fog covered the entire sky. Gusts of wind blew violently, and dark clouds rolled in from the sky. It's like tearing apart the boundless sky. Overbearing thunder and lightning filled the entire sky, deafening and creepy. Fury, the magnetic field is abnormal, what should we do? At this time, there was a sound from Hill's earphones, and she pressed the earphones with a gloomy face. Find an open space to land safely. Nick Fury glanced out the window and gave the order with a solemn expression. In this case, let's talk about landing first. No matter how good the fighter performance is, it cannot compete with the forces of nature. Bang. However, just after finishing speaking, there was a loud noise of heavy objects falling from the top of the plane, and the fuselage shook violently. Fortunately, everyone held on to the nearby objects in time, so they didn't fall to the ground. Bang kai. The wine glasses and bottles on the table were not so lucky, they fell to the ground and smashed one after another, soaking the ground with a lot of wine. Damn. What's going on? Nick Fury cursed loudly, looked up, and found that the top of his head was concave and convex, and the cracks were very obvious. An unexpected guest has arrived. Lee Z looked up, and he felt the presence of life outside. I'll deal with her. The eyes of the Blackened Witch flickered, and the scarlet power slowly condensed. Forget it. Let me come. Wanda next to her stretched out her hand to grab her, her figure blurred and she stepped on the ground, rushing out through the thick steel plate above her head. HMPH, the hateful dark witch, she wants to show off in front of Lee Z all day long, and she doesn't even have a chance to show herself. I can't let her come this time, so reckless? Lee Z was taken aback when he saw this, his witch was so stubborn. She's quite stubborn. The dark witch lowered her hands and smiled slightly as she saw her thoughts. It's a pity that the kind witch is still too young and too innocent. Thinking about it, she hugged Lee Z. Lee, should we go out and have a look together? Lee, you are. Nick Fury and Hill cast odd glances. One seems to be saying, I know I am right, you kid likes to play this game, right? One is frowning, as if looking at a scumbag. Ahem, don't get me wrong. Lee Z looked embarrassed, and quickly reached out to push Shangruan's body away. Wanda, don't worry, let go. What are you afraid of? She's not there. The dark witch smiled coquettishly, her glamorous and beautiful face looked charming, and her soft body hugged her even tighter as she spoke. This soft weight is something that no man can resist. But Lee Z still pushed, but the dark witch was too tight. This is a symbolic action. It's okay, I understand. Nick Fury looked away, just said Ying. Bang. Two figures passed by the window. A majestic thunderbolt wrapped around his body, filled with powerful memories. The other glowed with crimson brilliance, and scarlet power emerged from the palm. Wanda rushed out. Outside the window, two afterimages passed by and turned into bright beams of light. A majestic thunder and lightning wrapped around the whole body, and the Tao was glowing with a dazzling scarlet light. The moment it appeared, the space seemed to twist and wrinkle suddenly, and it disappeared into the black clouds in the blink of an eye. Swish swish swish. At the moment Quinjet was heard on the ground and the cabin door opened. Go see what's going on. Nick Fury walked out dignifiedly, and at the same time, he was curious about the identity of the person surrounded by the glow. To be able to fight back and forth with Wanda, you must know that there are not many people on the earth who can do this. As soon as everyone walked out, they saw a figure surrounded by lightning in the deep space. Standing in the deep space, the majestic lightning and crimson light all over his body are extremely obvious. That beautiful figure exuding lightning all over her body, holding a hammer in her hand, staring intently at her, exuded a domineering and invincible aura. Unexpectedly, Thor in your universe is a woman? The Dark Witch was a little surprised and couldn't help but tease. She's not Thor. Nick Fury shook his head. As the mastermind of the Avengers, he definitely knew that Thor was a man. Or the Prince of Asgard, how could it be a woman? That's female Thor. Lee Z was taken aback. Then he realized that according to the timeline, the goddess seemed to be in Norway at this time. Because she had cancer and felt the calling of Mjolnir in the terminal stage of cancer. So he came to Asgard, and thus obtained the approval of the hammer and the power of Thor. At the same time, it inhibits the proliferation of cancer cells in the body, definitely nothing more. Eventually, she fell ill and ended up in Seoul Castle. Boom. The thunder and lightning fell majestically again. The torrential rain in the sky is getting bigger and bigger, and the wind and rain will turn the earth into a vast expanse. The thunder rumbled, and bright lightning streaked through the gloomy sky, making it even more depressing. You're not Thor, he's a man. At the moment, in deep space. Wanda questioned aloud, looking at the other party with her eyes, unable to see clearly. I just feel that the person in front of me is emitting thunder and lightning, raging the space around him. Definitely not, he. Not on Earth, come on, have a trick with me. I want to try the power of Thor. The female Leisheng spoke indifferently, and rushed over directly after speaking. Maybe she just got the power of Thor, she was very excited, and wanted to find someone to try this powerful power. After all, ordinary people get supernatural power, but anyone would feel excited. Therefore, her movements are not sloppy at all, just like thunder passing the ministers. Wanda was surprised, she didn't feel the other party's malice, and she was somewhat surprised. Still, she responded quickly. In deep space. The figures of the two were swift and violent, flickering back and forth, and the terrifying thunderbolt chattered endlessly. Bang bang bang. Several silver lightning bolts poured down from the top of the head. Hey you. Wanda looked at the power of the thunder and lightning that was sweeping, and quickly condensed chaos force with both hands, and the gorgeous brilliance formed a sphere, protecting her inside. Bang. The entire protective cover was hit, causing the eyes to tremble violently. That force couldn't break through the defense, and the strong fluctuations caused layers of energy ripples. Rapidly spread in all directions. The space was trembling a bit at this moment. Before she could recover, unexpectedly, the next second, she felt the terrifying energy carried by the other party, which was not even an inch away from her. You stop first. Let's talk first. Seeing that she hadn't retracted her hand, Wanda condensed the scarlet power in both hands, forming a series of red beams of light and lacing towards them. Wanda, you beat me first. Female Thor lifts Mjolnir out of the way. Bang. That light beam contained chaos force, instantly knocking her whole body into the air. You know me? Wanda thought about it, and didn't think she had seen her anywhere. But the other party did not have any malicious intentions, so I don't recommend playing with her. In this way, I can perform well in front of Lee Z. The chance to perform before was taken away by the Dark Wanda. Definitely, come on, let you try this, Thunder Fury. The female Thor said the catchphrase of her own creation, and fell backward more than 10 meters, trying to stabilize her body. Then Mjolnir was lifted, and the Sky Thor quickly used, all gathered on the Thunderhammer. The gorgeous silver lightning was like a beast of rage, sending out bursts of thunder roars, and the sizzle sounded continuously, obliterating everything in an instant. Next second, the female Thor swung away suddenly, and the terrifying lightning condensed on the Thunderhammer burst out. The endless thunder tore through the dark deep space, shining on the sky and the earth. Prickly prickly. This little trick also wants to scare me? Wanda smiled, it wasn't her being arrogant. After practicing the Dark God Book, her chaos power became stronger and stronger. Even if he can't defeat the Dark Witch, he can still easily resist these lightning attacks. Boom. The thunder and lightning came, and the terrifying shockwave was fiercely placed on the protection. Wanda remained unmoved in the slightest, allowing the thunder and lightning to continuously hit the protective cover, and ripples surged around in a wide range, causing turmoil in the surrounding space. Until the lightning dissipated, Wanda was not hurt at all. You are so strong. The female Thor's pupils shrank sharply, and she looked at Wanda not far away in disbelief. Even under the bombardment of that powerful thunder and lightning, the other party was still not injured at all. Jane Foster was surprised, she deserves to be the most famous Avenger. At the moment, on the cabin, the people who were watching the battle were stunned. Neither did they. After a fight, the power that the female Thor erupted could not cause substantial damage to Wanda at all. Somewhat overestimated her. Wanda is strong again. Nick Fury's expression was shocked. Although he hadn't learned magic, he could feel it intuitively. Scarlet Witch is visibly stronger than it was a few months ago, at Tony's funeral. Not bad, but why didn't the witch use all her strength? Lee Z looked at the crimson figure in the deep sky, and couldn't understand the woman's mind. Now the king's strength is enough to kill the female Thor easily, but she didn't do that. Why is that? Because, she wants to perform well in front of you. At this time, Black and Wanda moved closer, whispering softly next to his ear, her watery and charming eyes full of provocation. From the beginning just now, she has discovered this problem. It's just that he didn't point it out, and gave the other party the opportunity. Because this way I can stay with Lee Z alone. Are you in a hurry to act too? Lee Z turned his head and looked at her calmly. There is no slight fluctuation. It seems that they want to see through each other. That's true, but I want you more than she does. Seeing this, Black and Wanda continued to smile charmingly, and gradually approached a little bit. Almost two of them are going to stick together. Don't get so close, okay? Lee Z moved aside and glanced at her. Bang. Is talking. A scarlet light beam above the head accurately landed at Black and Wanda's feet, and the soil was instantly blown out of a big hole. The brown-yellow ground became extremely scorched black. What are you doing? Black and Wanda looked gloomy, and looked up into the deep space. The sudden blow was unbearable to anyone. Even a sensible person can react to that kind of threat. Not good intentions. See, I used too much force just now, and accidentally missed it. Wanda, who was dealing with the female Thor in deep space, spread her hands. You don't mind, do you? Having said that. But those eyes were extremely cold, staring at the positions of the two of them. Like a little tiger that bursts up at any time, it is extremely fierce. She's jealous. Lee Z has a headache. It's not that he doesn't want to hide away. It's the Dark Witch who has been clinging to her all the time. He can't hide even if he wants to. I saw it when I saw it, and I was afraid of what she would do. The Dark Witch looked indifferent, facing Wanda's warning threat. She was not calm at all. If the opponent doesn't like it, then fight directly. In deep space. It's time to end. Wanda withdrew her gaze and put her gaze back on the female Thor. I don't know what to call you, so I'll call you female Thor. Since you want to fight me, then get ready. Originally, he planned to compete with her, so that he could show more in front of Lee Z, but he could darken that hateful woman Wanda. He was actually playing tricks behind his back, standing up to Lee Long while he was not around. No problem. Female Thor Jane Foster took a deep breath, and slightly clenched the hammer in her hand. Boom. But the next second, her face was illuminated by a mass of red light, and her beautiful eyes became a little dull. Except. I see. At the moment, the scarlet light in Wanda's palm bursts out, reflecting the entire sky red. It's like the sky is covered with a red coat, which is extremely colorful. That energy also gradually completed the condensation, causing the entire space to vibrate violently. There is a horrible atmosphere in the air, and the strange red lights seem to contain evil spirits and beasts roaring. Stop, me, I surrender. Seeing the scarlet light, Jane Foster faltered, and quickly waved her hands to show weakness. Then she slowly landed on the ground. Wanda was a little surprised. She saw that the other party was not hostile. The powerful scarlet light in her hands dissipated, and they fell together. The two stood on the ground, their eyes facing each other. Looks like I'm still a little short of being the strongest Avenger. Jane Foster on the opposite side took off his helmet, revealing a sickly face, looking very pale and colorless. We seem to have seen. Wanda looked at this person, frowned slightly, always felt that she looked familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. See, Wanda, Thor's girlfriend thinks you are the strongest Avenger. The words of Lee Z next to her reminded her. Jane Foster. Nick Fury secretly surprised. Isn't she suffering from cancer and waiting in the hospital? Hey, hello, I thought everyone had forgotten about me, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. Jane Foster glanced at everyone and said hello, with a smile on her face, and then set her sights on Nick Fury. Remember, you are Thor's girlfriend. Wanda also came to her senses that she had seen Jane Foster in the newspaper before, when the newspaper was about Thor and his scientist girlfriend, and many people liked them very much. But in the end, for some unknown reason, the two parted ways completely. Well, to be precise, it's the ex. We haven't seen each other for several years. Jane Foster shrugged. Feel sorry. Wanda said, Her eyes fell on Mjolnir, and she couldn't help asking, "How did you manage to lift Mjolnir?" She remembered Mjolnir, whom none but Thor and Steve could lift. Vision is not a person. Go back to Asgard first. Jane Foster knew that everyone was confused, so she was not in a hurry to explain and said that she would go back to Asgard first. A few people were going to Asgard, so they didn't refuse, got on the plane and got back on the route. A few minutes later, the plane came to a fjord in Norway, and as far as the eye can see, there are endless small mountains, and the seagulls returning late skimmed the sea and flew wantonly. There are bursts of birdsong resounding continuously in the ethereal valley, and inside is a land intertwined with antiquity and renovation. There is no longer any previous technological glory. Towns are built in every corner, thick smoke is everywhere, and children's laughter are heard from time to time. Nuoda Road is located in the middle, which is convenient for pedestrians to walk through the swampy dirt road. Rumble. The fighter plane skimmed the pier of the bay and landed smoothly on the open space. The cabin door opens. Jane Foster came out first, followed by everyone behind. The scenery here is good, it is simply a resort. Lee Z closed his eyes and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A lot of people are coming here for the holidays. Jane Foster glanced, then introduced with a smile. Lee. Why don't we stay here for a few more days, it's pretty good. Wanda hugged Lee Z tightly, her beautiful eyes blinking with anticipation. If you like. Lee Z smiled and pulled her closer. Anyway, there are still 4 days to spare, so it's okay to choose to wait for 4 days before going back. Why don't you ask me? Black and Wanda looked at Lee Z with resentment on her face, her pitiful look made people feel distressed. Ask what you do. Wanda stared at her and said coldly. Who was talking just now? Black and Wanda said casually, ignoring her directly. You. Wanda clenched her fists and felt very angry seeing this face that resembled her own. I don't think I'll ever want to look in the mirror again. Welcome back, my friend. Why are you still there? At this time, a dark-skinned woman came up to greet him, it was Valkyr. When she saw Nick Fury, her smile froze instantly and her face turned ugly. It seems that your black marinated egg is not very popular. Lee Z looked at Nick Fury next to him and joked. Good people are always envied by others. Nick Fury shrugged and said indifferently. That's why every time you come, it's always bad. Valkyr glanced at him angrily and added, this is. She looked at Lee Z with doubts in her eyes. Lee Z, my boyfriend. Wanda grabbed his arm and smiled. Nice lad, actually caught up with Wanda. Valkyr took a deep look at Lee Z, and couldn't help admiring. Because she has a unique charm. Lee Z stared at the beautiful face in front of him, and said softly. Plum. Wanda felt warm in her heart when she heard the praise, and then she remembered the question just now. Remember, what is the reason why she got the power of Thor? This matter is a bit complicated, follow me. Valkyr didn't answer, and greeted a few people and walked into the living room with him. In the living room, Valkyrie, full of heroic temperament, poured red wine for several people, looked up at Jane Foster, you explain. Jane Foster nodded. I felt the calling of Mjolnir, and then I became a superhero, and my physical condition improved, that's all. Hearing this, Lee Z couldn't help complaining in his heart, it's too easy to create a superhero in the Marvel Universe. Until now, he didn't even figure out why Jane Foster was recognized by Hammer. It can't be that easy to get Mjolnir's approval. Nick Fury shook his head, speaking firmly. There must be other reasons. Did you not feel anything then? Wanda also felt that something was a little strange, so she couldn't help but ask. No, Jane Foster shook her head in denial. See. A few people did not discuss this topic any further. It's also good that Mjolnir was able to endorse Jane Foster. Why are you here? At this moment, Valkyr looked at Nick Fury abruptly. Want to get some information from him. Our shield detected strange fluctuations, and there seems to be something wrong with reality. Nick Fury looked serious and added, I need manpower now, and I need your assistance. After thinking about it, Valkyr nodded, I will assist you shield. Reality fluctuates, which is not a good thing. Old man, you are here to help, so what are you bringing us here for? At this time, G May gave him a look. With you guys here, my persuasion is stronger, and I don't look like a polished commander. Nick Fury spread his hands and said solemnly. Since the Flash went out 5 years ago, he has had too few human resources on Earth, and the intelligence network has been useless. Even the traces of the Avengers can't be figured out. Such a situation is too bad. Looking at it now, you were originally a polished commander. Lee Z was speechless. Aren't you just going to the bureau to file for the record? I'll take it with you on the way, and besides, this is for world peace. Nick Fury coughed twice, and quickly looked away. You seem to have a sense of justice. Wanda couldn't help complaining. I don't know who was on that leisurely vacation and left a mess. That was purely a misunderstanding. Nick Fury looked embarrassed. Recalling that memory, forcing him to eat expired chocolate is even more uncomfortable. It's okay, I'll take you to see the newly built town of Asgard. Valakir suddenly remembered and took the initiative to invite a few people. Although it is not as good as back then, it is still a glorious old land. I'm okay. Wanda was faintly excited. Lee, what do you think? She was curious about what the new Asgard would look like. Just follow along to have a look. He thinks it's fine. At this moment, Blackened Wanda blinked her beautiful eyes and answered the question for her. It's not about you. Wanda hugged her tighter and snorted coldly. Lee Z had a headache, looked at Valakir, then take us there, we're in trouble. The two witches quarreled for more than one hand could count the days. It's better to change the subject sooner. Lee, you are too kind. Valakir smiled, and then led them towards the town. Several people followed behind and went together. Along the way, the air suddenly dropped and the temperature was colder. Fortunately, few of them are ordinary people and can withstand this temperature. Asgard has lost its former glory since the fall of Asgard. Valakir looked at the cracked mountain and couldn't help but sigh. But isn't it safe now? Lee Z said calmly. Lee, that's true, but isn't the past glory worth having? Valakir's eyelids drooped, revealing regret. Here. Lee Z was silent, his lips moved, but he didn't say anything. After all, it is the former Norse mythology, which has the symbol of great experience. After the new building, Asgard brings not only regret, but also a kind of embarrassment. It looks good now. Blackened Wanda looked at those busy people, but her face was still happy. This kind of life is actually not that bad, not very optimistic. After leaving a word, Rickle quickened his pace and walked forward. Shortly after, several people finally came to the town. In fact, there is not much difference from the scene seen at the bay before. The difference is that the construction of the town is different, and some wooden boards are used. Lee Z saw this scene, can't help but sigh. He had thought that at least something remained of Asgard even after its destruction. Such as technology, metals and so on. But now thinking about the Flame Titan's offensive, it simply didn't leave any room for Asgard. Arrive. Valakir pointed not far in front of him, his eyes shining brightly. This is where they carry their hopes. There are small towns in front of you, thick smoke is everywhere, children's joyous sounds come out, and there are more frolicking. Under the shade trees, many people were lying on the ground, bathed in the warmth of the sun. The breeze blows on everyone's faces, the smiles are not diminished, there is no worry, and no sorrow. It's more like being in a fairy tale town. Some just bring incomparable relaxation and comfort. The scenery here is very good. Wanda showed a smile unconsciously, like a spring breeze. Only here did I feel what is called a fairyland on Earth. Compared to the previous Asgard, this place is actually far worse. Valakir next to him took 2 steps forward with a very complicated look on his face. In the past, it was called brilliance and splendor, but now there is only ending and withering. But, at the very least, isn't it far from disputes? Lee Z said something lightly. Indeed. Valakir looked at the town where the smoke was rising, only a place of Asgards can be called Asgard. Before they knew it, several people came to the bay after visiting. Walking on the ground, you can still feel the friction between the residual heat and the sand under your feet. The sea under the moonlight is sparkling and clear as a mirror. Even the stones and green grass in the seabed can be found, which are transparent and very clear. After walking a few minutes, I saw the face reflected in the seawater. The bay at the moment is extremely quiet, and there is no noise around. It was as if this moment had completely stopped in an instant. Lee Z took a deep breath, looking at the beautiful scenery with a look of satisfaction on his face. It would be nice to stay here all the time, enjoying the tranquility and peace brought by the present moment. Compared with the resplendent Asgard, he prefers this picturesque bay town with its pleasant scenery and the sea breeze blowing on his cheeks, bringing a burst of coolness. After eating at night and walking on the beach with the people you care about, I have to say that happiness emerges. Continue to walk forward. With a sound, the calm seawater flowed thinly, covering everything under the feet. Feeling a sense of coolness and refreshment, he even fell in love with this place. Just the sea breeze blowing can easily outline people's daydreams. This feeling cannot be brought by other disputes. The radiant moonlight sprinkled, like pearl-like starbursts, reflected on Li Zi's clean face, revealing a touch of enjoyment. Li, do you also think this bay town is suitable for two people who love each other to live? At this time, blackened Wanda turned her head to stare at Li Zi, who was profiled, and couldn't help asking. The scenery here in the bay are pretty good. Li Zi nodded, agreeing with this sentence very much. Asgard wants to have scenery and to be comfortable and comfortable. Just after stepping in here, it can make yourself happy physically and mentally. Throw away all troubles, no entanglements, and no unhappy things. Everything becomes ethereal, giving the feeling of being forever immersed. What are you asking this for? Wanda hugged Li Zi tightly. Anyway, Li won't live with you, don't think too much. Blackened Wanda glanced at her and smiled charmingly. What are you doing so nervous? I'll just ask. That's not okay. Wanda glared at her angrily. Her eyes were like a little tiger eating people. Leave her alone. Li Zi rubbed the witch's head. These two women really gave him a headache, and they quarreled at every turn. Jane Foster looked at Wanda and Li Zi with a touched expression, and couldn't help but think of Thor. At that time, we were the same as them, we liked each other and put each other in our hearts. He used to take a walk on a secluded path, and he never tired of playing and playing. Later, due to some reasons, the two separated. Even so, that memory was hidden in her heart. It's okay, if you want to come here in the future, you can settle down. Valakir smiled, although it is not as brilliant as before, at least it is still good in all aspects. I'll consider it later. Li Zi turned his gaze to the bay on the side, and couldn't help but fall into thoughts. We should go. At this time, Nick Fury, who had been silent all the time, spoke. I want to go back to you, I want to stay here longer. Li Zi glanced at it and couldn't help complaining. I am not an employee of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he doesn't want to meddle in those business. This place has a nice view. Wanda smiled, and hugged Li Zi even tighter. Definitely still want to accompany me, Li. But you still have to go to the bureau to register files. Nick Fury said with an ugly expression on his face. Whoever wants to go, there are still many places to go, I am reluctant. With that said, Li Zi ran towards the beach with his big soft hands. The seawater was splashing, the waves were blooming, and the sound of two people's laughter came from the beach. Happiness is in the air. The rest is up to you. Blackened Wanda left a word and ran out after her. The backs of the three gradually drifted away. Nick Fury, who was left with a stiff face, watched the direction the three left. I am a dignified leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., who has only been away for 5 years, and only 5 years after his death, yet he has already become a brilliant commander. What about the trust between people?